while what manifests from the consciousness soul touches more predominantly upon what human beings experience of the physical world. That is why it is so important to feel what can be felt when taking in spiritual scientific knowledge, because such feeling has far greater power to take hold of our soul in contact with spiritual worlds than mere thinking, than reasoned deduction. It was with their feelings that the person of whom I was speaking had lived so extensively within spiritual scientific imaginations. So I can relate that it appeared to me very soon after their death, before I had even been informed of their death on the physical plane, how this personality, while still within their ether body, was inwardly processing all the feeling and sentient forces they had garnered, what they had themselves become through living for so long within the stream of spiritual science. What I describe appeared to me unbidden, while their ether body was still connected with their astral and I, capital. The person who had gone through the portal of death came and told me that they were now feeling what they had become through spiritual science, what they were feeling now that they were no longer confined within their physical body. And there resounded from the person beyond the portal of death the lines I will presently read out. You will notice in the first 3 lines that the deceased uses a word which one can hardly justifiably find in one who has laid aside their physical body, but that is not the point. The word that refers to a physical heart is meant symbolically. Here heart stands for the etheric organ of feeling. Here is a case of someone who has traversed the gate of death and whose strongest experience before dying as if summarizes the result of their life, as if to say to themselves, I am now in a situation where I can experience the nature of myself, how the nature of myself appears when I grasp it with an understanding of how, in my feeling cognizance, I have attained it through spiritual science. This is how that individuality, less than 2 hours departed, let resound the words, which I must say are positioned such that I have done nothing to them other than record what this soul said from out of their self. Their own words served as a eulogy at the beginning and end of their cremation. I read them now, quote, Into worldwide spaces will I bear my feeling heart, that it become warm in the fire of sacred power's workings. Into worldwide thoughts will I weave my own thinking, that it become clear in light of eternal life, evolving. Into grounds of acquiescent sensing will I plunge my soul, that it become strong for true goals of human striving. Towards God's peace do I quest, with life's struggles and cares, preparing myself for higher selfhood. Toward work-glad peace do I aspire, presaging cosmic existence in my own existence. Do I long to fulfill my human dues, anticipating, may I then live toward my star of destiny, which in spirit realm appoints my place. Close quote. Let us hear resounding what this self consents of itself as a result of it having evolved feelings instilled by spiritual science. It is important to bear in mind that we are dealing here with a personality who in this physical life reached a ripe age, and that the potential exists in one reaching an advanced age to wish to characterize themselves, so that only after death that self can fully express itself in its own identity. Thus, to observe it, one needs do nothing other than give oneself up to, lose oneself in identifying with that being, to enable it to express itself of itself. It was different in another instance, when it was a case of a present events prepare us for encountering cases such as this, when so often people of a tender age are dispatched through the gate of death. Here, in the case to which I refer, it was not the cause it so often is nowadays, but it was still an early death. When a death occurs early, one can say, Had the person lived longer, their ether body would not have been set aside, but could have supplied their physical body with forces for decades longer. Someone who passes through the gateway of death ahead of the decades they could have lived bestows their unspent ether body on the spiritual elemental world. Today, countless such unspent ether bodies ascend into spiritual worlds. If in spiritual science we speak of having great hope for the age evolving out of the lap of present events, what comes into consideration is that those who now cross into the spiritual world will become witnesses to spiritual work, and through their individualities will send forces into earthly life. Their ether bodies persist as something secondary yet special in that they remain unspent. Large numbers of such ether bodies represent a force which will work on into human beings, who will again live in peace once it is attained, and will become collaborators in dissolving materialistic world outlooks through their spiritual view of the world. We can be fortified when we experience how people die at a young age if we can, to some extent, perceive what is happening. In the second case, to which the karma of our spiritual stream contributed, and at whose cremation I was again to speak after they had gone through the gate of death, the time between dying and cremation was between Wednesday and the following Monday. By then, this ether body had departed, and to my occult observation, in the night before speaking, I had to some extent lost sight of that ether body. It was no longer visible. This individual was already at large with their astral body and I. Here was an observing soul, faced with an astral and an I. Again the wish arose to speak a few eulogistic words at the beginning and end of the funeral that had something to do with the individual. The resulting words were expressed by that person. In that they were released from their physical and ether bodies, it was possible, in what I think were precise words, to accurately encapsulate the nature of their earthly existence. Once again, these words are not mine, but are as they should be when characterizing a person who has traversed the gate of death, received through force of inspiration. Words arose as inspiration in the observing soul when surrendered to the impression of the deceased. Quote, "You walked among us. The limber gentleness of your being spoke from the quiet strength of your eyes. Peace, soulful enlivener, flowed in the waves through which your gaze rested on objects and people, conveying your inner interweaving. And this essence ensouled your voice, which bore through your words' hue more than the words themselves revealed, the veiled being evolving in your beautiful soul. Yet the devoted love of compassionate lives were wordlessly, wholly brought to light. This being who, out of noble serene beauty, proclaimed with responsive inkling cosmic soul creation." Close quote. These words were spoken at the cremation, and the extraordinary transpired. It was at the very moment, which can only improperly be called a moment during awakening, when the heat of the incinerator actually took hold of the physical body of this person. So for a moment, the opportunity arose for this person, who had gone through the gate of death, to advance their consciousness, not during the funeral service, but just as the flames were consuming their body. Then oblivion resumed. Such moments of consciousness that suspend unconsciousness can take place sometime after death. This instance showed particularly clearly the workings of consciousness beyond the gate of death. Such consciousness experiences time in a form quite different from the way in which human beings experience it when living in their physical bodies. This is significantly demonstrated here. The perception of time by those no longer in possession of a physical body can only be compared with our perception of space. Here in physical existence, we can always look back. What we have seen persists. If within time something has taken place, we have to look back on its image in memory. It has to arise in our consciousness. Such is not the case in one no longer bearing a physical body. The disembodied soul looks backward as we look back in space. This is how the deceased gazed back at what was being spoken, much as we look back spatially. What was spoken now appeared to their soul. In just such concrete cases is the singularity of the spiritual world made manifest. Now, I just said that at the time the eulogy was to be spoken, I had to some extent lost sight of their ether body. But a second glance showed that it was precisely this ether body that was able to supply the inspiration imprinted in the words. Once I could again locate their ether body, I mean for my observation, I became aware of where this ether body was while I was speaking those words. It was during the night between Sunday and Monday. I said that I had lost it, but it was only later that I realized where it actually was. I was myself within it. It was a dissolving cloud. The I and astral body had already separated off. Because I was within the ether body, I could not perceive it, much like a cloud in which one finds oneself. Yet what was alive in it provided the inspirational potential to etherically imprint the words I was to read. Here you see the mysteries and intimate proximity of the human soul with spiritual worlds. I would not make so bold as to mention this were it an isolated case. But it was reconfirmed in a third instance. Once again I was asked to say some words characterizing this third deceased individual, who had lived in our circles. The death of this person was something particularly painful for our feelings on a physical level, because this individual had embodied our best hopes for spiritual scientific work. They had, during their time on earth, absorbed much of what is currently defined as erudition, knew their way around, was at home in it, and had the firm intention to do what is needed in our movement, which is to settle into what is now defined as science, and so to transform it in their soul, that spiritual scientific insight could be reborn at a higher level. Not everyone is capable of doing this, but it is among the essential requisites of spiritual science. Concordances between science and spiritual science can often lead, in those unfamiliar with spiritual science, to the belief that it is necessary to press ahead with present science, and once fully saturated with it, use it for a lively ascent into spiritual science. One arrives at a certain point where the correspondences afforded by current science with spiritual science appear so convincing, are known to be solid by inner experience, that one cannot be further misled by the material culture of these times. Once this person had gone through the portal of death, the need to shape the beginning and end of the cremation eulogy in a particular way arose again, a distinct impetus to direct this individual toward the bridge that exists in our spiritual scientific movement between the physical plane and the spiritual world. It is particularly painful for our feelings here on the physical plane that this person was snatched away from us in their youth. However, it could not have awoken as much hope as it ought to have in the spiritual scientific stream in which we live, were we not certain that forces streaming into spiritual science come not only from those living in the physical plane, but that forces also issue from those who have gone through the portal of death and who have been equipped with spiritual science. So the need was obvious to accentuate to that soul something great has been vouchsafed you, now that you have gone through the gate of death, even now to remain a true participant and co-creator. Whoever takes spiritual science seriously needs to reckon with the fact that those who are no longer on the physical plane are still to be considered real co-workers. So, words had to be molded for someone, for whose imprint I was in a certain sense not responsible. Words that arose from their essential impetus, as I will now read. You will see what effect such imprinted words have, words that sound as follows. Quote, As a providential hope to us, you bestrode the field, where on earth the Spirit blooms through the power of soul being, seeking to reveal itself in researching. Beings whose love of truth knew of your longing since time immemorial, creating out of spirit light was your earnest life's aim, one you ceaselessly pursued. You tended your abounding talents for the sake of spirit knowledge's bright path. Not misled by world contradictions, a true servant of truth, transmuting ahead in sure steps. You schooled your spiritual gifts, making them brave and tenacious, when from both sides of the pathway error thronged you, creating space in you for truth. To your own self-revealing manifestations of pure light, to fashion sun-soul forces that shone mightily within you, was your life's care and its joy. Other cares and joys barely touched your soul, for knowledge seemed to you as light, bestowing on life its meaning, on life its true value seeming. As a providential hope to us you bestrode the field, where on earth the Spirit blooms through the power of soul being, seeking to reveal itself in researching. As a loss that pains us deeply do you now depart the field, where the Spirit's earthly seed in the lap of soul existence flourished, and your sense of the spheres ripened. Feel how we gaze lovingly aloft to heights that call you to another creating. Send to your forsaken friends your strength from spirit lands. Hear the pleas of our souls, sent after you in faith. We need for our earthly work strong forces from spirit lands, for which we thank our departed friends. As a providential hope to us, as a loss that pains us deeply, let us hope that you, far yet near, unlost to us, will light our lives as a soul star in spirit realms. Close quote. It was some time after the following night that the personality in question seemed to resound toward me, not from out of his consciousness, but from his very essence, as if in answer, such that it could be felt as an answer to the words above, yet not as though speaking from a personality. His essential core spoke, quote, "My own self to me, revealing of pure light to fashion, that sun-soul forces shine mightily within me, was my life's care and its joy. Other cares, other joys, barely touched my soul, for knowledge seemed as light to me, bestowing on life its meaning, on life its true value seeming." Close quote. Only then did I notice that it was a transformation of two verses, transposing the second person into the first person form. You can see from this example how something of a correlation set in between the soul who had tarried in physical life and the soul now having gone to the gate of death. I wish to draw particular attention to the fact that these things are transmitted in such a way that one cannot change anything in the wording. You also see that I was not then conscious as to why the two verses had changed character, something I only adduced from the answer from the departed soul beyond the gate of death on the following night. We need to become accustomed, as in this situation, not to harbor such feelings in relation to spiritual worlds as are felt in the immediacy of the physical world. Please be aware that upon such qualities does a rightly understood relationship with spiritual worlds depend. As a small example of this, I could mention the following, coming as it does from quite the opposite direction. When these difficult days began, the verses we use were given as if direct from spiritual worlds, like the words I use today when I try to lead souls toward those who are amid events out in the fields or who have already crossed through the gate of death. Quote, "Spirits ever watchful, guardians of your souls, may your wings bear the beseeching love of my soul to those earthly beings entrusted to your care, so that, united with your power, my prayers may radiate help to the souls whom they lovingly seek." Close quote. There it says, in quotes, spirits of your souls. In Berlin, I had to face someone objecting that this was grammatically incorrect and that one couldn't know in the second line to what those soaring wings referred, because if one says, quote, spirits of your souls, close quote, one is addressing those who are living as humans, yet one is turning to spirits of those alive. A pedant could opine that one should say, quote, spirits of their souls, close quote. We do indeed need to become familiar with the fact that in the spiritual world, grammar, as it quite obviously and logically pertains in the sense world, does not necessarily apply, and that yonder one requires greater mobility of soul. One addresses them, quote, spirits of your souls, close quote, but in the second line, it is obvious that one is not addressing one or a number of human beings, but the sheltering, guarding spirits. Grammar is not the decisive factor here. We have to be clear that in higher worlds everything is far more flexible, that one doesn't need to direct attention away from the person when addressing their guardian or sheltering spirit. These are in far closer contact with, in quotes, their, T-H-E-I-R, person than ever two people are down here. In the latter case, one has to use physical grammar, because between two such people, no such close bond needs to exist as between a guardian spirit and their human soul. Thus one could say, precisely by means of words that are so susceptible to earthbound grammar in the form given, something of the unique character of spiritual worlds is conveyed. Words emanating from spiritual worlds then become an educational template or device. Sometimes one only understands these things much later on, and such learning is not as easy as making flippant grammatical witticisms, which is no great art. We have to find our way into this sort of delicate stance toward the spiritual world. When describing the higher worlds, much depends on not reaching for crass expressions acquired here in the physical world, whereby something of its nature is lost. It is easy to find fault with subtle depictions of spiritual worlds. The realm of spirits then loses the distinctive form of its power. In crossing the threshold, we enter the realm of the spirits of movement. Style itself has to become more agile. Spirits of form are for the world spread out around us. Style has to befit the realm of the spirits of movement. The time will come when a way will be found into such questions, and we will not be able to maintain that what is applicable to the physical world can also adequately depict what in the spiritual world is mobile and immersive. By using concrete examples to which our society's karma has led us, I wanted to illustrate and clarify some aspects of the relationship between human beings and spiritual worlds. Rather than outlining abstractly, much can become clearer by transposing oneself into individual spiritual circumstances, and crucially, a feeling can dawn in us that through our spiritual scientific movement, a lively interrelation between physical and higher worlds must gradually arise. After the many experiences we have had to undergo recently, one can say, our hopes can be bolstered because some aspects of our spiritual movement can only exist if we are certain that those who have gone through the portal of death can become our supportive co-workers. This admittedly requires that we grasp with all possible gravity and intensity the content and intentions of our spiritual science. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate what was examined in detail in the Vienna lecture cycle about life between death and rebirth, and which it is important to take into account. We could say, because we have to use words that serve physical life, that human beings are in a kind of unconscious sleep after death. Then they awaken, though this is not quite the right word, which sounds as though they arrive at some sort of consciousness. That is not the case. Once the person has laid aside their ether body, they do not lack consciousness, nor do they exist in sleep consciousness, but they have excessive consciousness. They have a kind of overflowing consciousness, rather akin to being overwhelmed by blinding light and being unable to see. Such is the inundating excess of consciousness after death. We are engulfed by infinitely potent consciousness, which first has to be damped down to the level we have acquired according to our evolution in the physical world. We have to orient ourselves in this excess of consciousness. What we call awakening, yonder, initially involves becoming accustomed to the far higher level of consciousness entered after death. It involves dulling, dampening consciousness to a bearable level. Another thing I must say is that with each observation, one is increasingly shown how, for particular states of existence, the experience of life in spiritual worlds is the very opposite of experiencing the physical world. The following is a case in point, which I'd like to mention. Between birth and death, it is usually the case, without higher knowledge, that nobody remembers back to their birth. This is not a matter for anyone's own recollection. If one were to listen to those who claim only to believe what their five senses tell them, one could object. Then neither should you believe that you were once a small child. You only believe this for two subsidiary reasons. Because you see that other people begin their life like this, and you assume that you did too. This is a conclusion only reached by analogy. Alternatively, others have told you so. Through communication, not by observation, do we know that we embarked on life by being born. Nobody notices that this is just an assumption reached by analogy. One would need to reflect. I cannot know anything about my physical origin on the basis of my own observation. When looking back over life, we do not see as far back as our birth. It is different between death and rebirth. This can be shown precisely where an inner wish arises to send aloft words associated with and characterizing the individual who has gone through the gate of death. This impulse arises from a longing to serve the one who has gone through the portal of death, to aid them in as swift a way as possible, to receive what they need, namely an unencumbered view of the moment of their death. For as little in physical life as one is able to look back on the moment of one's birth, just as essential is it to view one's death between death and rebirth. Death is always accessible to retrospection, but it appears differently from the spiritual perspective. It may have had terrible aspects when seen from the physical, but from the other side it is the most glorious event one can behold. Death is shown in all its splendor as it wrests spirit victoriously from physicality. This is among the most wondrously beautiful experiences seen in retrospect between death and birth. Here is a further example of the antithesis between physical and spiritual worlds. One gradually learns to recognize the idiosyncrasies of the spiritual world. These are perspectives I wanted to develop aphoristically for you today. A further viewpoint immediately becomes relevant to what we are experiencing at the moment. The view that alongside the person who under normal circumstances might have lived much longer, an unspent ether body exists as an individual entity with the deceased individual. Only in older people is the dissolution of the ether body of short duration. We are always surrounded by as yet undissolved ether bodies. We are living toward times when this will be very noticeable, because emanating directly from these ether bodies will an atmosphere be formed such as has hitherto never existed in Earth evolution. One might imagine this to have been similar in earlier wars, but things change, because in past times human beings went through death differently. Previously, there were not as many people living enveloped in materialistic modes of thinking. This causes ether bodies to dispense spiritual impulses. Further, human beings will exist on Earth who know this in their feeling and feel this in their knowing. I hinted at this in lectures dedicated, as I say, to the events of our time. What our time wishes to teach us is that alongside spiritual leveling, we will also need spiritual deepening in relation to symptoms accompanying what will appear in future. Should we not experience as enormously distressing that our times, declaring themselves as they do to being so logical and enlightened, with scientific culture spreading into every quarter through popular channels, that in those same wide circles, something which we must regard as judgments based on passions can grab such wide attention? Anyone heeding the voices which hold Central Europe to be as if enclosed within a vast fortress will soon realize what this passion wreaks in people's souls. You only need to look north and northwestward to see aghast how human passions and discrimination can bring us to such a pass. Better newspapers can be especially instructive. How one quarter or another will yell, "We didn't want this war." How could those who stand in opposition to the being of Germany, to the region which had the very least cause to want this war, Central Europe, quite so senselessly apportion blame for this war? In this respect, it is objectively possible, due to the very ways and means in which the being of Germany has evolved, to acquire a certain national self-knowledge in a way that is sadly lacking in other peoples. It will certainly be possible, a long time after these bellicose, martial events, for the majority, that is outside Central Europe, to achieve sufficient overview of events, in some degree to leave behind the most idiotic opinions of the present. To us who live within a spiritual movement, not wishing merely to pontificate theoretically, to us it should be clear that in face of such difficult events an objective position can indeed be reached, one we can ourselves elucidate precisely, because we are living through these destiny-laden days. How easy it is for some short-sighted wit to criticize what belongs to the core impulses of our spiritual science. In the past months, much has had to be painfully suffered in this respect. Here we have a spiritual scientific movement that says it is working lovingly to commit to humanity without differentiating as to race or any other such thing. One might reflect, how can what has lately been put forward by me not be in agreement with that? Before these fateful days broke over us, I warned against construing the principles of equality, equal rights, and equal status by inverting them into complete abstractions. Remember how often I said, when people come along saying that Buddhists, Muslims, or Christians are just varied forms of worshipping one being, it is like saying that salt, sugar, and pepper are all flavorings, so it doesn't matter which of them they use, while sprinkling sugar onto their soup and beer just because they are all food additives. Using generalities like these in abstraction can be comfortable, but any serious seeker cannot allow themselves to rely on them. If we immerse ourselves lovingly in the essential natures of individual European nations, we come to recognize that the folk soul of the Italians speaks to their sentient soul. Members of the French nation are approached through their intellectual soul, the British via the consciousness soul, the German nation through their I capital. It is not by abstractly pouring out love over every nation that one arrives at concepts. The essential nature of our movement will consist in recognizing that the human soul longs to rise to what is universally human, while and through acknowledging national singularities. Spiritual science can help someone born this time in Britain to muse, "Now I understand that the folk soul speaks to me primarily through the consciousness soul, through that which governs the relationship of the soul with the physical plane, through that which predisposes a person to be capable of being material." In acknowledging this, they can come to realize that they need to rid themselves of whatever hinders them, on the basis of their nationality, from rising to universal humanity. Such knowledge is always helpful, and the important thing is to acknowledge the idiosyncratic essence of each individual nation. If someone of Russian culture were to reflect, a unique feature of our folk soul is that it floats like a cloud above each individual, causing the individual to think chaotically when looking upward to their folk soul, and thereby to be dependent on finding their way into the productive element of other peoples. Were they to do this, they would find their way. Those who, through spiritual science, recognize the essential nature of the Russian folk soul will reflect, why am I a Russian? I possess the forces I have gained from it, so that I may absorb the strength of other nations. Through spiritual science, a German will recognize, and they need to conceive of this with all due objectivity and humility, that through the way in which their folk soul speaks to their I, they are predisposed, predestined to seek what is universally human through their nationality. That they grasp that what leads them to transcend nationality is the national element within the being of Germany. Herein lies the concretely national element of German nature, that the national element is driven out above and beyond the nation into universal humanity. That is why the transition from German idealism to spiritual science is to be found in the confluence of German idealism with spiritual science. It is vital to struggle onward to concrete conceptions of spiritual realities. Spiritual science provides the opportunity to conceive of these matters concretely. When you hear that the Frenchman Renan says that what he has garnered from German culture seems to him like higher mathematics, when compared with what he absorbed from other peoples, which appears to him like a lower form of maths, this is an expression of what characterizes essential German nature. We are now destiny-bound to have to recognize this fact. We must recognize it, can do no other than acknowledge it. Yet we have to do so with the same objectivity, accepting that it is our destiny to forge ahead to truly spiritual life if we are properly German, in the same way as it is vital that the British slough off materialism in order to spirituality. Differing tasks await the various nations on the basis of their national identities. It is particularly important for Germans to immerse themselves in the spiritual realm of all that flows through German culture. Imperative for Russians. For them there is only the potential to accrue sanguinary forces, the forces of blood, that enable them to receive the essential being of other nations. It can be seen that the German core essence has learned much of importance during the evolution of folk souls. Folk souls, like human beings, undergo their own process of advancement. Between the years 1830 and 1850, something particular took place for the Italian folk soul. Previously, this culture was not as isolated as it later became. Before this time, their folk soul was working within the soul, whereas thereafter it reaches outward beyond soul qualities and shapes the physical world toward national identity. While human beings stride onward to become independent of the physical world, the opposite is true of the folk soul. It works first at a soul level, then on the body, such that, before the 16th century, the Italian folk soul worked only on souls, later reaching out beyond souls alone into the corporeal, shaping the nervous system and the ether body so that the human being could determine, and then also identify with, corporeal embodiment. They became more brittle and rigid, increasingly shutting themselves off from other cultures. A similar juncture occurred for the French folk soul in the middle of the 17th century. The folk soul began to turn its sway away from the soul to encroach on the physical, causing the nation to become more rigid and unyielding. For the British, this only happened from the middle of the 17th century onward. Shakespeare does not yet belong to an age when the folk soul had transferred its hold onto the body, which is why Germans understand him better than do the British. During the time between 1750 and 1850, a certain transfer of influence from soul to body took place for the German folk soul, but it retreated from it once more. In Western people, the folk soul first floats higher, then sinks down into corporeality. Those which sank down into the physical earlier rose into spirituality again. Their descent took place between the middle of the 17th and 18th centuries. Due to this, the German folk soul remained more flexibly mobile. It doesn't constantly remain at the lower level, but alternates between high and low, taking hold of human beings and then leaving them free again. These are things which will only be fully understood in future. It must be said that we are not sufficiently capable of empathizing from the depths of our souls with these dark, difficult times, yet also with their great and significant potential. The events of these times ought to be endlessly significant for those interested in what is weaving spiritually throughout the world. Once people start to think about the root causes that have contributed to the present state of war, one thing will be clear: the antithetical tensions between folk souls will certainly have been a factor in present wartime events. But you will search in vain for causes in the physical world, never finding what clarifies the issue, because their origins do not lie on the physical plane, and because it can be said, spiritual individualities, spiritual impulses are working into events. Only when this is understood by humanity will any sensible conversation about contributory forces be possible. It will then be accepted that human beings were mere tools, conduits for good and evil forces. To arrive at such a conclusion, a prejudice-free open-mindedness is essential, suffusing ourselves with what spiritual science for our reason, but for the innermost recesses of our souls. It can be important to recognize how much of what can be ascribed to the British is closely connected with national character. There will have to be acceptance of something that has been harrying me since July, since before the outbreak of war. Sundry opinions could be heard at the time. I am recounting objectively and wish to be assured that any personal element be disregarded by you. It was impressed upon me that the world was threatened with great danger because in London a terrible idiot, one Grey, was directing foreign affairs. The world considers Grey a clever, if perhaps devious person. On the basis of intuitive impressions, I could never consider him anything other than an imbecile, and am still obliged to regard him as exceptionally stupid, as one whom, on account of his inability to reflect on situations, Ahrimanic forces could seek out for the purpose of effecting particular harm. Based on external criteria, it is hard to prove that such a person is a fool. Yesterday I bought a book in which was a letter written by a ministerial colleague of Grey. I only found out about the letter yesterday, but have since July thought Grey a fool sought out by Ahriman to wreak calamity. It's interesting for us how the letter writer qualifies his cabinet colleague Grey, long quote. It is highly entertaining for us, who have known Grey since his inauguration, to observe how he impresses his continental colleagues. They seem to surmise something in him that simply isn't there. He is one of the foremost sports anglers in the kingdom and a passably good tennis player. Yet he really possesses no appreciable political nor diplomatic aptitude. A certain tedious boredom in his manner of speech and a rare quality of inertia should be recognized as such. Earl Rosebery once said of him that he made such a concentrated impression because he never had a single thought of his own that could divert him from the task he had been handed, complete with precise instructions. When a temperamental foreign diplomat recently commented on Gray's taciturn manner, something that never revealed what was going on inside him, a cheeky secretary reposted, quote, "If you shake a China piggy bank that's chock full of gold, it won't rattle. Neither will it rattle if there isn't a single penny in it. Winston Churchill causes a few pennies worth to rattle so loudly that it gets on your nerves, but ne'er a clink from Gray. Only the person holding the piggy bank knows whether it's completely full or totally empty." Close quote. That was indeed impertinent, but well said. I believe Gray is basically decent, but seduced through a certain vanity to become involved in arrangements best left to those with spotless hands. His excuse is always that of himself he is unable to oversee and think anything through. Though he is in no way a schemer in his own right, once a canny schemer wants to make use of him, he can appear the perfect plotter. It has always represented a temptation for political strategists to choose him as an instrument, and he owes his present position solely to this circumstance. Close quote. Steiner again. This is an example of how one can be misled if there is no attempt to see things objectively. In this personality, who is not distinguished by any particular shrewdness, apart from his personal abilities in fishing, which have nothing to do with the crucial qualities upon which much depends, Ahrimanic powers necessarily had to rely on working from the inside outward, so that events actually came about. It will gradually be understood how essential it is to be clear about just such things, and how, in the supra-sensible, good and evil need to be recognized as such. Wanting to understand events on the basis of what can be observed in the physical will not result in insight. It will then be understood how various impulses streamed over from the East, how what gave impetus to these events had long been in preparation in the East, just as what can be observed in Eastern Europe at the moment, how factors evolved which of necessity had to light the torches of war, led to war because Western factors engaged with the arson coming from the East for reasons which can only be fathomed if one plumbs the crucial root causes. It will be important for these events to force people, if they want to understand root causes, to look up to spiritual worlds, and not to remain rooted in the physical, in which case they will be arguing for a very long time. We will have to see, more than will some others, that for anthroposophists it is vital to focus on a more secure horizon than that presented by experiencing the affairs of the physical world. Just how restricted the physical horizon can become has been noticeable for some time. For many, historical reflection only began in July. Even some within our circles subscribe to eccentric opinions. The elements of what I would like to say can be found in the lecture cycle titled The Mission of the Folk Souls, given in Christiania, readers aside, now known as Oslo, end of readers aside. There it is also described how in the East, preparations are underway for what will emerge in the 6th post-Atlantean epoch. We are presently living through the 5th post-Atlantean epoch. If you think in the abstract that humanity is rising ever higher from the 5th into the 6th and 7th epochs, then you can get overwhelmed. But merely pressing ahead is not the way humanity's cultural evolution advances. Up to the 4th culture, there was a repetition of Earth's evolution. The 5th epoch is the decisive one. It represents something newly added, which must be carried over into the 6th era. The 6th culture will descend into decadence. It will be a degenerative culture. This has to be taken into account. Connected with this is a spirit such as Soloviev, who, with his habitual qualities, has in a certain respect outgrown Russian folk characteristics and immersed himself in the Western world, so that his philosophy is Western, albeit encased in the temperament of the East, but still in terms of sentence flow, recognizably Russian. It would be foolish to say that someone steeped in Western European culture could be endowed with something transcending that West European culture. Again, these are just by way of disjointed examples, but through them you will hear an appeal to try, through our spiritual scientific stream, to use these desperate times to understand and to clothe in concrete form all that really can flow into our feelings and sensitivities when spiritual imaginations flow into our perceptions. Our spiritual science will prove its worth in future precisely because it finds its way through the disturbingly troubled passions of our time. I am well aware that since the beginning of these oppressive times of ours, neither here nor anywhere else have I spoken of matters in any other way than could be presented to an objective worldview. And yet, what was to be heard? You can hear all sorts about what has been going on over the past few months, the state of various matters being criticized in the world at large. One is often obliged to hear the claim that the majority of members only listen to the opinion of a single person, that everything relies on blind faith. How far blind faith has got us is evident at this moment. Opinion was rife about what I have been saying. Quote, to while away his time, he uses his occult faculties to test Wolf's telegram. Close quote. Exceptional trust from someone within our movement to say that I use the truth of Wolf's telegraphic bureau to the detriment of Germany's enemies. This is just one example among countless others. You see how the boundless passions overwhelming the world even play into spiritual science. This should not prevent us from seeking the truth in respect of what it is our obligation to pursue. You will understand this. Basically, it has always been as it is now. What has now been said has always been said and done. I have previously emphasized that this theosophical movement, which has now become the anthroposophical movement, has never wished to develop in any other way than within the onward progress of Central European culture. It has never been a matter of allowing anyone to tow us along in their wake. Seeing this, mistrust was spawned from the English quarter against these Central Europeans who were not devotees of what was being presented by British theosophy. A sense of truth had to reject the British conception on the question of Christ, because it was such that a belief could have arisen that Christ would reincarnate into a physical body, the grounds being that a spiritual coming would be incomprehensible. This proved the impossibility of uniting the two directions. In English publications, you now find correspondence from Mrs. Besant, which in every way calls upon the theosophical world to act against those in Germany. There you have a belated explanation as to why the German theosophical movement had to separate from its English counterpart back then. Mrs. Besant says, quote, now, German methods, as revealed by the war, I admit that the lengthy efforts to ensnare the theosophical organization and to set a German at its head, the anger against me as I frustrated these efforts, the complaint that I had spoken of the late King Edward VII as the protector of European peace instead of granting the Kaiser that honor, all this was part of a wide-ranging campaign against England, and that the missionaries were tools sent and used by German agents here, close quote, in India, continue quote, to carry out their plans. Had they succeeded in turning the Theosophical Society in India, with its large numbers of government officials, into a weapon against the British government, educating them to look aloft to Germany as to their spiritual leader instead of insisting, as they had always done, on standing for the bond between equal free nations, it would gradually have become a channel for poison into India. Close quote. Steiner again. This personality has hit upon what I then wanted. So, there you see the root cause as to why war broke out between Germany and England. Yet you can see that our present struggle toward all that is spiritual has also progressed. Much of what had to happen then will perhaps now be understood differently. Affirming occultism is a double-edged sword. It has to be said over and over again that a sense for truth needs to permeate souls intensively, so that through it, salvation and not calamity is brought about in the world. How what has to penetrate into our souls as a result of the events of the present is connected with the way in which we, as keen students of the spiritual, can bear fruit is expressed in the following thought. When peace returns, there will be unused ether forces in the spiritual world, which will want to send down strengthening forces. And from souls enlivened by spiritual science, forces also need to rise up, uniting with those forces from above. Then will what is a blessing for the progress of humanity and what spiritual science is capable of becoming also become significant. If a really good many souls who experience this truly and objectively can be mustered, if very many souls can have thoughts illuminated by a spiritual scientific view of the world and can raise themselves in longing to spirit realms, then will all that is so hard about our times also be valuable for those souls. I would, therefore, like to bring the context of our spiritual striving to expression in these words, quote, "From the courage of fighters, from the blood on fields of battle, from the grief of the bereft, from the sacrifice of people, there will grow fruit of spirit. If, spirit conscious, souls will turn their thoughts to realms of spirit." Close quote. The end of Lecture 3. You were listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 174A by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures, translated by Christiana Bryan, entitled Europe Between East and West in Cosmic and Human History. This is Lecture 4. Given on the 29th of November, 1915 in Munich. This is a time when the experience of death, from the perspective of the physical, both in its wider and closer contexts, confronts our souls 1,000-fold among humanity as a whole, but also within our closer circles, from which, over recent months and years, the souls of many dear friends have departed through the gate of death. It may therefore be timely to direct our observant gaze towards something with which we in this branch may feel especially connected from a particular angle: the riddle of death and its associated mysteries. We will turn our discerning eyes toward this riddle of death, not just because we are plagued by curiosity or a thirst for knowledge, but because we have assimilated from such considerations a certain amount of what spiritual science can offer us regarding the mystery of death. Closely related to this is what we need by way of strengthening forces for life, and how basically by observing death, the chasm between two worlds, the physical world in which we live and the world of spirits, can be eliminated. Haven't we often reminded ourselves, by rightly calling to mind actual, how those souls with whom we were involved in physical life remained connected with us after they had gone through the gate of death? Could I not, in this very branch, and in this regard, express that it is among the most fortifying thoughts by which we can accept being sustained that we have friendly souls in the spiritual world, who can and have, because of the ways in which they were once associated with our work and concerns here on earth, become our faithful helpers and co-workers. One does need to emphasize that we live at a time in which we feel duty-bound to work out, to elaborate this spiritual science, a time in which spiritual science is still misunderstood, and from such misunderstanding and non-comprehension stems the enmity we encounter. Sometimes doubts can arise as to whether, in face of such enmity, an opposition which will truly manifest in ever fiercer forms, we will have recourse to sufficient strength to withstand it in terms of what we are vouchsafed within the physical environment. This is when the fortifying thought can arise that those faithful souls of friends who have gone before us and who are unimpeded by the obstacles which still mount up against us here on earth may unite their forces with ours. It is from such convictions that victory, if a slow, gradually ascending victory, of our spiritual scientific work. When a person goes through the portal of death, it is opportune for our souls, if I may put it like this, to experience how they, having laid aside their physical body in the arena of earthly existence, rise and enter spiritual realms, largely leaving behind these physical worlds. If we have acquired a conviction in spiritual science, we may still feel a person's crossing of the threshold of death in terms of their departing the physical world. If the gaze is now directed toward the experience of death, toward a person as they cross the threshold of death, that spiritual researcher's gaze will frame this event rather differently. What primarily forms the focus of consideration is the experience itself undergone by so-called dead individuals, how they themselves experience and feel this passage through the gate of death inwardly, and how their existence is further elaborated between death and a new birth. Here it must be said, what initially transits through the portal of death is, as we know, the ether body together with the astral body and I, capital. What the deceased feels on entering the spiritual world in this threefold form is that the stage of the physical world, together with all those people with whom they had been connected and everything else related to it, as though all this were leaving them, as though it were to some extent slipping away underneath them. Then the person, having newly gone through the gateway of death, lives their way with their ether body into the etheric world, becoming one with it. We also know this. To their gaze appears a kind of overview of their experience on earth in their recent incarnation. This experience can really be compared with a sort of universal dream experience. In undulating, weaving images of great eloquence and deep significance does their life run on for days on end. One could say that this panorama of life expands, during which the deceased feels, you see thus far, your life unravels, ebbs away. And beyond this flowing life, the arena in which you previously existed also takes its leave of you. This is a completely etheric experience. Whilst we experience physical sense existence, sensing as hard and coarse the objects with which we collide, knowing clearly that what we experience through our senses is external to us, and that we feel ourselves to be within the boundaries of our skin, the person beyond the gate of death experiences their existence and interrelatedness with the world in such a way that no such great differentiation is felt. They feel as though the contents of their life's tableau were almost identical with their own self. Yes, this panorama at first constitutes their world. In that great panorama they survey what they underwent, and it is for them their immediate world, the place of their existence. To some extent the earthly world sinks away from them, and from this ebbing world there projects what they had experienced since their birth within that earthly life. And this all unravels like a mighty, intensely living pictorial panorama, not in dull dream consciousness, but shot through with vibrantly clear consciousness, not just seeing in images, but such that everything undergone in differing modes during life is revivified. Every single conversation we have had with other people is heard again. Everything we experienced with others, the impressions we shared with them, all this we experience again. It is because everything is flowing, flooding life, that such a wealth of dynamism is possible, which crammed into a few days forms a complete overview one always simultaneously in front of us, of all that we underwent over the course of what may sometimes have been long earthly lives. We go through this knowing, previously on earth, one experience was followed by another. You had an experience. You were at the center of your life's many networks and associations. This one flowed into it, remained a while in your memory, was then partly forgotten. Anon, something new appeared, and so your life's streams flowed together over the years. Now, this is all simultaneity to your soul's eye, EYE. Now everything is, if I may put it thus, both within yourself, yet spread out as widely as the world. In these days after death, one does not differentiate between world and self, but both flow together, and the world is simply that which is self-experienced. Initially, there is nothing more than what the self itself experienced, within which everything we have ever undergone with others during earth existence is contained. Then we feel as though everything that is of external etheric material nature, which had at first appeared as the bearer of this world of images, were to leave us, and as though this world of images were no longer as if observed, but now as something with which our entire being is bound up, and which now totally comprises our inner experience. And because we are simultaneously able to absorb those images into ourselves, we are in turn in a position to sense and experience the rest of the spiritual world, and to survey it with our consciousness. Now, gradually, other human souls appear in the widths of the spiritual world, souls who either went ahead of us through the gate of death and are now there, or souls who are still below in physical bodies, amidst physical life. From the perspective of the spiritual world, one views human souls by seeing them in the form of their soul's spiritual nature. What is physical is only perceptible to physical organs, but the soul spiritual element which clothes the physical can rise up before our soul vision. We feel ourselves far more closely united with all that is being experienced by us than we could feel connected down there, namely on earth, where physical bodies separate us through their inherent boundaries. There is just one thing onto which we must always hold: words, which all bear the imprint of conditions on the physical plane, have to be carefully chosen when depicting what is spiritual, because experiencing in the spiritual world is far more delicate and inward than it is here in the physical world. If we want to bring to mind how a thought representing an experience lying far in our past re-emerges when remembering that experience, how that thought emerges from ourselves when we actively imagine it, and now, I would say, think the reality content of such a shadowy remembered experience, then we gradually achieve a concept as to how spiritual reality actually arises before us after we have gone through the gate of death. This reality does not, as a rule, approach us from outside, as do experiences in the physical sense world. Imaginations do indeed arise in this way, but with endlessly greater vitality than memory images, but in such a way that we do not differentiate between I, capital, and imagination, in the way we distinguish I from external world here. They emerge from us, rising like memory pictures, but in such a way that we know what is arising there on the horizon of our consciousness is reality. Here an imagination arises, and we know it to be as much a part of us as our memory pictures on the physical level. It rises up in full vivacity. We, however, know that we are bound to it, and that our I is within it. In this way does the soul ascend. In this way do we feel ourselves to be at one with souls and with the soul being of the higher hierarchies, which gradually appear. I'd like to say that the spiritual world comes toward our own souls from out of indistinct, dark gloaming, in the same way as do those memory pictures that surface into our souls. It is just that memory pictures are more twilit, only depicting an external reality, while the imaginations that arise become speaking imaginations, in that they announce their intrinsic being through a spirit language then unveiling itself, a language that then becomes for us a revelation of souls and of spirits with whom we will, in the most multifarious ways, come together more warmly and inwardly than ever we could be with another human being in the physical world. You need to make especially clear to yourselves just what initial experiences human beings have when they stride through the gate of death. The retrospective contemplation of their most recent life is of enormous, vast significance for all their subsequent experiencing between death and a new birth. And we can reinforce our sense of its importance if we think how in physical life we achieve our I consciousness. Not our I, but consciousness of our I. How we arrive at our I, we know from our spiritual scientific studies that spirits of form lend us this I, inasmuch as we have progressed from moon existence to earth existence. But this I is at first unconscious, conscious by being reflected in our physical bodies. How is it reflected here on a physical level? Well, as you know, you can see it in normal dream life. Even in dream life, the I is only very rarely conscious of itself. An I will intermingle, merging with the arising dream pictures. By which means do we experience I consciousness during the day? Be quite clear as to how this I consciousness is connected with all our sense perceptions and with all external experience. If we move our hand through the air, we feel nothing. The moment we hit something, we notice it. Yet we actually notice our own experiencing, sensing what we feel through our fingers. In bumping into the outer world, we become aware of our I. In a further sense, do we become conscious of our I through the fact that on waking we dive down out of sleep consciousness into our physical body. We collide. Consciousness of our I is actually summoned before our soul in this collision with our physical body. Let us be quite clear. I consciousness must not be confused with an I. Initially, an I remains in the subconscious and is, one could say, incomplete. The true nature of an I will only be experienced by human beings during the coming Vulcan epoch. But an I acquires earth consciousness because, with the astral body, it dives down into the ether and physical bodies, colliding with them. In this collision with ether and physical bodies, does that I become aware of itself? Through it, I consciousness arises from the moment when the physical body has become hardened enough for the collision to be sufficiently strong. In other words, from that point in early childhood, the point back to which we can remember. Now, the soul also needs to collide with something in life between death and a new birth. Here in physical life, it is the body, which is bequeathed us by the forces and substances of external nature for the purpose of us attaining I consciousness. After death, between death and a new birth, in order to attain to its henceforward spiritual I consciousness, the soul collides with its own life, which in the days after stepping through the portal of death, it has been observing, and back toward which it constantly looks. Firstly, life appears to visual gaze, then it becomes an ever-present retrospective. In that, having gone through the gate of death, we live on in the stream of time. We look back upon what we have directly experienced in and through death. And now, as a spirit being, does the soul stride onward, always looking back and colliding with the panorama of its lived life, which yet remains spiritual recollection. So just as an I is ignited to I consciousness by colliding with its physical body down here, similarly is I consciousness ignited after death by colliding with its own retrospectively viewed past life. By looking back over this do we experience I consciousness between death and a new birth. Such I consciousness is different after death, but is certainly not any the weaker for it. What is this I consciousness actually, here in the physical world? When we want to become aware of our I, capital, in the physical realm, it is the case that we are dependent on being shown it by other means within our physical body. Our physical I appears to us in reflection in the mirror of our physical body. We feel quite passive in the genesis of our I, at least when we are not imitating a philosopher such as Johann Gottlieb Fichte. By contrast, once we have gone through the gate of death, we feel ourselves to be perpetually active, ever and ever again. Reflect in our now far more intensive consciousness by looking back on our own life and uniting our I consciousness with the awareness that we will ourselves over and over again. Do we will ourselves? We are allowed to will ourselves, for we remain indissolubly and enduringly ourselves, because the impressions of all that we have undergone also remain inextinguishable. With these words, I would like to reflect very clearly what is experienced between death and a new birth. Experiencing consciousness between death and rebirth is quite unlike experiencing consciousness here on earth. Here on the physical plane, nobody can actually, with their normal consciousness, look back on their own birth. One's own birth cannot normally be experienced when observed with everyday consciousness. Memory only begins later on. I previously said here, if people rely only on their own experience in life, on having experienced something themselves, then nobody can actually claim to remember their own birth, unless they look back clairvoyantly. If someone says, I won't believe in the spiritual world until I see it for myself, I won't believe what spiritual science presents, and I only believe what I myself have seen, one can simply reply, and what about your own birth? You cannot have had much experience of this. So you see from this that only the consequences of even something as highly significant for human life as birth can be deduced by normal consciousness. Our normal consciousness only ever assumes that we were born by concluding that we look quite like the people of whom we observe that they too were born. Hence we must also have been born. But this only relies on inference. It is quite different during the time between death and a new birth. As little as one can look back with normal consciousness on one's own birth, does one all the more intensively look back through the remembered panorama of one's life to the moment of one's death. As truly as the experience of birth is extinguished for earthly consciousness, just as truly does the event of one's death remain within the soul's backward-looking consciousness between death and a new birth, but now seen from the opposite side. This may have some gruesome aspects, yet one cannot conclude from this that it is terrible for the individual living onward to have to constantly look back to their death, because from that perspective, it is the greatest, most wonderful, most meaningful experience a soul can ever have, and because in ever radiant glory, it illustrates how the spirit triumphs over material existence. This enduring retrospective to the moment of death is an all-revitalizing, all-heightening, and uplifting, universally conscious enhancing experience. The soul reflects primarily through this death experience. I live here in the spiritual world, with the spiritual world. To the extent that a soul has the strength to say this to itself, does the experience of death hold mighty significance for each newly beginning onward life. I was saying, the human being feels how their body and everything that coexisted on earth now leaves them. They feel how through their inner activity they now have to compensate their consciousness, how they have to produce something for their consciousness which was previously bestowed on them for that purpose, while their body was their instrument. Quote, I can exist consciously within myself without my body, Close quote. The potential in grasping this thought produces a far more powerful awareness than can be had within earthly life. Death gives us this conviction so that you can sense your body is receding, but a time is now beginning in which you no longer rely on colliding with your body to feel yourself to be an I. A time is now starting when you can, to some extent, yourself pour spiritual forces into the sheaths of your soul so as to continually summon yourself to consciousness. Through recognizing that this activity of summoning yourself to consciousness pertains once your body has been torn from you, do you have a real-life impression of inwardly creating an existence? That begins at death, when one has to begin to experience oneself without one's body. Death is the starting point for living onward without a body, to feeling oneself to be an ego by looking backward to the event of death. When the gaze of the spiritual researcher, by allowing the spiritual world to come alive within, reaches the point where souls who have gone through the gate of death emerge as if into their inner life, onto their field of observation in the form of imaginations, then one learns to know how the deceased are experiencing. One learns to detect differences that arise, and one can, of course, only ever describe particular instances. We will look at one such differentiation. One learns, as if in an arena, a soul observatory, how human souls present themselves after death. These souls are of two kinds: those human souls who have entered the spiritual world earlier, before our own death, whom we find therein as disembodied souls, and those souls who are still embodied on earth. We are just as capable of empathizing and co-experiencing with these latter souls who remain on earth. As the arena of terrestrial existence withdraws from us, the potential remains open to know ourselves still to be connected with what was our soul component. Only our physical surroundings vanish from us, while our souls expand, uniting with the widths of the universe. And precisely due to this, are we given the possibility of knowing ourselves to be remaining connected with souls and able thereby to experience them still. But there is a difference between experiencing one quality of soul from the other kind. If we experience a human soul in the spiritual world, we naturally, I would hardly need to say this were it not for those who have grasped nothing of spiritual vision, still believing it so, do not encounter it as if approaching it just as one meets people externally, but one feels the being in question emerging, arising in one's consciousness. Now, in a soul already disembodied, who has gone through the portal of death and whom we encounter, we have an inner awareness that they are present. The impression begins in this way. We are aware. Here's a soul. At the same time, we have to live into it, to feel our way into it. We have to receive the imagination of them in such a way that we feel involved in the creation of that imagination. I would really like to describe the matter as follows. You feel yourself to be in the spiritual world. The awareness dawns that you are no longer alone, that a soul is nearing. Now it is as if in the physical world you are bearing a thought invisibly within you. Yet you wish to make it visible, so you take a chalk and draw that thought, making it into a picture. It really is initially like this in the spiritual world. You know that there is a real spirit present. In order to see a soul, you first need to come into contact with it in such a way that you, as it were, draw it as an imagination into spiritual space. You do this knowing yourself to be active in creating that imagination. And if it is through the music of the spheres that its being allows it to speak to our being, much in the way that our language announces our souls here in the physical world, when it allows the music of the spheres to resound from itself, you feel as though you cannot remain passive. If you hear the speech of a person and you do not wish to think, you need not understand it. You have to participate if you wish to understand someone. This is also what you have to do in this realm. You create a coexistence with them, actively and dynamically, knowing that every part of the soul's being and appearance, which could appear before you, has to be co-created as an apparition, a phenomenon. You create the appearance, not the being. It may also be the case that you don't feel so strongly active, but then know a human soul is present here. Yet it may of its own accord strive to become an imagination without our active participation just described. The imagination appears to us more of its own accord. Then we are encountering a soul who is still embodied on earth. Once the human being has gone through the gate of death and is gradually living on in spiritual worlds, they learn in this way how to relate to other souls, to distinguish between souls they meet in the spiritual world and those whom it has to think of as being displaced onto earth. With this I have specified one of the differentiations that transpire when directly experiencing the spiritual world. Thus, spiritual experience, is also necessary in differentiating whether one is meeting human souls or whether one is experiencing things of the higher hierarchies. Consider what I have described as the experience of human souls. I said you encounter human souls either in such a way that you create or you recreate imaginations, or that they appear largely of themselves. The experience can, however, be like this. You are aware that a being is present. That being has to appear before us as an imagination, also in our experience if you really wish to sojourn in their company. But it will not immediately be possible for us to create this imagination with any immediacy in the same way as just described, where in some instances it constructs itself largely by its own activity. We need to develop something quite different within us when we sense that a being is present. We need to educe the following feeling. We make way for that being to create within us. We relinquish some forces so that the forces of the being in question can instead stream into us. Whilst we feel ourselves, in the case of a human soul, to be participating creatively in forming the imagination, we feel in the presence of a being of the higher hierarchies, or from the ranks of the angeloi or archangeloi, how these beings themselves create imaginations within us. In this way do we gradually find our way into co-experiencing in spiritual worlds. We also know quite concretely that this co-experiencing takes place over the course of many long years. Its length in relation to the previous life on earth has often been studied, and that life will run in reverse order. First, we have a couple of days of life's panorama. Then we begin to live backward through our lives, but differently from the way in which we lived here between birth and death. We experience the last first, then what came before it, and so backwards in spirit until our birth. We experience it by observing our lives, but now from the opposite perspective. I can tell you that we see it from a perspective of effects. To take a crude example, once in my life I said to someone, "You are an ignoble person," or I injured them in some other way. I experienced something in my life. What I felt is something quite different from what they felt. They felt insulted and pained. They experienced sorrow. Now, reliving this after death, in the soul world, you yourself experience by its effect what you have done. the sorrow felt by the other through our derogatory insult, this pain and sorrow we now experience in its effects on ourselves. Through this retrospective life do we undergo the effects of our deeds, as they were experienced in the other person. We can gain a certain glimpse of this post-mortem experience if we turn our attention to a connection the spiritual researcher can uncover between impressions after death and those here in the physical world. What I am now talking about is something that can alert us to how the spiritual researcher, little by little, gradually arrives at their conclusions, and how it is prejudiced to opine that anyone who has crossed the threshold into the spiritual world would know that world on the basis of their own visions, and that they could answer any question randomly put to them. Over and over again we see that when a spiritual researcher speaks of this or that in public and engages in a question and answer session, how what might from a certain perspective seem desirable in answering a question about all things in heaven, earth, and all things eternal is then assumed. Whoever can see into spiritual worlds already knows everything, every single thing that there is to know. That is about as clever as someone here present saying, "You have eyes, you know Munich, so describe California to me." In spiritual worlds it is actually the case that one has to proceed step by step, gradually acquiring what needs to be grasped of spiritual worlds. It is naive to believe that it somehow doesn't apply, that everything first has to be observed step by step. It is quite different in spiritual worlds from here in physical existence. Here in the physical, let's say that you've never been to Heidelberg, and yet you want to describe Heidelberg. So you bestir yourself and travel there. In the spiritual world, things have to approach you, and you have to evolve inner patience and experiential forces in your soul. Things come into your view once you have sufficiently readied yourself. The Heidelberg of the spiritual world has to approach us, and we have to prepare our souls for it to do so. It always depends partly on the extent to which we are blessed as to whether we can experience one thing or another spiritually. It is in this way that the spiritual researcher can very gradually uncover mysteries of the spiritual world and also be instructed about them while there. Today I would like to talk about a particular result of spiritual research, one not yet discussed here from that vantage point. Once you have developed and made accessible spiritual observation and watched how the human being tarries in spiritual worlds between falling asleep and waking up, viewing the sleeping human being as a soul, as it exists outside its physical body, you find out various things on the basis of gazing, which in one sense have to be learned if you wish to take hold of something. You notice that a person is in fact continuously active in soul, much more active than when they are awake. While awake, a person makes use of such activity as their body has cultivated, and into this do they, in soul form, transpose themselves and exist. By contrast, during sleep, they live within their own activity. In following this, you notice that people relive differently what they have undergone in the physical world between waking up and falling asleep. Let's imagine that I have done something, or have read this or that. While asleep, I experience all that reading once again, going through it all. Nowadays, we have as yet no awareness in normal life that this also becomes I-conscious, and yet it plays out at a soul level, however dully, extending far enough for the soul to actively elaborate what it has experienced during the day. Thoughts are transformed in soul so that they become fruitful for us. We assimilate, as the fruits of living, what we have undergone during the day. Ever actively do we work on those fruits of living, those results of life, and this is what we do during sleep. The spiritual researcher can discover something. If they compare this experience of sleep, which human beings undergo, with those undergone by human beings in the years or decades after they have gone through the gate of death, while wandering through their lives backward, it is interesting that people travel through their lives such that they relive their nights and not their days. As they had looked back on the day every night, it is this that they traverse in the soul world. It is the same as what they had experienced during the day, but now viewed from the perspective of sleep. How we experience this is quite remarkable. We don't usually think about it, but our memory here in the physical world actually only stretches across events of the day. We remember what we did during waking consciousness. Now, after death, we remember precisely those nocturnally relived daytime earthly experiences. That is where the conscious memory of our nocturnal processing arises. I haven't expressed this so clearly before simply because I did not yet know it. Such things transpire and appear to one during sequential spiritual research. One important thing, as it were, steps into the light of day, something important for the consciousness and work we ought to be creating in our branches and communities. Previously, and from another viewpoint, you can read about it, I drew attention to the fact that life in the land of soul lasts approximately 1/3 of the time spent between birth and death. The reasons for this are elaborated in those books. But the reasons given there are from an angle different from that which I am sharing today. You relive your experiences of the night. How long does one normally sleep? This equates to sleeping roughly 1/3 of one's life. Striding through these nights after death will take 1/3 of one's lifetime. This is connected with length of nocturnal elaborating, something immensely interesting and important. This fact was previously given on the basis of different reasoning. I documented it, for instance, in title Occult Science and Outline. 1/3 of one's lifetime is the length during which one relives the latter after death, during life in Kamaloka. Now, from a completely different perspective, one not previously thought of, the same transpires. Kamaloka lasts around 1/3 of a lifetime on Earth, but now from the angle that one relives one's nights. So you see, these things arise over and over again and are immensely supportive and strengthening as proof for the veracity of what spiritual science can offer human beings. You seek a truth from a certain angle and arrive at it from elsewhere, at the fact that Kamaloka endures 1/3 of a lifetime. You confirm the same fact from a diametrically opposite direction. Results of this kind are mutually supporting. This can often come to one, assuring one while giving certainty to those who cannot yet research for themselves. I have often mentioned this congruity. By really following as individuals together within the life of these branches, how such topics are researched, do we gradually conquer for ourselves an inner certainty and the power of conviction, even though we may have to exert ourselves over long periods along our own paths to knowledge in order to reach our own experiential conclusions. Now, in conclusion, I would like to share a truth with you, one of particular interest for our time, though always of general interest. In a public lecture, I spoke from one perspective about deaths that can take place when, say, someone in the bloom of youth is hit by a bullet, that in one sense their physical body is taken from them. I spoke about, and have previously shown from various angles, what becomes of those unspent forces. Today, I want to add another slant to that experience of death. How do those pass on and enter spiritual worlds, those from whom their physical body has vanished, not due to illness or old age, but who have lost their physical bodies forcibly by bullet or other injury? What becomes of their unspent forces? This was what I explored. How they actually enter the spiritual world themselves becomes a mysterious riddle. In times such as ours, you see so very many souls entering the spiritual world. Their bodies have been taken from them by external means. They differ sharply from those souls whose bodies have been taken by old age or illness. To explain and understand questions such as these, one has to correct alongside what else is correct in spiritual worlds. You have to be able to ask, with what does one have to combine a phenomenon, which has become a riddle, in order to elucidate it? It transpires that you have to place the phenomenon alongside something you can experience in the physical world. Now, we want to characterize experience in the physical world initially by looking toward those crudely materialistically minded spirits who are not willing to rate anything other than what can be starkly conceived of with sense perceptions, and which, because it makes a crude impression, they designate as existing. But there are other things in this world that make life valuable, and these others are ideals. Admittedly, the most crassly confirmed materialists will say, you can't eat ideals. They don't exist in any proper sense. They're just thought up. But people who actually work toward truly cultivating, elevating, and vitalizing Earth existence are those who import ideals. Whatever does not exist in the crudest materialistic sense has to be brought into the course of Earth existence to the end that this life be made valuable. Idealists are in a sense harbingers from divine worlds. For ideals are like messages from divine realms. They need to be rightly introduced into the world, yet they do not originate in the physical world. You cannot observe ideals, nor can you experiment with depicting them through experience. Nevertheless, ideals are like messengers from a spiritual world. The human soul, who through a bullet in the bloom of youth has been bereft of their body, ascends through the portal of death into spiritual worlds, leaves behind not only unspent forces to be used, as I indicated earlier, but also brings into the spiritual world a quite distinct consciousness. Such souls enter the spiritual world differently from those who could complete their lives or those whose body has been taken from them through illness. Such souls enter spirit land, bearing thoughts about what might have been down there in the physical, namely what their own lives could have been from the point onward at which they sacrificed themselves. All that could have taken place over the following years of their natural lives, as far as capacities are concerned, had been assigned to the physical world. It might have been possible, let's say, that 2 years after they died, their body, as a physical body, might still have been on its feet, among others. Now they are no longer present. Something which might have existed in the physical world is there no more. This is what a soul whose body has been taken from them now takes aloft into the spiritual world. Now it also needs to be announced aloft to the spiritual world how, down there in the world, something intended for the harsh conditions of existence is not living out its days amid that harsh material existence. This announcement is for the spiritual world akin to a declaration of ideals in the physical world. These are the, in quotes, inverse idealists. Down here life can proceed such that potential is not realized, that souls return from the physical world having forcibly encountered death. Among those up there who have not experienced this, an announcement is made, signifying the same as does a declaration of ideals here. Here in physical existence it can be declared, not only that which makes an impression on the senses is of value, but ideals are something precious, stemming as they do from spiritual realms. In the spiritual world, those whose bodies have been taken from them announce that there is something effective which, albeit existing differently in the sense world, enlivens the spiritual world just as ideals vivify the sense world. This is a highly significant result of spiritual research, and it makes clear to us that sacrificial deaths are just as meaningful for the spiritual world, not only, as I set out yesterday, for the physical world, but equally for spiritual worlds. Among the souls living in spiritual worlds are those who look back on a course of life lived out, but there are also those who have learned that situations can be truncated with a jolt, and these are, in some respects, the inverse idealists of the spiritual world. This is how life's phenomena, life's riddles, gradually reveal themselves. And in times such as ours, when so very much of a mysterious nature can be presaged from blood and sorrow, one really does gain a sense how for the first time spiritual science can place the human being centrally into the whole totality of life. Humanity marches on. Previously, natural science did not exist. It has emerged from the dark gloaming of soul's striving. Spiritual science also has to arise. Humanity of the future will not be able to dispense with it. Nowadays it has many opponents, but human beings will increasingly sense the enigmas of existence, and with them an ever greater need to approach such mysteries of life through spiritual science. This must ever and anew be resurrected in our souls as the thought which unites us with our spirit, and which in one sense points out how we are seeking something within our spiritual movement which has to become ever more widespread amongst humanity, something we need to hold on to through all the naturally occurring adversity of the present. Today I would like to emphasize, on the basis of today's considerations, just how seriously our times should now be warning us to do everything within our power to really embed spiritual science in human evolution. To that effect, I would like to strengthen this exhortation and make it all the more forceful because the conditions of the time do not allow us to be together as often as usual. Let me therefore direct this appeal to your very souls, that during these times of war we work within our branch groups all the more faithfully and devotedly, even though the cooperative work among you with, for instance, me, may only rarely be possible until more normal circumstances are restored. Traveling around the world is presently more difficult than usual, and it may be that we have to learn, really strongly, to rely upon ourselves in working within our individual branches. Doing whatever we possibly can in this respect will be immensely fruitful in the sense of the spiritual striving that must flow into human evolution. For again and ever again do we need to be directed toward this thought, the great sacrifices having to be made by such countless numbers of human beings at present, which are inwardly so enmeshed with all the mysteries and pain death buries within human evolution, that these events can only rightly relate to our soul life if we are able to observe human affairs and historical progress from the wider perspectives of spiritual science. It is not my intention to focus on all the hindrances and obstructions that may have reached your hearing, though they had to be discussed at a certain place. Yet these issues have shown how essential it is that quite factually we become convinced of the need for and effectiveness of this spiritual scientific movement, and that we separate from it all that arises out of our personal wishes and whims, as these will create hindrances and obstructions to the right progress of our spiritual scientific work. Spiritual science is so replete with content that we can engage with it quite objectively. Let us often, over and over again, powerfully remind our souls just how easy it is to allow personal, vain, or conceited ambitions to infiltrate what we should actually be getting hold of, the spiritual life pulsating throughout the world, which we should be allowing to inspire and seize us. Certain events have recently played out within our movement that are close to our souls and thoughts. Alas, blood is flowing out there. where large swaths of humanity are struggling for aims whose significance cannot today be gauged. And yet a spiritual movement exists which could, quite factually, provoke interest in the fact that one need not direct one's attention toward what is merely of a personal nature. Yet so much of a personal quality is still to be found here, just at a time when souls ought to feel obliged to empathize as one with these great events. This is a source of pain, that the potential for working together on what ought to be an impersonal project should still be fraught with so many personal issues. Well, especially today we need, continually and repeatedly, to look up from our individualized lives at what European humanity, and the whole of humanity beyond it too, is experiencing, and say to ourselves, the right aims achieved through adversity will only come to fruition if humanity's future evolution is suffused with what spiritual science can bequeath to it. If the fruits of the blood, the pain, the sorrow and loss can be united with thoughts distilled from spiritual science and survive into the future, then on the fields today demanding so many sacrifices, there will one day blossom a spiritual life that dignifies such sacrifice. Looking toward such times, we will close with these words, quote, "From the courage of fighters, from the blood on fields of battle, from the grief of the bereft, from the sacrifice of people, there will grow fruit of spirit. If, spirit conscious, souls will turn their thoughts to realms of spirit." Close quote. May a good many souls among our number turn their thoughts toward spirit realms, so that what may blossom and bear fruit from their efforts becomes a blessing, not just a personal one, but a blessing for all humankind. In this sense do we want to cultivate our work most intensively, whatever life may bring, all the while holding firm to our task of working onward together. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 174A by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures translated by Christiana Bryan, entitled Europe Between East and West in Cosmic and Human History. This is Lecture 5, given on the 18th of March, 1916, in Munich. We would like to use this evening to turn our attention particularly to an occult historical consideration, while the day after tomorrow to one of a more purely human occult nature. Although I wish to take as my starting point a question, one to some extent prompted by necessities, in face of which present events do need to be considered, this won't lead me into warming up old topics nor revisiting bygone contentions, but it will serve to express something that needs to be said. For that reason I wish to start with a question, one I will not immediately answer, but which will be answered later on by way of the various thoughts I wish to broach. I want to start from the question, why has Mrs. Besant been wanting, since the outbreak of war, to denigrate our German movement in such an outrageous way in her English journals? Why did her campaign of vilification begin at the outbreak of hostilities? And why does she continue it now in such an unbelievable manner? The following remarks may provide a few clues in answer to these questions. The public lectures I am holding in connection with our spiritual movement obviously have to be delivered in a way that is accessible to the public. Underlying each sentence spoken, far, far more is implied, and each sentence is predicated upon an interconnection between certain facts. Today I will say something about these interconnected facts. I have often drawn attention to the fact that we are living in an age in which it is absolutely essential that occult spiritual knowledge should flow throughout all cultures. Now, the occult stream, the spiritual scientific stream for the evolution of humanity, has never actually been completely severed. But you have to break, not exactly with prejudice, but with a sort of premonition, something quite prevalent even in our circles, if you want to form the correct view on subjects that ought already to be familiar to you. You have to break, it cannot be phrased otherwise, with a certain addiction to dreaming, with that somnolence toward which some of those approaching our movement are easily drawn in their longing for a degree of coziness for their souls, for something that will convey them warmly through life as they hear about what can affect them so warmly that they come to believe in the higher determination of the human soul, all of which is quite right, but which can entail high levels of lulling in the feelings. This can be seen only too often among those who welcome spiritual science affecting them without concurrently putting the necessary effort into securing clear, reliable conclusions as to what spiritual science can be, about life's everyday occurrences, how realities interweave within every individual life. It has often been noted when explaining human evolution that the fifth post-Atlantean cultural period in which we live has the task of developing the consciousness soul based on conditions general among human souls, and how in the following sixth post-Atlantean epoch, spirit self will have to be carved out. The fact is that certain human capacities at present, found slumbering latently in Eastern Europe among the Russian people, will have quite fundamentally, actively, and consistently to cooperate if they are to become effective during the sixth post-Atlantean age. For this, it is vital that Russian humanity, if it is not to be led astray by its intelligentsia, in quotes, is strongly irradiated by certain qualities deeply embedded in the Russian folk soul. Drawing attention to these qualities, this Russian folk soul has in its entire nature and bearing something one could almost call feminine, something adaptable, something lending itself to absorbing whatever cultural evolution has offered it. Connected with this is the fact that the Russian individual has always, throughout the course of the evolution it has undergone, imbibed predominantly Eastern, orientally tinged forms of Byzantine religion that pervade Russian culture. So far, the Russian folk soul has barely been inwardly productive, negligibly creative, but in its most eminent sense, highly assimilative. That is why so little can be said about an onward progression of Russian Orthodox religion over the centuries, over the course of which this Russian Byzantine-oriented religion has been at work among the Russians. Those who have participated in the ceremony in the Russian Church, however fleetingly, will be able to feel how strong is the Oriental aura-like quality suffusing such ceremonies, how to some extent aureate gilded qualities are brought into the immediate present. That is the one thing. A second thing is this. Inherent in this Russian folk soul lies the tendency for individual Russians to have little sense for the forms of thought which in Western and Central Europe necessarily constitute, structure, and stratify social life and its onward development. An underlying feature of the latter is, for example, the adoption of narrow judicial modes of thinking in European social structuring. The Russian soul has little comprehension for this suffusion of social life with conceptual tropes, which confuses what it would like to consider the free emotional enacting of its destiny. Russians do not wish to be confused by thought constructs externally plated onto social forms. A third characteristic is that to which Herder felt so attracted, and which really is inwardly connected with what one can call traits of the Russian folk soul. This trait was not originally uncovered in Russia itself. In other words, it was not conceptually singled out in Russia, but by Herder himself, borrowing widely from Slavism and Pan-Slavism as he did, further proof of that nestling Russian adaptability. This third aspect shows a certain peaceable quality, a non-aggressive nature with regard to spiritual life, a nature more passively given to devotion. Aggressively acting on behalf of some dogma or other is foreign to the Russian folk character. So here is a third characteristic. Of course, such characteristics, precisely due to differing circumstances and the complications always present in human life, can be perverted into their opposite. Through the sort of national seducers we are presently dealing with, almost every one of these three traits is inverted into its polar opposite. To those within spiritual science, this need not be marveled at. We see, therefore, and we would be able to see this more clearly were we to fill it out with a few more brush strokes, but you see that in Eastern Europe there is substance that needs to flow together with what emerges far more actively from Western Europe's evolution. Precisely the polar opposite character traits can be observed in the west of Europe. It was alluded to what could be actively brought forth for humanity over the course of this evolution into the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, and how it is to be further evolved if such matters as were again spoken of in yesterday's talk were not slept through, such as, for instance, when I characterized the receding tone of German spiritual life. For those who can observe the course of spiritual life impartially, that is, despite it being presented in physical reality through the most terrible distortions and caricatures, and who can watch the inner stimuli in this spiritual life, it is nevertheless clear that whatever is to be found in Central European spiritual life has, for a specific reason, to contract a marriage with what flows from the natural disposition of Russia. A kind of cooperation has to take place between what is produced by what I'd like to call the unique nature of this Central European spiritual life, and what can be absorbed through certain purely natural qualities of the European East. Were you to study this Central European spiritual life more closely, namely that trait to which I have now publicly drawn attention, you would see that certainly spiritual science as such is not yet encompassed within it, yet it does actually contain the seeds for spiritual science. I have often intimated how Fichte speaks of a higher sense. Goethe speaks of an observing power of discernment. Schelling speaks of the soul's need to elevate itself if it wants to penetrate the mysteries of existence in pursuit of what he calls an intellectual outlook. The better to understand this, one needs to direct one's attention to the works Schelling accomplished in his old age, titled The Philosophy of Mythology and titled The Philosophy of Revelation. A deep grasp of Christianity inhabits these works, which is not yet understood. A spiritual conception of the world is alive in a work such as, for instance, titled The Deities of Samothrace, where Schelling attempts to fathom the mysteries of the Samothracian Kabiri. Nowhere else among recent spiritual life can consciousness be seen of the fact that in Christianity one is not dealing with a sum of dogmas nurtured in the name of Christianity, which is actually a side issue, but that the main issue of the Christ event is that the mystery of Golgotha took place. Nowhere does this confront one more powerfully than in Schelling's titled Philosophy of Revelation. All this is replete with potential for development and ought to lead us to such evolution as we have often sketched out when thoughtfully looking toward all that Central Europe must produce within the fifth post-Atlantean time frame. Now, to Western Europe. Looking at Western Europe, you need to be clear that it is suffused throughout with an historical and traditionally imparted occultism, which nowhere arises in an organic, living way from what lives in exoteric life, such as the true modern occultism that comes from the spiritual stream that flows through Goethe, Schelling, Hegel, and so forth. The occultism existing in the West is only loosely connected with external science. It would not, for instance, be possible for England to make any similar connection between an occult science and the actual striving for knowledge as implicitly found in the German idealist worldview. It is unthinkable that what is genuinely and externally English in, say, the philosophies of Bacon, of Verlaam, of Spencer, or that English-tinted Darwinism, or then again more recent pragmatism, could find any bridge between what exists in the various occult orders of the West with what is true of German idealism. What runs throughout these multifarious occult orders has to come to an end and can form no lawful bridge with external worldly science. However, regarding these Western orders, and particularly certain high-level orders, there is historically transmitted knowledge, which each takes into its ambit. And I'd say also specific knowledge about the European position in the world, whose prime secret, as outlined above, is, on the one hand, Eastern Europe is preconditioned, as if by blood, to receptivity, but that which lies to the west of Eastern Europe is predisposed to develop capacities that need to be absorbed by the East. Leading personalities among Western orders are doubtless privy to this fact. Where such leading personalities elaborate the basic tenets of their occult activity, there is widespread talk of such associations. Something quite specific is connected with these fundamental ideas in the West. When looking into them, they can best be seen where they have become most rigidly overweening and conceited, within the British orders. A concept is current among those at higher levels of initiation, historical grades of initiation in which they are not actually in real life initiated, that the Anglo-Saxons, on the basis of their own folk identity, have to bring about a sort of cultural marriage between themselves and the Russian folk identity. For those within Anglo-Saxon occultism, in the sense just outlined, see this as a means of dissipating the deepest occult driving forces of Greco-Latin being or constitution. That is their thinking. For the fourth post-Atlantean cultural epoch, which as we know came to an end around the 15th century, what evolved out of Greek and Roman culture, also in terms of the occult, was the decisive factor. However, Anglo-Saxon society has to slough off this Greco-Roman component during the fifth post-Atlantean age. This is something presently required, something that has to be put into effect and realized. All those adhering to this doctrine, subscribing to what is a dogma of will or intent, know that the fifth post-Atlantean cultural era must wear Anglo-Saxon features, must bear the imprint of Anglo-Saxonism. They also have a definite image as to how Europe is to be molded in future. Their view of a future Europe is one in which the spiritual life of Central Europe must at all costs be suppressed as something that must be prevented from flowing out into humanity as a whole. This is to be ignored as if it is an insignificant detail. All things Anglo-Saxon contain this as a more or less unconscious doctrine, spreading out into all other orders having some connection with, for instance, the Grand Orient de France, and into all West European secret societies. An underlying tenet at work with varying degrees of unconsciousness is this: Central European thought and knowledge is not to be taken into account in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, and will not be allowed to do so. everything is to be orchestrated such that the fifth post-Atlantean age bears the imprint of Anglo-Saxonism. This is the reason why something akin to a marriage between Western and Eastern Europe has to be induced to the neglect of Central European life. The war we are now experiencing has been constantly spoken about for many, many years within these occult orders, and has not been depicted in any less terrible detail than is being proven. It is naive to believe that this war just broke out without being foreseen by many people, and as though war had not been widely discussed. A great deal has been said about it. On every hand you will find extrapolations about the impending war being introduced and elaborated, especially within Anglo-Saxon orders or fraternities. Over and over again you find it being expressed that a great European conflict has to take place. The parameters of a future Europe are being drawn up. It is known that in the sixth post-Atlantean epoch, for which some Anglo-Saxon quarters use the materialistically tinged term, quote, the sixth subrace, close quote, the capacities mentioned, which have to do with what I'd call certain blood qualities of the Russian people, and through all this a sort of confluence of Western European qualities with those of a Russian nature, must be brought about. You always have to think clearly about these matters and keep them firmly in view. Otherwise you will sleep through what the occult movements of the present actually represent. In this connection, I would like to draw your attention to a fact, one I have never forgotten, because it cannot be forgotten. When Mrs. Besant was making her first foray to us in Central Europe, a gathering was arranged in Hamburg, where she gave a lecture. I put a question to Mrs. Besant. If we want to start a Central European spiritual movement, how would it relate to the fact that at the beginning of the 19th century, at the turn of the 18th to the 19th century, a unique spiritual life was to be observed, germinating precisely in Central Europe? Mrs. Besant answered, quote, there would of course be little understanding for the contexts underpinning the matter, close quote. At that time, albeit in abstract conceptual form, a sort of spiritual knowledge was emerging within German life. But because humanity could not make use of it, it could only unfold in purer, more elevated and truthful form within English spiritual life, and then only later. It may be uncomfortable for some that symptomatic responses such as this are not forgotten by me, and they will not be forgotten. Now, in the last third of the 19th century, an unusually significant phenomenon relating to the spiritual development of Europe was heralded, one extending across to America. This phenomenon, which appeared only to manifest externally in the form of a personality, was of greater significance than one is inclined to accept. That phenomenon approached us in the form of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. The outer fact is a given, but is only an expression of deep inner spiritual connections. That Helena Petrovna Blavatsky emerged from the Russian people, with all the characteristics of the Russian people, and amid these great centrally formed spiritual qualities, with a high degree of psychic ability. One needs to have a concept as to what the appearance of such a phenomenon in the course of humanity's occult evolution means, in order to honor it and follow the example I am about to give with understanding. Among Western Anglo-Saxon orders, secret societies, and so on, who concern themselves with occult ideas in the way I described, it became known, and a lively stir ensued, that a unique personality originating from a Russian folk background was displaying traits of a future human evolution that were concentrated in outstanding psychic capabilities manifesting in a singular mediumship. All quarters were astir. Animated questioning broke out among these Anglo-Saxon orders. Just how lively this querying was can be expressed as follows. even if it has to be compressed a little. The people who are actually the doorkeepers or sentinels of such Western Anglo-Saxon movements said among themselves, "It is significant that such an individual should waken precisely among Eastern humanity, something to be pondered, and a position has to be taken on the matter." The real question arose, how do we deal with a strong psychic attribute that might betray certain deep universal secrets? How can this be made into a conduit that can channel the future Russian element so as to combine it with Anglo-Saxonism? The aim was to channel Blavatsky's capacities, to attract them into the Anglo-Saxon sphere of influence, and at the very least to harness Blavatsky's psychic abilities to present such occult doctrines to the world as it was those Western orders aim to present. To demonstrate how a certain science of the future permeated by occultism must appear. This was their goal. Human thinking was to be led, thinking which can so easily be manipulated, toward what could lead over from the fifth to the sixth cultural epoch, but in such a way that it be suffused with the motives and goals rooted in Anglo-Saxon occultism and its dogmas. In this way was the psychic personality of Blavatsky to be used, in order to implant in her what needed to be historically conveyed, articles of faith existing within Western occultism. At first things proceeded, I should say, much as they were intended to proceed. Blavatsky bestirred herself in trying to settle into the spiritual life of Central Europe. What this entailed will become quite clear if we observe more closely the occultism contained within this Central European spiritual life. This spiritual life had always brought occult spiritual elements to the surface, and an occult spiritual element can still be discerned in certain, albeit exoteric, literature. It persisted through the 15th, 16th, 17th, and even into the 18th centuries, right until Jesuitism arrived and externally, but only externally, ruined everything. But it was alive throughout those times. And if we today speak about the way in which, in a certain purely ideal form, during the times of Goethe, Schelling, and Fichte, a deeper striving came to prominence, we must nevertheless be clear that this deeper striving was rooted in Central European occultism, in Central European evolution itself. It was into this stream of Central European spiritual development that Helena Petrovna Blavatsky came, at first through what really was a good process, so that all that later emerged through what I might call the subterranean channels of the human personality into the psychic life of Blavatsky was at first saturated with all the occultism still living on from later medieval times within Central Europe. However, something different had taken place earlier within this Central European occultism. Western occultism was not merely fatuous, nor stupid. It could even be thought to be quite clever, in the sense that appearances may often appear extremely bright. I would not, however, include Gray and Asquith among the latter, as I don't wish to gain a reputation for considering present English statesmen among the cleverest. And yet outstandingly significant people have lived within occult orders, people who were equipped with exceptional shrewdness, and who were able to bring it about that almost everything that could be externally transferred was brought from Central European occultism to England in order to be revivified in England through, albeit extensive exoteric and worldly literature. To anyone who knows how matters really stand, it is clear that if they pick up something by Wynne Westcott or another English occultist who knows a thing or two, or if they follow more closely the writings of Lawrence Oliphant, all of whom concern themselves with occult English literature, that in producing it you are prepared to clothe what was a product of Central Europe one which had to retreat in Central Europe because a more materialistic development had grabbed center stage, in European garb. For this reason, I'd say, it is so hopelessly depressing, ever and ever again, to witness how certain Germans could not do enough to indicate just how English, in quotes, all spiritual striving must be, and that as much as possible should be transferred there. People don't know that all that proceeded from medieval German culture was transferred across to England, and is once more being reintroduced in English guise. You could even do some nice little pieces of research, which would, for example, reveal that if you were to set an English translation of an occult work next to a more thorough and scholarly work of medieval German, the two things would reveal grotesque discrepancies. It would become clear that highly spiritual writings within medieval evolution would be covered with a layer of dross and subsequently re-imported into Europe, now smothered in British materialism, all without making it known that it was originally brought over from Central Europe itself. At first, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky was suffused with what was alive in medieval spiritual life. What had been perpetrated through her was not fully in her consciousness. Her nature was simply a high-grade, subconscious psychic. Now, however, the ambition persisted that everything of a mighty, future-oriented nature should be subordinated to Western Anglo-Saxon interests. This urge lived powerfully. Connected with this compulsion, I could certainly describe all the relevant processes, but I will have to just sketch them out as we have limited time, lies the fact that on a certain occasion Blavatsky was induced to appear at a certain order in Paris. So Blavatsky appeared in a Paris secret society, on the one hand possessing those deepened Russian occult qualities, on the other steeped in a whole measure of genuine knowledge, call it Rosicrucian or whatever you will, stemming from Central Europe. There she was, right in its midst. By virtue of what lived in her soul, she was an immensely strong soul, a soul which could strongly assert what inhabited it. One also that would not just go along with being merely regarded as some elevated psychic medium, as people in those occult orders in Paris would have liked. For what especially exercised people was her ability, when she considered it beneficial, to share with the world all her occult experiences, because she had absorbed them into a sort of higher psyche. Otherwise, one could have said to the world, "You see, what we have to tell you is not just based on theory, but appears via a supra-mediumistic route. It bursts forth, seed-like, out of a Russian nature, out of a psychic personality who is indeed highly psychic." Had one wanted to explain it in such a way, then Blavatsky would have needed to be a far less obstinate, self-willed personality. She would not have put up with any such thing. This is why we see that she demanded certain conditions be set in that Paris secret society, conditions I will not enumerate. The time will come when this will be possible. But they again issued from out of that Blavatsky thrust. She felt those in the West want their Western domination promoted, inasmuch as this can be boosted through occult means. But I'm not allowing myself to cooperate with that. Because precisely then, among all the remarkable goings-on in Parisian secret societies, she felt herself to be a Russian, and she set limitations, which, as I said, I won't enumerate, for her stay in that order, conditions which could not, even in the remotest of instances, be respected if such orders wished to continue being reckoned with by the world at large. She set conditions which could effectively have shot through the entire history of France. That is why they shut her out. There was a feeling that she had been excluded just in time for her not to have discovered too many of that secret society's secrets. Various other events followed, among which was the fact that, I would say, she acquired a taste for participating in the great events of the world. So she had herself received into a different order, an American order. Here she did not set conditions as she had done in Paris, but behaved in such a way that what she had wanted to achieve by openly setting conditions in Paris, she could achieve in an American manner. And together with the man who was extremely dissatisfied with conditions in America at that time, together with Alcott, she had great plans for life in America. Plans which put Western occultists, insofar as they were Anglo-Saxons, in a state which one could describe as seething. Seething in a way that neither Dr. Faust nor Richard III ever seethed, as Goethe once said when in a particular frame of mind. Apart from that, what then happened, which had not yet happened in Paris, because after all Blavatsky knew too much, had seen through their intentions too clearly, was that something arose which certainly, when measured against age-old sacred occult laws, cannot be fully justified, yet which had to happen in order to prevent a great misfortune, which would otherwise have befallen. A meeting of American and European occultists considered what was to be done and decided, after much discussion, on measures which amounted to what in occultism is called placing someone in occult imprisonment. This occult imprisonment consisted, through various processes, in causing the striving, that is, the spiritual striving of a person, to be as if sealed within a sphere, so that the person concerned could only ever see their striving thrown back at themselves, and was unable to see beyond that sphere. Into just such an occult sphere was Blavatsky now placed. Outwardly, the matter was handled such that during this imprisonment she was in Asia. But now humanity's evolution brought with it certain corollaries. As I said, what can be recounted is not always exact in every detail. In other words, the details are precise, but one has to leapfrog over some of them due to insufficient time, though they may be shared on another occasion if so wished. Anyway, it then came about that leading Indian occultists tried something politically advantageous to their people, to effect by occult means that Blavatsky be released from her occult internment. And everything to which she had initially lent a Central European coloring, which had in turn been overlaid with all that those in Western Europe had wanted to induct into her, now became colored with Indian bias, and a complex occult occurrence began to be played out, as it were, around the poor Blavatsky. One day she was free of her occult captivity, but all that was deposited in her soul by way of occultism had now taken on an Indian coloring. Added to this came the more unconscious influence of Alcott, who promptly fled Anglo-Saxon occultism for these brands of Indian-colored occultism in order once more to restore them to serviceable use. So it came about that into the place of Blavatsky's previous guide another such leader stepped, one whom, in like fashion with the last one, she continued to designate with the name Kuthumi. But the second subsequent guide of Blavatsky was basically, as those initiated into such matters know, none other than someone in Russian service, a scoundrel, pursuing quite different aims from everything Blavatsky and her devotees were conveying, instead of honestly disseminating occult knowledge among humanity. A personality who, above all, had grandiose political goals, who carried out a sort of Russian espionage, and who wanted to steer and lead matters so that, albeit from the other side, the spiritual marriage between Russianness and Anglo-Saxonness would be accomplished. All this, which made of some extraordinarily great truths something altogether suffused with pernicious material, of which some is contained in the book titled The Secret Doctrine, can be traced back to the grounds just indicated. can also be noted that the decidedly Russian coloring that entered the entire later direction taken by Blavatsky through Kurt Humi did not, after all, suit some eminent high-level English occultists, and certain occult circles closely proximate to the Anglican Church set great store in opposing the bias coloring just described. An elaborate and large-scale story was being played out in all of this. Above all, we need to be clear that Helena Petrovna Blavatsky was an extraordinarily significant psychic personality, one in whom, due to her psychic constitution, the most diverse striving and streams worked. There were in those days, namely at the start of Blavatsky's appearance in public, multi-directional tendencies to prepare particular political issues of the future in such a way that people were to some extent overwhelmed by occultism. A certain type of occultist knows only too well, if you will forgive the harsh expression, that nothing hoodwinks the world better than giving out some occult teaching or other for a start. And if, behind such occult teaching, there is no inclination to totally honest truthfulness, people dumbed down by occultism can be led anywhere at their behest. This is the tendency of occultists belonging to the gray or black varieties, and these very often pursue distant political goals by carefully preparing for them far in advance. Not for nothing are, or at least were, some secret societies in Britain, but also in France, repeatedly taught about Poland's future destiny, and how one is to act toward the various intentions and currents among the Polish people. Not for nothing were they so often coached as regards the way connections were to result between Romania, Bulgaria, Serbia, and associated territories in the Balkan Peninsula, and how particular political undercurrents were to be primed so that the intended outcome could be fostered. Vast tracts of politics are carried on in Western European secret societies. I'd like to reiterate, substantial politics are fomented there. Whereas Blavatsky, as a psychic personality, had never allowed herself to be persuaded into promoting purely Anglo-Saxon occult aims, she was nevertheless viewed as dangerous by such as, say, higher-level occultists closely involved in Anglican circles, whose sole aim was that indicated earlier. It was initially thought that they could implement their aims through people of little talent, clueless about politics, who were already within such movements. There were great hopes of success in guiding the ways of one Mr. Sinnett. Under conditions described, it is quite easy to maneuver and steer someone not grounded in recognizing, as the highest possible axiom, a genuine occultist must cherish, that of unconditionally safeguarding human freedom, virtue, and dignity. Ever and again does one need to exhort that any occultist, or indeed anyone looking into occultism, keeps vigilant watch over their soul in respect of this essential requirement. Similarly, Mrs. Besant was fairly clueless in finding her way into issues, but she also contained a strong Anglo-Saxon bent, so that whatever worked through her did so successfully. When you consider the complicated nature of the stream into which she was placed, you will understand something about Mrs. Besant. But you really need to go into these issues to understand them even slightly. My dear friends, it is extremely important that our genuine, clear discernment allows us to survey outer circumstances without being drawn into sundry occultisms, that we retain healthy human common sense in judging external situations, and do not allow ourselves to be baffled by all manner of mysticism. We need to discriminate unambiguously among life's processes, so that we are equipped against falling into the sorts of shady occult quackery issuing from some centers, whose aims are anything but pure truth, and from which extend methods of fishing in sinister depths to further their aims and purposes. It is urgently crucial for our movement that it erect the clearest barrier between its honest striving for truth, proceeding as it does purely from knowing what our times require to be embodied in a universal spiritual movement, and every other occult strand seeking improper justification, and against which one is not allowed to raise the objection that it ill behooves anyone to be interested in matters of their kind. We need to distinguish between the mere superstition that overcomes those who know, in quotes, in the worst sense of know, and put up clear barriers between them and our spiritual movement, within which our stream must remain bright. And we must never be in any doubt as to the side to which we do not belong. That is absolutely essential. Otherwise, one can lapse into bewildered states from which the worst possible devastation can result. Because such things are openly discussed in more materialistic circles and will undoubtedly be used by evil-intentioned sources to ill effect in future, I would like to draw attention to them today, and may have to again tomorrow in public, to open people's eyes to what is often regarded as occultism, but with which we wish to have nothing to do, so that we are forearmed and braced, when the time comes, to defend our honest spiritual scientific striving against being lumped together with those sinister elements. Let's take just one example. As I said, I mention these matters because they are now becoming known, and because we need to express how we think about them. In Paris, a personality lives, one quite clearly aligned with the aims of a particular secret order, who has mediumistic faculties that affect people, and who is admired as a medium, yet who operates within the occult circles just characterized, and who, in part subconsciously, partly consciously, allows such occult streams to flow through them. This person publishes an almanac. In that of 1913, which appeared in advance in 1912, we read, in relation to Austria, quote, "The person who believes they will reign in future will not reign. Another younger individual, whom nobody yet believes will reign, will indeed reign," close quote. And in the Almanac of 1914, which appeared in 1913, this assertion is repeated in more emphatic tones. Those who are happy to be duped may well be astounded, if they so wish, by the prophecies of this Paris medium. But those with a brighter spiritual life might also like to draw such conclusions as are made visible there. If you take the Paris newspaper, one comparable with the tabloid BZ am Mittag, a paper called Paris Midi, around the time of the above almanac's assertions, you will find the distinct wish expressed that the Austrian Archduke Ferdinand be assassinated. In that same paper it is opined, just when the 3-year period of military service was being negotiated in France, that, should it come to mobilization, in those first days, Jaras would be murdered. Put this alongside all the shenanigans being carried out today, designed to draw a veil over the secrets associated with the murder of Jaras, with the fact that the person who published that almanac traveled to Rome during the first days of mobilization in August 1914 in order to influence specific circles in an anti-Central European direction. Keep all these facts together in mind and try to form a view as to whether you have before you a prophecy or something fundamentally different, something I need not further elaborate for you. But do learn from this and investigate in whose service a person may be who allows themselves to be duped. Also the occasions when something appearing here or there in a magazine or almanac is later enacted, yet said to be prophecy. Clear, enlightened judgment is essential if you think just how much corrupt deceit may be hanging from the skirts of occultism. We can look further back. These Western European orders or lodges have, since the beginning of the 19th century, had their ambassadors yonder in Russia. People may say that Masonic or similar orders were not tolerated in Russia. All the more did they blossom in secret, and their fruits were all the more powerful. Anyone who studies the history of Slavophile philosophy and pan-Slavism will need to look for their roots in Russian secret societies. Whenever one of their number was caught, they were sent hither or thither or shot by firing squad. But they did exist, and the Western European occultism described to you was indeed allied with Russian spiritual life. You need to have some insight into the deeper connections that exist if you wish to make judgments about world processes. And just because so little can be said about these issues, and because we are, for the time being, somewhat blockaded in, but also because some pieces of information would be missing, the time will come when it will become apparent just what roles were played in Western Europe's entire unleashing of war, precisely by these Western European orders, whose strings, and more than strings, lead back to English ministries, to Parisian ministries, and so on. Also how Masonic orders played a huge role in Western Europe when it was a matter of bringing about Italy's annexation into the so-called Entente. They made themselves very, very busy and were in turn connected with Eastern Europe, with whom they were on good terms. Of the German Masons, both of lower and higher grades, who as part of an international world league were obviously widely connected, who exchanged, in quotes, fraternal greetings with one another, and who set great store by brotherly cooperation, it can be said in mitigation that they were too stupid to suspect much about the whole story in which they were embroiled. This needs to be strongly underlined in their exoneration. It is the most significant aspect of Central European Freemasonry, like many others not actually within its ranks, that it was duped right to the last moment, and that among them were some for whom there had been the potential not to be deceived. How often has it had to be emphasized that one has to maintain clear judgment and be prepared to reflect upon such interconnectedness, precisely when one engages with occultism. At present, we need to be awake to such matters in our circles. Much of what has been said, and what has flowed into our movement over the years, has not been sufficiently taken into account and has been far too little heeded. For this reason, there are some aspects of our movement, especially during these times, that are cause for distress. Our Central European movement really is based on quite different foundations from other similar movements. Just think of one thing, that we can compare our Central European movement with a living being. It has the quality of a living being. When founding an association, one which people may join and then leave again, that association cannot be likened to a living being. There is much wrong with the way in which Weissmann describes living entities, but one thing is correct, that a living entity leaves behind a corpse once its soul has departed. This applies accurately to our society as opposed to other associations. Our society contains the substance of life, in that it gives out lecture cycles to its members, and they then retain them. When other unions dissolve, members drift apart, and no body or corpse is left behind. One can have the most beautiful ideals, and then separate again. But think how it is when we part. The sum total of the lecture cycles remains. That is the corpse. That attests to the fact that we do not operate on straw-like principles nor programs, but base ourselves upon what is alive. This different quality will be found by anyone observing us. Quite apart from that, our entire movement has had to take the form it has. How hard it has been, I must say, how endlessly difficult to steer our small ship through all the hazardous rocks you will by now to some extent recognize if you look at everything that had to be done so that what had to come into its own in Central Europe, despite all Western Europe's ensnaring machinations, which were in place from the outset, could tear itself free. Faced with all that, one can become disheartened when seeing in present destiny-critical times that so much personal strife, which, far from decreasing, has, since the beginning of the war, been on the increase, has been running rampant, riot, within our movement. This propensity for souls to be diverted into personal concerns in face of all that is great within our movement has come intensely to the fore. There is something quite depressing, my dear friends, in noting, in these times, that there is such precious little consciousness demonstrating that one truly stands within this movement and does not, as with other associations, just leave the moment this or that doesn't suit one. We cannot protest that so and so many are innocent in what is happening, because, especially when based on occult footings, the facts have to be taken into account. In face of this, it must be said, if such goings-on are possible and have been happening then, in the form the society is constituted, onward work is not possible within the society. Work cannot continue if consciousness does not make space for the fact that this society is something living, something real and true, and is not some association out of which one can just step when things don't suit one. Obviously, nobody can be prevented from so doing. That is not the point of what I'm saying. If awareness of this doesn't exist, one can only say that the things that have to be achieved by our spiritual culture will have to be carried out by means other than through the society, which would in that case be merely a hindrance. What has to suffuse our movement, and which will make everything right, is the purest, the most honest striving for truth. Just that, the purest striving for truth. Because firstly we have the task, by means of this pure striving for truth, of bringing a new element into the spiritual evolution of humanity. For this reason, it is essential that certain things be understood. It is of no minor importance that I draw your attention to the following. Over and over again it happens, though also considered a minor factor, that one person or another comes to me and doesn't ask me anything about soul life or such like, but something one would ask a doctor. I constantly have to remind people that they should confidently be consulting a medical practitioner working within our movement. That's essential. Obviously, it is only right that the purest arts of healing and correct medicines are used in conjunction with our movement. However, if I am myself to remain within the field in which I am intended to work, then all that's entailed in medical advice needs to be kept at some distance from me personally. For just such reasons does it have to be made clear that it is in fact a sort of allaying of fears if one says, official medicine in the wide world doesn't amount to much, so I'll turn to something else. All the more does it behoove us, at least it ought to behoove us, that what we want to attempt is not carried out in an underhand manner, but takes place with complete honesty and openness, and that there is no tendency amongst us to circumvent laws nor external practices. For a start, it is primarily a matter of guiding such conventions round and enabling sensible, forbearing, give and take to seize its place in human evolution. Everyone needs to know that if they do not wish to be treated by external medicine, they have to contribute something of themselves so that the tyranny of medicine ceases. They should not be seeking all sorts of preemptive remediations by covert shortcuts. This doesn't just apply to the odd person who happens to be active within this branch. It applies to everyone, inasmuch as it is correct. But what I emphasize over and over again has to be taken seriously. Turn to our medical doctors concerning medicine. Of course, everyone will find me ready with friendly advice when needed, but the principle and direction needed are clear and must be understood today. I've tried to at least sketch out some useful steers to sharpen your view of events that necessarily had to happen. It might be good to give a little thought to the timely cutting of ties by our Central European spiritual movement from all the rubbish lately heaped in Besant's direction, which now so strangely threatens to be the worst kind of betrayal. For it has to be said, though I absolutely don't wish to reheat old disputes, that among the articles being reprinted in Mrs. Besant's English journal, there is, for instance, a laughable assertion that all my efforts were in pursuance of being voted president of the whole Theosophical Society, so as to go to India to force her, Mrs. Besant, from her sphere of activity, the purported reason for pursuing the same being that I and those affiliated with me were in fact agents of the German government, who wanted nothing short of a sort of pan-Germanism to replace, through sundry occult machinations, Anglo-Saxonism, and from a base in India to unseat the English government. These accusations are now to be found in far more strident form in articles by Mrs. Besant. She knows how to talk drivel of this kind in other areas too, things worthy of sitting alongside all the Alcyone nonsense. Admittedly, one now hears that Alcyone has been stripped of the honor of becoming the bearer of Christ. Well, in appointing Alcyone, others had to be deposed, didn't they? There was always one person or another being deployed according to need. Even the heir to the Russian throne, the young Alexei, was considered in certain esoteric circles to be endowed with the distinction of becoming a medium for Christ. The previous one had, of course, to be toppled. Earlier, there had been others in contention, even several simultaneously. Well, yes, when each of them was forbidden from telling the others about it, always only mysteriously hinted at, one can have several simultaneously. But you see, if you take all this flippantly, you will be overlooking what I am about to mention. It was in 1909 when the worst of the Ledbetter-Besant-Rummel issue was getting going. In other words, the first of those worsts in a society that was intended to be international. A long-standing friend of Mrs. Besant, who had always corrected the scientific mistakes in her books, Mr. Kitely, was at the time connected with the movement that was to be founded with Mrs. Besant and based in India. At the time I was asked whether I'd like to take on the presidency of that international society. It was offered to me from India. 1909 was the year of the Congress in Budapest. In the presence of witnesses, I told Mrs. Besant that this presidency had been offered to me. Admittedly, I only told a few people on board a ship in advance of telling Mrs. Besant this. As regards this occult society, I wish only to be one thing, and that is to represent whatever needs representing within the German folk region. Outside this, I do not wish to take up any occult position. Yet now she dares to claim in the newspaper that I aimed to be president, based in India. I have often spoken about objective untruths in relation to many issues expressed by Mrs. Besant. But when one experiences how I specifically told her that I did not ever want to be anything within the Theosophical Society other than at most General Secretary of the German section or some related role, then one is no longer talking about objective untruth, but one may as well say no such objective untruth is being offered by Mrs. Besant, but rather, as with the Jesuits and their allegations, we are talking about conscious lies. Anyone wishing to defend Mrs. Besant today has to take on board being told that they are defending a conscious liar. If you include the Jesuit accusation, the matter in hand, and the whole campaign being undertaken by English chauvinism against what we are intending here, then we can talk about a systematic campaign of lies being underway. Whoever finds this too strongly worded needs to reflect that nothing said by me ever intends attack, but is only spoken of by way of defending itself. This ought to be taken into account by all those who constantly insist that both sides have a right to a fair hearing. In our case, fairness reigned supreme in that eyes were simply shut, at least immediately afterward, to what was true, even on our own turf, as it were. These present fateful times should at least teach us to view things in harmony with truth and in full seriousness, and then act accordingly. For it is after all true that all these hundreds upon hundreds of casualties dying, will have done so for the salvation of humanity, if here on earth souls can be found who, over time and with the right attitude, understand how to think and feel. What is being prepared in spiritual worlds, if viewed rightly by those who understand, will be transformed into forces for the future, forces that can be transformed by souls who comprehend and possess occult sensitivity into progressive forces for humankind. If this is not understood, then the events of the present will pass by, and all the forces of sacrifice made by vast hundreds of deaths will, in spiritual realms, be directed into the hands of Ahriman. In this situation, I have always said, quote, "From the courage of fighters, from the blood on fields of battle, from the grief of the bereft, from the sacrifice of people, there will grow fruit of spirit. If, spirit conscious, souls will turn their thoughts to realms of spirit." Close quote. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 174A by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures translated by Christiana Bryan, entitled Europe Between East and West in Cosmic and Human History. This is Lecture 6, given on the 20th of March, 1916 in Munich. It is essential, while gradually assimilating what we are calling spiritual science, to bring goodwill toward what is initially something of a blueprint of imparted concepts and conceptual interconnections. I'd say these out with genuine imaginations of what can at first only be communicated in the form of general outlines. You see, this is what we say. The human being consists of physical body, ether body, astral body, capital I, and so on. That is quite correct, for a start. And if we can put it like this, we then have to orient ourselves within a comprehensive framework of schematic concepts. But over the further course of acquiring an understanding of spiritual science, you will need to engage more closely with what has been schematically presented. Closer to home, as it were, within our society and among what is being offered to audiences, we have a large number of lecture cycles. But these lecture cycles contain comparatively little of what we might wish humanity, or at least small enclaves within humanity, to know as a matter of urgency. If we term physical body whatever can be seen externally with physical senses, can be viewed by science, and is related to reason, experiment, and observation, nevertheless, underlying this physical body is, as we know, an ether body. Today, let us firstly cast our spiritual eye, EYE, over these two elements of human nature. Spiritual science per se, it would seem, needs to say least of all about the physical body, because it is the only element available to physical science, the only element it has any intention of observing with its methods. The physical body, even if initially viewed in terms of what somatic science deems it to be, can only be understood in its due significance and standing in the world if the higher members of human nature are also acknowledged and focused upon. Now, you will remember that the physical body, in the form, we could say, that it clothes or envelops the human being when on earth, could only arise during that terrestrial stage of evolution. It had already received its spiritual rudiments during ancient Saturn evolution, and was in process of continual transformation over the course of Sun, Moon, and Earth evolutions. It had metamorphosed under the influence of what was taking place throughout ancient Sun, Moon, and Earth epochs. It was in transformation due to the fact that an ether body was being embodied on the Sun. This physical body had to change from the state in which it had come over from Saturn and become different once it became suffused with an ether body. It had to transform again on the moon, when it was further saturated with an astral body. Not only did the astral body amplify the entire human entelechy, but the physical body was altered in that, during the sun era, the ether body had to some extent precipitated inward. During moon, the astral body had been added, whereas on earth the I, capital, was gradually being shaped from all sides, albeit initially within the ether body, but also within the physical body itself. If we now turn from the human to the cosmic, we need only recall what we have so often spoken about and what is contained in our lecture cycles. We therefore know that when the first rudiments of the physical body were made possible through what we might call an inpouring from spirits of will from the thrones, its onward metamorphosis during ancient sun was enabled through spirits of wisdom. The subsequent transformation during ancient moon, and the changes wrought on earth, that is, all that had to be refashioned on the physical body due to the I indwelling it, was effected by spirits of form, upon which we need to focus. When a physical body approaches us on earth, we have to think of it as I endowed. Being I endowed, we must further think of it as having received a form particular to itself and appropriate for its time on earth. During moon, on the other hand, only inner movement suited to ourselves was received. The shape befitting the earthly person had to be received through a gift from the spirits of form, in due concordance with the fact that an I was to be implanted within it. We can therefore say that this physically formed earthly body is shaped as it is because it had to become a bearer of an I. In bestowing on the human being their I, did the spirits of form bequeath to physical bodies the contours befitting them as bearers of an I. The beings of the other realms of nature also received their forms. If you read the sensitive descriptions of ancient moon, you will see that all beings are described such that one cannot speak of them having the form they now possess. They are described as being mobile or labile. Think back to the descriptions in Title Occult Science and Outline, or in other lecture cycles. They are described as possessing a certain mobility. Other realms of nature also only receive their shapes from the spirits of form once on earth. That is, as I'd like to put it, received their shapes in their abiding permanent form. Let's look at the kingdom next to humans on earth, that of the animals. The realm of animals also inhabits form. It has been displaying the forms it presently does only since Earth evolution. But just think about the differences between animal forms and human forms. Our gaze sweeps across the surface of the earth, and we find certain differentiations between individual people, differences belonging among other areas of narrative. But we do find certain external differences in terms of form. All the interesting peoples being deployed by the West Europeans, British and French, at the front against Central Europe, of course, look very different from the population of Central Europe. So our gaze observes differentiations present across the globe as regards individual peoples' configuration and shadings. Yet when comparing differentiations between the peoples of the world and those between different species of animals, you will have to concede that the latter contain endlessly more species and types than are contained within humanity. We can speak of a single species of human being as opposed to widely varying species of animal forms. A difference as stark as that between a nightingale and a lion is not to be found in the human realm. Were such great variance found among humans, as is the case between nightingale and lion, nobody could claim that there were no differentiations among humans. Whereupon your contemplation would confirm that the animal kingdom contains a vastly wider range of species than can be found among us, the universal species of human being. Though what I have just described is perfectly correct, it is nevertheless, from the standpoint, only to a limited extent accurate. Because the following is also correct. In your observations and thoughts about the human physical body, now add the ether body, and imagine that a certain experiment were possible, one that cannot, of course, possibly be carried out, piece by piece, to dissect the human body, and before starting, to call spirits of the higher hierarchies, angeloi, archangeloi, and archai, to effect a withdrawal from the human in question, such that they would cease being active in their ether body. Two things would need to happen. Let's assume one would not want to maltreat the human being, but one would need to withdraw everything belonging to their physical body. One would then have to bid them withdraw every influence emanating from the three hierarchies of angeloi, archangeloi, and archai, so that the ether body was totally reliant only on itself, uninfluenced by anything else at all. It is unswayed, is set in the physical body, and this latter has its firm shape, as bestowed by the spirits of form. It therefore has to defer to comply with this firm shape. If you put a very soft lump of rubber into a glass, it will adapt to the shape of the glass and be unable to retain its own shape. On taking it out of the glass, it will spring back to its original shape. Similarly, the human ether body adapts to the form which the physical body imposes on it, not possessing its own form. If we remove the physical body, this force to which the ether body has to adapt falls away. Yet, even then, it would not acquire its own shape, because into this ether body, angeloi, archangeloi, and archai are working, something we will look at more closely later. We now bid them to leave, so that the ether body can follow its inherent forces alone. The etheric body would now bounce outward, adopting its own elasticity. Were this to take place, you would see how the ether body expands and takes on its own shape. What would have before you the entire animal kingdom. The ether body would divide itself into portions, would apportion itself into the shapes, at least into those of the main species, of the whole animal kingdom. What this means is, human beings bear within themselves etherically the entire animal kingdom. It is only bound together on the one hand through the shape of the physical body, and on the other by the activity of beings in the three named hierarchies. It is absolutely true that the human being bears in potential form this whole animal realm within their ether body. Viewed from this angle, the entire animal kingdom is only differentiated from that of the human, in that each animal species has taken to itself and evolved to physical manifestation its own form, which also coexists in the human etheric. So that when we look at the animal kingdom as manifested on earth, it is in fact the widely dispersed human ether body. Here is something remarkable. Around the turn of the 18th to the 19th centuries, within the evolving world outlook of Europe, there appeared in more detailed form what can be found in personalities such as, for instance, Oken. The natural scientist Oken, readers aside spelled O-K-E-N, end of readers aside, could not yet, in the context of his times, speak of an ether body, something alien to him. Yet among his writings, the remarkable phrase can be found, quote, "The animal kingdom is the dispersed human being," close quote. In other words, he had an imagined conception of the truth. This concept entered his spiritual horizon at a time when those great Central European ideas were in process of developing. That is very interesting. This concept also appeared on Schelling's horizon, and you will find a similar statement among his writings. But those who could not commit to such ingenious but obviously by no means conclusive thoughts, because more detailed facts were not yet available, were scandalized. You must imagine that what Oken could not yet know existed in the form of an inventive idea in his soul. I'd like to say that he had the feeling that the individual members of the human being are actually a composite of animal forms. He had the courage to express this. But the fact that he did so scandalized academic Philistines appallingly. He had also asked himself, what is a tongue? He couldn't know that an ether body was required, so he opined, a tongue is a cuttlefish. Underlying this assertion, however, is what I have just been discussing. Just imagine what academic Philistinism made of that. The human tongue is a cuttlefish. If you want to gain insight into the course of human spiritual life, you need to be broad-minded and open-hearted. You have to be prepared for the fact that the seemingly nonsensical can in fact harbor great truths. Thus Oken categorized the human being as follows. The tongue is a squid or cuttlefish. Other organs are other creatures, and so on. This was fundamentally a more detailed reiteration of the ancient human view that singled out only the primary species and classified the human being into four main animal archetypes: lion, eagle, angel, and calf. Thus one can say, the matter is not actually quite as simple as that, but human beings do in fact contain the whole animal kingdom within their ether bodies. As a philosopher might say, they contain the potentiality for this. Now you must bear something in mind to avoid any one-sidedness. If what we have just cited were not to take place, if, apart from the physical body holding together this entire animality, the angeloi, archangeloi, and archai were still to exert their forces, then on passing through the gate of death and shedding their physical body, what I have just described would come into effect. In that case, when the ether body is left behind, a few days after death, by the astral body and the ego, that element really would disperse, falling elastically into the world, and the entire etheric animal world would arise from out of the human etheric world. Experientially, this is not the case. It does not arise. It doesn't proceed in this way from the human being. But the ether body detaches itself quite differently by dissolving and becoming woven into cosmic ether. What have we here? Beings from the hierarchy of angeloi, archangeloi, and archai work on our ether bodies, preventing its etheric unity from being splintered into the animal kingdom. What is actually taking place? You see, I'd like to describe what is happening by drawing in the first instance on a comparison. We work making implements or machines out of wood or iron. Wood or iron are our material basics, and from them we fabricate our appliances. Our task is the disposition or arrangement of matter. But the iron or wood has to be extracted from the earth. We need these raw materials, and we extract them from a realm that lies below our human realm. If you now imagine that above us dwell the angeloi, archangeloi, and archai, they are not in the cosmos for the purpose of enjoying a perpetual Sunday rest, but they too have their work and tasks. What is the actual work of the angeloi, archangeloi, and archai? When at work, they also need material, just as we take iron or wood from the earth, and this they process. The materials processed by the angeloi, archangeloi, and archai are our ether bodies. Much as we process the wood and iron of earth into implements, do the angeloi, archangeloi, and archai elaborate in our ether bodies. They are the raw materials on which they work. We humans go around on earth thinking, if indeed we think any such thought, what we bear in our ether bodies, carrying them around as though they were our property in the way that our lungs are, when all around us an entire hierarchy of angeloi, archangeloi, and archai are elaborating structures for the spiritual world, which are used there for our lives. They extract from our ether bodies what is to be used in spiritual worlds. Whose help do these higher beings call upon? Lifelong we are thinking, from the moment we begin to think until our very death. The essential aspect of thinking, as you will have gathered from yesterday's public lecture, consists precisely in the fact that thinking lives and weaves in our ether body. It continues living and weaving into our physical body. We believe that in physically embodied life, the thoughts we form are our sole property. But what our thoughts contain, what we cultivate in our thoughts, and back to which we can remember, is to some extent just the inner surface of our thought life. Particularly in respect of our ether bodies, do the angeloi, archangeloi, and archai work throughout our thinking life. It is not superfluous that we as human beings think. Neither is it superfluous for the physical earth, nor indeed for the cosmos. Because what we transform in our ether bodies through our thinking between birth and death is used as material and elaborated in accordance with higher principles. During our lives, while we are going about the world as thinking beings and only seeing our thoughts from the inside, those thoughts are worked upon by angeloi, archangeloi, and archai, so that, after our death, what results may be embodied in the cosmic ether. When our astral body and our ego lay aside our ether body, then, if I may phrase it coarsely, they sew the web of our ether body into the cosmos, that web whose essence has resulted from the manner of our lifelong thinking. Henceforth, this belongs to the cosmos. As human beings, we live not only for ourselves. Being human entails living for the entire cosmos. We know that, after our sojourn on Earth, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan epochs are to arise. As preparation for this, everything has to be woven into the cosmos in the form of forces. Work is needed for this to happen. Included in work required for this is, for example, what I have just described, that angeloi, archangeloi, and archai are active in accord with our thoughts. A slightly different material ensues from the foolish or stupid thoughts we entertain during our lives, which in turn differ from our more sensible or sage thoughts. Depending on which sort of material we supply to them, are those, crudely put, etheric machines elaborated, which then enable the onward evolution of the universe to proceed. Thus, when, after our death, our ether body is assigned to the cosmos, the work of the three hierarchies named is likewise conferred thither. Let us look at the human astral body from a similar perspective. Whenever we make observations from differing standpoints, different relations with neighboring realms will always result. Someone who can't read, and included in reading is the potential ability to synthesize, they may encounter many contradictions in the phenomena described. But this only stems from not focusing on the points of view from which issues can be illuminated. Our astral body exists in similar relation with its earthly environs, as does our ether body. Our ether body is or encompasses the entire animal kingdom from the perspective I outlined to you. Our astral body is the entire plant kingdom. I would have to describe our astral body as being related to the plant kingdom exactly as I spoke of the ether body in relation to the animal kingdom. All the plant species on our earth exist within it. And once again, it is a fact that were all the higher hierarchies not to work on our astral body after we underwent the reverse experience of our life from death back to birth, while the astral body was gradually being sloughed off, nothing else would arise other than that the astral body would be discarded and exist as the entire plant world at large in the world. Yes, indeed, this entirety would assemble itself into a globe shape in accordance with its own elasticity. And yet the astral body cannot coalesce into a sphere, because during our lives between birth and death, spirits of form themselves, spirits of movement and spirits of wisdom, and even to some extent spirits of will, have been working on our astral body. When we have spent years or decades freeing the astral body, back in reverse order over the course of our life, as so often described, from its cohesion with earthly life, then this work on the astral body provides spirits of form, those of movement, wisdom, and will, with what they need for their work, embodying into the cosmos that which they need to incorporate into it. What is embodied in the cosmos in this way certainly benefits us and has to exist in the universe. It is also woven into the cosmic fabric, but differently from what was described earlier. When our ether body is cast off, it is straightway sewn, or I could say woven, into the universal world ether. However, what is woven from our astral body, in what appears as the work of spirits of form, of movement, of wisdom, of the thrones, this works in concordance with our I, capital, as it undergoes its time between death and rebirth, containing such forces as have to be active in order that we are able to return to a new incarnation. Much is involved in our being able to embark on a new incarnation. Actually, what superficial physical science today knows about the construction of the skull and the brain is considerable. In fact, so much is known that there are a huge number of people for whom there is simply too much to know. But when you consider the extent of what external science knows about the skull and the brain, how that wondrous construct is created, down to its most minute constituents, how little progress would be made by external science in actually generating them. We are faced with a momentous mystery. Those of limited outlook, whom one might think of as dullards or stuntlings, make short shrift of this mystery by claiming that what is handed down through the generations is spontaneously self-perpetuating, that the human head simply self-generates within the mother's body. You can understand that people might say this, but how clever it is may become clearer from the example I'd like to bring. Hypothetically, we could imagine that there were beings in Munich who could see a great deal, but with the exception of human beings and their activities. It is conceivable that such beings might exist in Munich who could not perceive human beings and their activities. Such beings, blind to humans and their affairs, might, for instance, see clocks. They would be aware that clocks exist and how they were assembled, yet not see the human watchmaker assembling the timepieces. They would just see the components coalescing without the hands carrying out the assembly, though might possibly see the various tweezers, calipers, collets, and so on with which the parts are gripped. In short, they'd see all the components self-assembling out of thin air. What concept would such beings have of a watch? They certainly wouldn't think there were watchmakers in Munich. They would deny that completely. They might think, oh, how frightfully superstitious to think there are clockmakers, knowing as we do that clocks spontaneously self-assemble. This is exactly the sort of assumption people make about whatever gradually takes shape over time on a physical level, that it spontaneously self-generates. In truth, every single thing that arises does so through the actions of the beings of the higher hierarchies, and not just due to the mutual interactions of fathers and mothers, nor is the human being evolving within the mother's body created, quote, of its own accord, close quote. No, the entire universe, together with the beings of the higher hierarchies, is involved in the process. Evidently, the whole cosmos, high into its loftiest regions, is involved in the creation of everything connected with the head, but especially so in the human head itself. Physical science will itself realize, and the leveling up of physical science with spiritual science must ultimately be brought into equilibrium, and learn to think differently about embryology, as indeed to consider differently all the organs. Those other organs, as will be discovered in the not-too-distant future, are strongly dependent on inherited factors. Far less is the human head thus dependent. It is only constrained by its... Spiritually speaking, the whole cosmos really is involved in the creation of the human head, participating spiritually and being actively focused into the maternal body. That people don't see forces at work, as for instance a farmer doesn't see the forces active in a magnet, is no proof that these forces don't exist. What is present in the human head is in one sense prepared, elaborated, in relation to what each human being brings within their I, capital, from their, and which is then further transmuted by spirits of form, by spirits of movement, by spirits of wisdom, the thrones, all working on a mighty hollow sphere. What is being worked on here is vast in extent, a sphere into which everything is incorporated. Imagine an immeasurably great sphere into whose global surface is embedded everything to be processed in accordance with the degree to which the human being has given over to the great cosmos the contents of their ether body. This forms something we, as it were, endorse or sign, if I may express it thus. That is to say, that which has been brought with us from the assimilation of the astral body. The time comes, beginning with what I have called in one mystery context the midnight hour of existence, when this sphere begins to shrink, gradually becoming smaller and smaller, and this sphere, which is being transformed by higher spirits in accordance with the earlier incarnations of the human being concerned, ultimately becomes so contracted, ever smaller and smaller, that it unites with the germinal human received into the maternal body. From this evolves primarily the form of the head. This emergence of the shape of the head is a wondrous mystery, and is a result of centuries of work by the higher hierarchies. Just think how humans' perception of their relationship with the world can be deepened by knowing how they are placed within the entire cosmic context. Human beings, in bearing their heads, need to consider, in all humility, obviously without pride or arrogance, just how little they contain of the wisdom required to form the head bequeathed them. Human beings bear the contents within them. Viewed in this way, spiritual science gains enormously by being the point of origin for perceptions or feelings which, in an arrogant soul, can become treacherous. I alluded to this in the second mystery play, where Capasius, in conversation with Benedictus, senses the approach of verities of this, that the divine services of the gods are necessary in creating, in bringing forth human beings. Many, especially those susceptible to, however unconscious, a self-regard, deem themselves all the more elevated on account of this. Human beings can appear monstrously important to themselves. It is more prudent to nurture a sense of how little consciousness one possesses of all the wisdom necessary to bring about a self. You might, of course, share the opinion of those who object. Fine. But why do people need to know all this? They can live perfectly well without knowing all these facets. Therein lies a huge error. In truth, they cannot. We are living in just such times as make us prone to the aberration that we can live on earth perfectly well, eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and so on, and can carry on much else besides, and notwithstanding. But this belief is not founded in truth. Eventually, human beings have to be brought round to the fact that their belief is not grounded in truth. On the basis of the above, I now bring in the example of Karl Christian Planck into public lectures. That extraordinary person who lived a solitary life in Ulm for years on end, and whom the University of Tübingen failed to appoint to a then vacant chair because nobody recognized the significance of the man. Of course, stunted intellects will say that toward the end of his life he became so nerve-racked that he said all sorts of self-important things that can be construed as megalomania. Stunted people would say that. But anyone like Planck, who had not fully endorsed spiritual science, would still suffer from their nerves under such treatment by their fellow humans. And yet Planck could say what he did in the opening speech of his titled Testament of a German, in the wake of those words of the ancient Romans, quote, "Ungrateful fatherland, not even my bones shall you have," close quote. I brought in this saying of Karl Christian Planck's, uttered before he died in 1880, as it reflects so well what now confronts us in our European World War. That man of idealistic outlook was well qualified to see reality because the inner strength he had developed, as one able to plumb the founts of existence through thinking, is also the most practical thinking in the world. The sort of practical which people who reckon they have eaten practical by the spoonful is not actually practical. Only someone who has gleaned what springs from genuine founts of life experience, in spite of humanity's brutality, and after all warranted striving has been crushed to death, can claim to be practical. I am bringing this example to demonstrate how the human power, also vital for outer practical life, that clear, incisive thinking, can only arise when the human soul is enriched by spiritual scientific truths. How can people of our time believe that human life on earth is viable without having any idea of spiritual scientific knowledge? Because they are so infinitely short-sighted. If they weren't so myopic, one could prove purely externally how wrong those are who say that people need not worry about some spiritual world. They would be born of themselves, would bring themselves up. Some sort of education would need to be on offer, but today's education comes up with a sort of massively clever educational principles that reach the dizzying heights of Förster's pedagogy. You would then become one of those stolid citizens who put their mind to what they have to do to feed and water humanity, themselves included. Humanity has not always been like this. Thinking it is possible to live on earth at all without some spiritual knowledge is a recent phenomenon. External proof of this is plentiful, and I'd like to posit to you an example I've outlined in various branches. We could probably find a Munich example if we had time, but here in Munich we don't have such time. This was found recently in a Hamburg art gallery and arose as follows. Let's think of that great symbol at the start of the Old Testament, the temptation of Adam and Eve, which we know to be the Luciferic temptation. Isn't it the case that when this is painted today, no matter whether realistically, idealistically, expressionistically, or impressionistically, in futurist mode or whatever, people will generally believe it to be in accordance with reality, even if they paint Adam and Eve in varying degrees of horribleness. They will include the tree, the snake, as large as the tree with its reptilian head, but certainly with a snake's head. Can this be called realistic in the true sense of the word? I don't think so, my dear friends. Leaving aside all mention of modern women, not even the original archetypal Eve can have been of such limited acuity as to be seduced by a real snake. That can hardly be considered realism. Just think of a real snake slithering through green grass. Is the archetypal Ur-mother Eve supposed to have fallen for its wiles? Even a present-day snake gliding around as an actual creature can only be thought of as a symbol of something else. But now, let's remember which concepts we need to associate with this Luciferic seduction. It is, after all, Luciferic. The serpent can at most be a symbol of Lucifer. Associated with his image is the fact that the being Lucifer remained behind during moon evolution, nor can this being be seen with physical earthly eyes. With Lucifer still remaining at the stage of moon evolution, he can of course not be seen with normal physical eyes, only with one's inner eye, EYE. He can therefore not resemble any terrestrial snake, which can be seen with physical eyes. You have to imagine Lucifer in the way that spiritual science can. Just think, human beings bear their head as the element that is the furthest developed of their limbs. On this hangs, by the most fragile of means, just look at a skeleton, as if hanging, the rest of the organism, albeit the spinal column and cord, also hangs from the skull. Yet what develops later, physically speaking, was formed earlier. Were we to go back in evolution and see Lucifer with our inner eye, we would naturally have to see him at his moon stage, preparing the earthly human head. You would see a human head, not quite yet solidified, internally mobile, still polymorphic, variously shaped, and from it hanging something resembling spinal column and cord, which could be imagined as something akin to a snake's body. You would have to paint Lucifer like this, with as ambiguous a face as possible, and from this head a serpentine body dangling, which is approaching the primal beginnings of a human backbone. This would be a spiritual scientific image of Lucifer. Now, there was in that Hamburg art gallery a 13th or 14th century painting by Master Bertram, depicting the biblical story of creation, where this paradisiacal symbol is painted in such a way that Lucifer, in the form I have just described, thoroughly accords with spiritual science's image. So in the 13th or 14th century, Master Bertram was able to depict Lucifer correctly, as spiritual science can confirm. You can go and see it. It is a historically factual image. We have often spoken of ancient atavistic clairvoyance, which only gradually faded away. Yet what Master Bertram painted is an indication that right into the 13th or 14th centuries there was still the potential for Lucifer to be correctly depicted, in the sense of old atavistic spiritual science. It is therefore possible to prove by external means that it was only a few centuries ago that people became so devoid of spirit as to be as God-forsaken as they now are. You'll find plenty of similar examples. What this means is that what those stunted minds take to be the primal, everlasting nature of the human soul, looking out through one's eyes, combining impressions with reasoning, has only been a quality of human souls for the past few centuries. Previously, all human beings were aware of a connection with spiritual worlds. This died away naturally over time. And yet we find that as late as the 13th or 14th century, people existed who could paint in accord with ancient vision. It is important to take note of facts such as this. From examples such as this, it can be seen how atavistic vision, which as we know had to make way for the elaboration of free will in humanity, still persisted, living on in souls of that time. Because the consciousness soul had to be evolved, that ancient spiritual science had to die out. Today, spiritual science needs to be retrieved. As far as a spirit of creativity and inventiveness is concerned, humanity is still living on legacies passed down from the spirituality of old, in every area of life. Today, if someone has an idea about something that did not previously exist, it is due to old spirituality still working on. But it will only be 50 or 100 years before all inventions and ideas impelled by true creativity and human evolution will have vanished, including in branches of mechanical engineering, if spiritual science does not work fruitfully for humanity. Spiritual science simply has to embed itself actively into the entire evolution of humankind from now on. Otherwise, the soul life of the human race on earth will become sterile and unproductive. We face this sterility in varying degrees, but especially strongly among the arts. Here the impression is particularly compelling that people are largely spirit or God forsaken, unable to find and to insert mysterious elements into works other than what has been prefigured in nature. In other words, when the inner fructification of the spirit is totally absent. These aspects are, on the one hand, they show us how essential it is that we human beings become aware that as truly human totalities, we are interwoven with beings of higher worlds. You can think of people, there are still some today, who are not aware that air exists. For them it is just empty space. At least it doesn't rise to their consciousness that air exists. Yet the physical body is basically unthinkable without its surrounding air. What are we physically without our surrounding air? We tend to think of people as contained within their skin, but that is a stupid thought. Here is the air. One moment it is within us, then once again outside us. Does air not belong to the human being as much as the muscle in their physical body? Do you not contain what was once external to you, and then again, vice versa? Just as our physical body is at one with air, so are we as regards our soul, as regards our ether body, at one with the beings living and weaving throughout the universe in the form of angeloi, archangeloi, and archai. With our astral body, we are at one with those beings who likewise live and weave throughout the world, the thrones, the spirits of wisdom, of movement, and of form. They are continually, just as air is always working in our physical body. Knowing this gives us the right consciousness of being human. That is one aspect of the matter. There is another side to it. I would like to call up an image of these two aspects by way of your imagination, and for the purposes of some necessary considerations. Just read title The Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky. It is a graphic example. 4 personalities, among others, appear in this work. The 4 sons of the old Karamazov, Dmitri Karamazov, Ivan Karamazov, Alyosha Karamazov, and Pavel Fyodorovich Smerdyakov, putatively a Karamazov. The effect this novel exerted particularly on Central Europe was quite remarkable. It would take me too long to talk about all the ways and means by which this work, The Brothers Karamazov, takes shape out of human life and courses through a soul such as that of Dostoevsky. But I will just say this. One can greatly admire the artistry and incisiveness of his psychology, as people nowadays call it, knowing as they do so little about what really constitutes the art of psychology, and for his finely observed lives. Nevertheless, anyone who may not have absorbed spiritual scientific concepts and percepts, learning that the human being consists of physical body, ether body, astral body, and I, whether written on a chalkboard or in colors, as was often done for the sake of memorizing, anyone who has not absorbed this intellectually, but who has gradually over a lifetime come to experience these elements in human nature in the way we aim to do over the years, may have an uncomfortable feeling about the largely chaotic depictions in The Brothers Karamazov. However, it does contain many fine observations on life, if you only focus on externals. For instance, the eldest of the Karamazov brothers has a different mother and has quite different character traits from the 2 middle brothers, Ivan and Alyosha. And the 4th, who is rather childlike, has yet another mother. Old Karamazov is a frightful, phenomenal bounder who carries on all sorts of monkey business, so that this Smerdyakov has an idiosyncratic relationship with the mother, and it is not made clear that he is a son of Karamazov Sr., but I won't tell the story now. Yet when you look at it from the angle as to who the mothers of the 4 Karamazov brothers were, you may have the feeling there's more to all this than meets the eye. It is noticeable that a European would not go about describing things in this way. Central Europeans tend to describe in far more conscious ways and in descriptions, wouldn't bring in so many subconscious factors as does Dostoevsky. They would assemble more, and in assembling facts they know about, would have less of the richness of a Dostoevsky, who doesn't take the route of what he knows, but transcribes from life itself. Life is indeed richer than the human soul can know, due to the spirit existing behind it. In face of all this, you may feel, much has passed through an endlessly chaotic spirit, through a spirit made chaotic by his epilepsy and through a seriously unhealthy soul, because in our time, just as in nature, human life inclines one to reveal the one thing or the other. Then you may come to a point, if a real sense, a real concept of what is understood by physical body, ether body, astral body, and ego has been acquired, of realizing that in the four Karamazov brothers, human presences are represented, whom one understands rightly, if one reflects. One brother presents as a person in whom one element of human nature predominates, where the physical body primarily is active. In another brother we face a being more predominantly given to activity in the ether body, this being where its activity is centered. In the third brother, the astral body comes to the fore, whereas in the fourth brother, the quality of an I is more pronounced. It really appears like this when you read the Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky, and inwardly observe those four characters, such that you might reflect. Because of that whole human vortex affecting the writer and causing him to write chiefly out of the unconscious, these four elements of human nature have the effect that in one the ego, in the next the astral has the upper hand, and so on. So that overall these four Karamazov brothers are like a dismembered human being, somewhat akin to the way in which the animal kingdom is a dismembered ether body. So you will find, if you care to look into it more closely, in Smerdyakov Karamazov, a predominating physical body, in Ivan Karamazov, an ether body at the forefront, in Alyosha, an astral body, and in Dmitri, primarily an I or ego. If this at first seems strange, it is nevertheless viewed from a point of reality, and not as one would construct it. In fact, one would probably construct it quite differently, yet there it is, when viewed in its inherent reality. Herein lies an oddity, that a writer who created chiefly out of his subconscious, and whose soul was chaotic due to his epilepsy, should be nudged toward reality, and who also becomes related via his astral body, again in his unconscious, with all that lives and weaves throughout the world. For, my dear friends, we can well believe that not for nothing are we, like Dostoevsky, already standing under the gallows waiting to be hanged, as others had been before him, waiting and about to be hanged when at the very last moment a reprieve comes. This is something that releases quite different feelings in a human soul from those in a soul which has not undergone any such event, to be hanged at any minute. That needs to be taken into account. All this demonstrates, I'd say, how reality can affect a contemporary soul in such a way that, throughout an entire novel, it can depict four brothers, archetypically endowed as I described, who can only be understood if one knows about and is able to feel this structure. Then you will also understand why, for example, the one overwhelmingly possessing etheric qualities, and the one who is predominantly physical in body, should be descended from a person who has suffered frequent hysterical episodes. Many other details fall into place wonderfully once you take this into account. From the above, it becomes apparent toward what our time is forging in a folk region which, as I have so often described, is suited to some extent to giving up the qualities of its blood, qualities that ought to form a connection with Central European qualities, as I outlined the day before yesterday. Understanding what is happening, including by those who are unconsciously woven into this phenomenon, can at present only be achieved with a background in spiritual science. It may seem inane to say that, but let us for once give it expression. The world is profound, and an ability to know or judge something is not the easy matter those people nowadays imagine it to be, who lead lives in the way that some do. People of this ilk dream their way through life in a daze, not knowing the first thing about what is taking place around them. Enormous events lie ahead, and it is not easy to draw people's attention to them. Do you not, after all, belong, not least through your karma, to those who, bit by bit, commit to such things, who listen to them and eventually get to grips over the years with concepts as to what underlies the surface of life? Those outside this movement can sometimes be given hints, but this may not go very far. Then there are those markedly clever individuals who believe, above all, that those who can talk spiritual scientifically, who resort to this assertion or another, know no more than their words. And those who have no idea that everything has to be retrieved from an all-encompassing source of knowledge, but from knowledge that can be corroborated down into its every detail, and which becomes especially interesting when such details are substantiated. That certain things in human evolution need to change will be apparent to you from the two facts I juxtaposed. On the one hand, I showed you what is contained in the human being, and on the other, how to view events that are actually taking place. If someone who has no training in microscopic work looks through a microscope, they will generally not see much. Similarly, the person looking into life in the 19th century East will not generally have seen very much if they remark that Dostoevsky also lived there and wrote a book called The Brothers Karamazov. And because in the content of that book a subterranean element is alive, because it is actually present in himself and is combined with what in turn exists in the East, the concept has arisen in Eastern consciousness relating to a particular approach to life, which they call Karamazov-Shchina. Whatever is experienced in imitation of the life of the Karamazov brothers is called Karamazov-Shchina. Yes, it is hard to say, and is a more qualitative concept than the Munich idea of Stritzinetz, which is far more abstract. Over there, it is more concrete, and obviously not the same in meaning, but the concept occupies a central place in life there. It is also applied to art. To understand contemporary life, it is essential to have, in terms of soul background, what can only originate in spiritual science. Similarly, from the external processes so often confronting people nowadays, and from a thoughtful observation of the facts, the same necessity of which I have been speaking is evident, and this I sought to illuminate from two perspectives. The following is an especially depressing aspect of present times. You see, long before the war began, generalized opinions had been expressed. Certain people were held to have delivered outstanding results in their various areas of expertise. There were no particular reasons to oppose them, as they had achieved a great deal, in the sense of present culture, which is materialistic. Then war was declared. These people spoke out. Letters were written. It is quite unbelievable what people, regarded the world over as outstanding, could write once war had broken out. Just read the letters they wrote about the outbreak of war, or read, on another tack now, the letter written by the man, I do not need to share his views with you, who was considered a remarkably committed free spirit, Kropotkin. What kind of senseless, arch-idiotic letters he has written since the outbreak of war. These are things which, after all, carry a great deal of weight. I would like to say, at the moment it is particularly evident, at a time when humanity is facing fast-moving, enormously portentous events, just how little such people, even though they may be exceptional individuals, are of sufficient stature as regards their thinking to face what has broken into their otherwise comfortable, humdrum daily lives. The best of these, in their own regard, are the ordinary Philistines, not of course from our standpoint, but in terms of modern opinion. Well, They continue to carry on living and holding forth, each opining from their own standpoint. These personal outlooks, how do they usually come about? It's well known that nowadays people don't respect authority and have their own self-generated views. The views they hold are, by and large, just based on having forgotten in which paper, magazine, or program they heard a given opinion. These are their own views. They differentiate between other foreign news and their own. The salient feature of these latter is that they have forgotten the source from which they were absorbed. All this indicates that much, very, very much, has to become quite different, particularly in respect of spiritual life, and that people will have in the way materialists do, who are in fact forever dreaming about the world. They of course imagine that others are the dreamers, that materialists are the dreamers who never wake up properly. The way spiritual life is regarded really has to change, and the fact that it has to become quite different needs to penetrate into the consciousness precisely of those who want to bind the essential live nerve of a spiritual scientific worldview with their own hearts. We have had to have a more serious exchange of words on the occasion of my present visit, for the simple reason that today matters stand such that we have to take every opportunities that may not always present themselves so easily. At the moment, traveling around is difficult. All this is connected with what I have repeatedly mentioned here, which can in turn be seen in the context of all I've said again today. Today I again said that our ether body cannot be seen merely as the bearer of our thoughts, something we drag around and regard as if it were our property, after which it just evaporates. No, it does not simply evaporate. It is the element that becomes woven into the universal cosmic ether after entire hierarchies have worked upon it. When hundreds and thousands of human beings, as is the case at present, are prevented by death from wearing their ether bodies for decades, as would be normal for the span of a human life, and when so many young people are given up to spiritual worlds, to ether worlds, then what I have so often described comes about. These ether bodies remain present, with the portion that would have been allotted for their use now available for the world itself, because no forces are ever lost. These will be up yonder. But as to what effect they will have up yonder will depend on the state of souls down here. Those souls who will in future be able to find strength for spiritual progress will know. Many have undergone a sacrificial death. Their ether bodies are still present. If we can become conscious of them, if we are conscious of their forces, which can radiate inward toward what has been left behind, then a great spiritual revival will be enabled. But there must be souls on earth who are receptive to what is spiritual, to a spiritual perception of the world. Then what abounds in spiritual worlds as a result of all those sacrificial deaths will be made fruitful for the earth. Otherwise, this will become Ahriman's spoils. Because it must not simply be made fruitful for the earth, these things don't come about of themselves, but it has to be made fruitful through the mediation of human souls. For it depends on as many fitting human souls joining in their thinking and their feeling with the forces remaining in the unused ether bodies of those who have undergone sacrificial deaths. Upon this will it depend whether a future cultural epoch on earth will be able to use them in furtherance of that future spiritual age, or whether this abundance becomes the spoils of Ahriman. Think this thought meditatively, my dear friends, and it will become significant for your souls. Then will what I have often spoken here, and with which I also wish to close today, indeed turn out for the good. Quote, "From the courage of fighters, from the blood on fields of battle, from the grief of the bereft, from the sacrifice of people, there will grow fruit of spirit. If spirit conscious, souls will turn their thoughts to realms of spirit." Close quote. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 174A by Rudolf Steiner, translated by Christiana Bryan, entitled Europe Between East and West in Cosmic and Human History, 12 lectures. This is Lecture 7, given on the 19th of May, 1917 in Munich. Today I will take as a starting point something that might guide us in understanding what surrounds us and the questions we face. Our times need to be grasped in such a way that human beings can place themselves into their midst, in possession of a deeper and more spiritual understanding. Yet on every hand, there is a deep aversion to spiritual conceptions of all things human. This aversion is actually such that any attempt at a spiritual understanding, a comprehension of such impulses as seek to underpin our difficult times, is rejected from the outset as impossibly fantastical and childish. Nonetheless, the reflections we are able to pursue together here, and which cannot, understandably, address immediate conditions, as you know they simply cannot, are dedicated to what can lead in some measure to our own understanding, and can with some effort arrive at truly more profound points of departure. In order to understand times in which the deepest human forces are to some extent churned into disarray, times in which those deepest human forces are also at work, if for the majority quite unconsciously, it is essential that we don't just talk around all sorts of ideals and topics, but that we seek our understanding from a higher vantage point, one spanning the entire evolution of humankind in a general sense. We have always sought, within our spiritual scientific studies, to arrive at a broader overview across human evolution, and the most diverse aspects of this have been covered. Today I would like to bring something from yet another slightly different perspective. We know that a contributory factor within human evolution was undergoing what we call the Great Atlantean Catastrophe or Flood. We know that those now living as humankind can be traced back to certain evolutionary conditions that pertained before that Atlantean flood, and that we usually designate those early post-Atlantean epochs as ancient India, the second as ancient Persia, the third as Assyrian, Babylonian, Egyptian, the fourth as Greco-Roman. We inhabit the fifth and have to see how this fifth era is to be sloughed off as we move into the sixth. Now, it is a matter of seeing how inwardly, how spiritually, I would almost say how humanly, evolution among humanity could proceed, how it could take place at all after the Atlantean catastrophe. People who are generally averse to seeing things in context today tend to think a human being is a human being, and the way souls are configured today is the same as it has always been since humankind has existed. Retracing in reverse order the way in which humanity is viewed nowadays, one does, albeit, arrive at primitive conditions, which thereafter descend into animality. This materialistic interpretation of evolution cannot stand its ground in face of a spiritual scientific method of observing. For the further and ever further we go back in human evolution, the more do we find that the fundamental impetus, the forces underlying evolution, become increasingly spiritual. Though, if we are seeking accurate insight, we first need to grapple toward the right concept of what is spiritual. The fourth post-Atlantean epoch is of prime importance for today's age, the most significant in the context of the Earth's entire evolution. It is the age into which the mystery of Golgotha radiates. It challenges us to view the preceding times as a kind of preparation for the mystery of Golgotha, and the times following it as a fulfillment of the impetus brought about by the mystery of Golgotha. However, if we go back over Atlantean evolution, we find that the fifth epoch within Atlantean evolution is the most crucial in the span between Lemurian times and our own. For it is that fifth age in Atlantean evolution of human life that is the most incisive, and where we find the point of origin for what we may call the predominantly soul-level development of post-Atlantean times. Going back into Atlantean times, we do not find the animal humanity of which materialistically determined Darwinism is so fond of speaking. We find a humanity possessing a life far more dampened or dulled than post-Atlantean humans. When speaking of dullness of soul life, one would like to say, though the comparison remains a superficial one, the dimmed, dreamlike soul life of Atlantean times resembles the dimly dreamlike soul life of present higher mammals. However, this would be an entirely lame and limping comparison, because present-day animals do not experience in their dimly dreamlike consciousness anything like what the humans experienced in their own dreaming consciousness during and almost until the end of the fifth Atlantean epoch. What then is the essential hallmark of ancient dreamlike Atlantean consciousness? Forgive me if what I say sounds materialistic, but one only recognizes what is material once one has command over it, when one is aware of spiritual stimuli. So the main trait of humanity in those times was that they lived such that their soul life and their life of eating and nourishment were very closely allied. You might object that a close enough relationship exists between the soul life of some modern people and what they consume. That's quite correct, and we know that large swaths of present humanity in no way underestimate eating. That in itself need not be designated a reproach, but the difference between the inner experience of tasting food, that feeling of well-being experienced by modern humans when combining food with corporeality, and what Atlantean humanity experienced, it is about them that I am now speaking, is actually a great difference. Atlantean humans would eat. They ate this nutrient or another, taking each substance into themselves, and while combining each with their physical existence, conscious knowledge would arise within them as to which elemental spirit had suffused that material. They would not, in the manner of modern humans, gulp material down in colossal unconsciousness, but were conscious with which elemental spirits they were amalgamating during the process of combining material with their corporeal existence. Their metabolism was simultaneously a spiritual exchange, their mutual interaction with elemental spirits. It was the case that we could designate materials as bearers of one or another elemental spirit's impulsion, or even as a being, such that human beings felt, with their food, that spiritual forces were entering them. In digesting this, it was felt that a spiritual stimulus was at work within, that the human was not simply sitting and digesting as they would today, but that they were physically saturated by one or another spiritual element. Thus, materialism, such as it holds sway today, could not possibly exist. You could not claim only to believe in existential mortality, because spiritual stimuli pervaded both human and their digestion. In one sense, one only had to eat to be an anti-materialist. Descending into the dim dullness of subconsciousness is an essential achievement of this fifth Atlantean epoch. Eating and digesting became to some extent less spiritual, yet there remained something in the sixth Atlantean epoch which was more spiritual, and that was breathing. Today, when human beings breathe in or out, it comes into their awareness that they are breathing air in or out. That, at least, is what a chemist. In remote times, this was not only conscious, and this persisted throughout the sixth Atlantean epoch. Humans were aware that in breathing in, they were inhaling spiritual elemental forces into themselves, and in breathing out, they were exhaling elemental spiritual forces. From its outset, breathing has been an inherently soul-spiritual process. and cannot be seen as a purely corporeal physical activity. During the last Atlantean epoch, which had until then pertained, diminished somewhat, and later remained only as a memory, when hearing tones or sounds and seeing colors, an awareness remained that in the tone that could be heard and the color that could be seen, spiritual forces were radiating into eyes in vision, into interior life in the hearing of sounds. All this was present in the dim consciousness of those times. Humans achieved more lucid consciousness, but at the cost of their more spiritual consciousness. And they had to give up the spiritually transfused mutuality of their interrelationship with the outer world. Each age has its particular idiosyncrasies. Just as individual humans traverse the ages of life and their effects on the disposition of body and soul are varied, so does humanity's entire evolution go through various states, and later conditions differ from earlier ones. It would be foolish for someone of 50 or 60 to believe that what constitutes their physical spiritual identity could conjure back their state between 10 and 20. It is just as laughable not to be able to distinguish between the various stages of life and their specific qualities. Likewise, it is eccentric to think that what pertains in later ages of life's evolution was necessarily species appropriate at earlier ages. Things never return, and they differ in successive stages of life more than you might think. I have taken it upon myself to find out something about the stages of human life in post-Atlantean times. Anyone just proceeding from analogies can also look at human evolution and say to themselves, just as an individual goes through childhood, youth, adulthood, and old age, so also does humanity as a whole. However, if you observe properly and delve into the actual interrelation between facts, that is not the case. You can't simply rely on analogies. Only when you take spiritual science seriously can you find what underlies matters. And it appeared to me that this was something different from what one might perhaps summarize by saying that similarly to an individual human being, humanity goes through stages of youth, adulthood, and old age. But this is not so. I found out that humanity in the first post-Atlantean cultural epoch, that of ancient India, was indeed at a certain stage of life, though not at one which can be equated with youth, but can instead be compared with an individual aged between 56 and back to 49. So that if one wants to compare the age of humanity in an individual's life, it should not be compared with youth, but with this riper span. Following this comes the cultural epoch of ancient Persia. In developing further, humanity undergoes an age span comparable with an individual life that is not youthful, but ranges backward from 49 to 42. Individuals grow older, but humanity grows younger. The Egyptian cultural period, therefore, has to be compared in individual terms with a stage of life between 42 and 35. The Greco-Roman cultural period is comparable with an individual stage between 35 and 28, and the present fifth post-Atlantean cultural period can be compared with an individual's age between 28 and 21. If we ask, how old is present-day humanity? We would need to answer, it is currently aged around 27. You only realize all that has contributed to humankind once this remarkable mystery of evolution is presented to your soul, for that is how this comparative matter actually stands. All this has definite consequences with regard to human life on Earth. What is entailed in that, during the first post-Atlantean cultural epoch, the whole of humanity experienced an age between 56 and 49. It means an individual human being would of course experience that they were firstly 1, 2, or 3 years old, but the fundamental feature of humanity, into which each individual settled, presented a quality which an individual person only experienced between the ages of 49 and 56. That is why so much original, archetypically elemental human knowledge comes to the fore in that epoch. Wisdom at which we can wonder, in a humanity so old, a humanity which had, as it were, settled into such maturity and age. A whippersnapper of 25 would absorb from the aura of humanity whatever was filled with wisdom, much as one would from an older person. Wisdom was dispensed over all humankind. Morality was absorbed. Into oneness with the aura of humanity, wisdom was valued, much as one would value a gray-haired head for the reason that it had matured into grayness. Thus did a feeling of devotion and piety flow out over human cultural life, which was both natural and taken for granted. This had the further effect that people, in respect of their individual development, could grow beyond what were gifts common to all only when they reached the age of 56. Only then could you speak of really individual development. Only then could individuals raise themselves above the groundswell of what approached everyone externally. Actually, many people did not achieve such inner development as corresponds with the maturity between the ages of 49 and 56. They were regarded as children. They felt like children who can sense all around them the spiritual contents of humanity's age. The following age, that of ancient Persia, brought forth fewer lofty revelations and cultural impulses than the wise elders of the first post-Atlantean epoch had shared with humanity through their association with spiritual beings. All humankind evinced only a maturity comparable with the individual human stage of life between ages 49 and 42. Those who wished to outgrow the general aura of humanity could only undertake this after age 49. Yet these grew, through their individual progress, into a maturity that could only blossom after the age of 49. Similarly, during the Egypto-Chaldean epoch, the aura into which human beings grew may be compared with the individual's stage in life between the ages of 42 and 35. In Greco-Roman times, this was between 35 and 28. It is a remarkable feature of this Greco-Roman age that the individual's central point in life coincides with the central point in the life of humanity as a whole. It is just that while humanity in general flows downward, the individual ascends. This underlies the unique harmony of Greek culture, a harmony of which present humanity lacks any concept. When a Greek reached 35, they remained, in one sense, an average person, remained forever 35, had they not evolved an individual element in themselves that transcended the aura of humanity as a whole. Care was therefore taken in ancient times that an individual was enabled to evolve ahead and aloft. Then followed the fifth post-Atlantean age, the era in which we now live. During this fifth post-Atlantean period, humanity will live through a stage in life which can be compared with an individual's age between 28 and 21. This means that someone merely abandoning themselves to the universal flow of existence, someone who is only concerned with soul life to the extent that they are simply human, does not progress past the age of 28. If such a person makes no effort to advance their soul individually, to make some spiritual progress, they will remain 28, or rather will not mature past 27. Universal humanity can endow us with no more than it does by aiding us to reach the age of 27. If we do not, in our present age, seek to fire and to bestir ourselves with regard to our individual soul forces, the forces which can elevate us beyond the general universal stream of human existence, then though we live to 100, we will never go beyond the age of 27. Whether we are manual workers, professors, or whatever, if we fail to seek spiritual development, which will endow our souls with concepts such as external humanity cannot give it, we remain 27 in age. We will, of course, grow outwardly older, because time cannot be held up, but our souls only achieve a maturity of 27 in absence of our own evolutionary efforts. You really cannot understand our times if you do not bear in mind the unique trait just described. Over the years, I really have asked many questions pertinent to our time, questions about life, about the evolution of culture, about human misery, about what delights present humankind, what torments it. The key to understanding our present is the fact to which I have just alluded. What is lacking in our times cannot be grasped without focusing on this fact. We encounter philosophies at whose exposition we can only stand amazed, because they remain at the stage of declaiming generalities and have not the slightest ability to pitch into actual reality. Why is this so? I put this question to a single personality. I found that the originator of Eucken's philosophy is a man who has all the fire of a person who cannot transcend the age of 27. Certainly, he can talk, he has after all reached a considerable age, in a slightly rough voice, moves with different gestures, and has learned some additional things. But this betokens nothing. His whole manner is no more mature than age 27. You can bear such 27-year-old mannerisms throughout your life. This becomes particularly noticeable when people try to bring their ideas to bear on life, when they harbor ideas about ways in which life is to be managed. Now, we come to a slightly perilous area, so let's approach it by looking for the widest possible examples. I have asked various present-day people, those who have the task of intervening in modern life, making interventions concerning the way in which contemporary phenomena are to be governed by their ideas, how things are going for them. There is a typical person of this sort. I have made great efforts to be direct on the subject and not to beat about the bush, but there is no point in pursuing the matter unless the subject is based in its concrete manifestation. If you go looking for someone who is inherently of the type that can never transcend the age of 27, who will never have more mature thoughts than someone of that age, you find those of this particular type, strangely enough, in the most extraordinary places. For example, in the form of a President of the United States of America. If you study the various programs that person has promoted, they bear the imprint of the type of person who cannot move beyond the age of 27, because their soul has never absorbed the slightest element of anything other than what external life has brought their way. Admittedly, people of this ilk can be gifted to a greater or lesser extent. Talent may well be granted them. But the ideas they develop are, in terms of maturity of outlook, of clout, practicality, and common sense, still only 27, and will mature no further, though they live to be 100. If they don't start to deepen themselves spiritually and to supply their soul with the power of fire from within. We live in an age when we have to direct into our souls whatever is to transcend the age of 27. By 27, people are not practical nor life-savvy. They may insist as they will, but they are not yet practical in real life terms. That is the reason why the ideas of Wilson are so impractical and erratic, and why they please so wide an audience. They appeal to people with the same force of delight which youthful ideas can deliver, youthful ideas that take the form of sundry declarations about people's freedom and such like. That's all very nice. That's the way a world is ruled which demands effectiveness of ideas. You just keep making sweeping declarations about peace, and then war is all the more violently unleashed. One would so much like to engender a feeling for the potential of ideas that really penetrate reality, ideas that have clout, ideas that can grow together with reality, ideas that are merely declarations, nice ideas, particularly youthful ideas that are thought so pleasant, are spread around. But we need ideas that connect human beings with reality. What kind of lovely new idea is it when someone jumps to their feet saying, "The world needs to be oriented anew"? The best that can come from such like are words themselves. That is the one and only nice thing, the words themselves. Because one can then talk about them, and that is certainly pleasant. It's also nice to say the hardest worker should be deployed in the right job. Great ideas. But what happens when the hardest worker happens to be the nephew or the son-in-law? Nothing actually gets done with nice ideas. Only genuine knowledge of reality carries things out. Only a capacity for knowing what is real and genuine. Here is one of the views to be taken into account if you wish to understand today's culture more deeply. The peculiar nature of the times exhorts us to realize how vital it is for human beings to deepen their souls, and that they seek to achieve, through their own progress and to benefit their later years, that which humanity is no longer being universally given. It is obviously easier to talk in the manner of Eucken, of renewing life, of gaining inner mastery over life, of all sorts of things whereby one can elevate oneself in youthful fashion, all of which are no use for anything but declamations. And if political programs are produced with ideas such as those of Wilson, then the upshots are incalculable. This is much easier than seriously researching, seriously deepening your search for reality and penetrating the hidden impulses of life. If our spiritual scientific movement is truly to have deeper significance, it will, above all, have to salvage the will to delve into humanity's actual evolutionary impetus and be prepared to take hold of the great connections in life. Otherwise, everything in our spiritual science will remain mere theory. And mere theory is worth nothing, however much you may wish to associate with theory feelings that make you seem to be elevated. Only and solely what can delve into life, what is able to grasp life, is of any real value. All sorts of mysticism in which people seek to find this or that within themselves can come up with some very nice results. But we need to be able to look away from ourselves toward humanity's great tasks, so as to understand, above all, what we have need to understand, what we ought to understand. Otherwise, the most important aspects of spiritual science will simply be ignored. Over the years, since we have experienced our anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, a great deal of important things have in fact simply been swept aside, unheeded. If only those dear friends would remember the answer I would always give over many years, whenever I was asked how matters stand regarding reincarnation, because humanity is constantly increasing. If those dear friends might recall the stock answer always given, it could be that humanity will very soon experience the decimation of humankind taking place, especially in Europe. Then you will gauge what was meant if you look back, and remember the tone in which this was said. Whenever an increase in population was mentioned, the answer was, a time might soon come when, in the most painful ways, populations may decrease. Spiritual science is not about responding with theories to the superficial and casually felt needs of some people, but of answering questions posed by others that arise from the impulses of the times. In accepting spiritual science, it is preferable to grasp the gravity of what needs to be said and enfold it in one's heart than satisfy curiosity, however upstanding it may appear. This is what I wanted to convey, my dear friends, in the first part of today's considerations, and which, taking due account of the situation, is intended to lead to a deeper understanding of our time, something we will tend to further over these days. As the time designated for general considerations is running out, I would like, without causing anyone to claim I am cutting back on actual anthroposophical content, to move on to something requiring a few words of introduction. But I cannot move on to that before recalling some souls who have left the physical plane for spiritual life, of whom some were close to those sitting here today. It is not possible to go into all their individual names. Our dear friends present will accordingly orient themselves toward the appropriate uprightness of feeling in face of all those who have left the physical plane for the spiritual. That said, I cannot avoid commemorating the name of one man who, after quite some hindrances, found himself so beautifully to be in heartfelt inner harmony with anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, and who just in recent times had taken on responsibility for representing this in a public-facing capacity, accomplishing much of significance. I am referring to our dear friend Ludwig Deinhardt, at whose relinquishing of his body to the physical elements and departure into spiritual realms, our dear friend Selen spoke such beautiful words. He must be all the more esteemed in that despite quite some resistance, he found accord with our stream, not on the basis of blind faith, nor with a follower's adherence, but lately, in ever worsening times, he unstintingly, with all his soul, stepped up to a wide public on behalf of this spiritual stream. I will not shy away from stating explicitly that I count the way in which Ludwig Deinhardt stepped into the public arena on behalf of our movement among the most exceptionally valuable deeds. May I then call to mind Professor Sachs, who died recently and who pursued a great concept throughout his life, a great musical technical idea, and who always knew how to connect the modest work in which an individual can be immersed with comprehensive ideas, and with whom it was truly uplifting to speak, because what he wanted as a human being always fed into a great artistic will. We can count ourselves fortunate to have such people in our movement. In the wake of such inspiring thoughts, I am obliged, once again, to raise a less uplifting issue, inasmuch as what in some respects contributed to occurrences, and to the incisive measures I was obliged to take, involved my participation in the spiritual scientific movement to be served by the Anthroposophical Society. Over the course of time, what was to a high degree intended to be a blessing in cultural evolution, the anthroposophical movement has largely evolved into something of an obstruction rather than the spiritual movement I intended. There is no point in glossing over these issues. That would be particularly pointless where there is a danger of several aspects connected with the Anthroposophical Society becoming obstacles for anthroposophically oriented spiritual science. Please allow me, therefore, after all, we have worked together for many years and ought to be able to discuss such things without reserve, to deal with this quite openly and in the way it weighs on my heart. In general, one might say, something has become habitual within the Anthroposophical Society that has no right to continue existing in that form, because the judgment of the present world as to what anthroposophy intends is all too easily clouded by what has hitherto been taking place. Taking one detail as our starting point, in the world at large it is often said, and this has become general usage, that I myself come under attack less on account of spiritual scientific matters and more frequently due to some aspects of the society. One of the allegations leveled is particularly prominent, that a blind belief in authority reigns, that there is blind following, and that much is done out of sheer devotion, and so forth. Were I to raise my own objection to this, I would have to say, for the most part, what ultimately takes place is what I consider to be the right thing, what I might consider desirable. I do not believe that in any other society so little credence is given to what are actually the specific wishes of someone working within it. Even if that appears otherwise, it is nevertheless the case. Only nobody need take this amiss. Shutting one's eyes and burying one's head in the sand, that is indeed taking it amiss. My dear friends, I've been hearing quite a bit about moods in the local Anthroposophical Society in recent days. When I came into the foyer this evening, I was enveloped in the most devout waft of frankincense. Do not imagine that someone who directs their attention toward practical and inner life would harbor a particular wish for their evening of speaking to be encumbered by reaching for an externality, such as this devout frankincense, or that they might take a headache home with them due to such devout waftings, not to mention how frankincense might look wafting out, forgive me, into a profane world. It may seem unpleasant to mention things like this, but they are, after all, symptomatic. Just ask whether any such course of action has ever been initiated by me. But that is just by the way. However, the most important thing to me is the way in which the membership feels their connection to be with all that flows through anthroposophically oriented spiritual science in terms of spiritual life. You see, and as you know, a multitude of attacks, partly in print, partly about to be printed, have come into the public domain. If from today's external world there are attacks on spiritual science, it is hardly to be wondered at, nor need one experience them as especially painful. It is only natural and quite obvious. That can be countered. Spiritual science really need not fear factual discussion. Maybe one need also not be embarrassed by what is spiraling aloft from the membership. But the following does indeed gravely harm the strength that our movement should possess. One can say that one thing is certain in this movement, and above all in this society, that the most benevolent intentions and measures, the most compassionate admonishments regarding members' behavior are here drenched in the most toxic gall and enveloped in a cloak of betrayal, of denigration, of the most highly personal of confrontations, all of which points in a direction very well known to us. Things being done, possibly for mystical reasons, I don't know, in terms of pure invention, total untruth, are actually nowhere more blatantly evident than here. The will to behave rightly in this regard is not nurtured with sufficient energy. In fact, neither is the will to see these matters in their true reality pursued sufficiently energetically. The seriousness underlying a spiritual scientific movement, the scrupulous way in which it has to be represented, should at least be studied. What each individual can contribute naturally depends on their life situations and the most varied circumstances. But you can at least study what exists and not give yourselves up to all manner of mad notions. Objective factualness and an absence of personality-based bias is especially needful within a movement dedicated to purely spiritual perspectives. And nothing is more destructive than when those most personal interests, vanity, or ambition jut into the ranks of our movement. Certainly such things crop up in masked or embellished guise, but we need to look for their true countenance, observing them such that we arrive at the truth of a matter. If anyone writes about a series of offenses or disputes, knowing perfectly well what motivates them, knowing perfectly well how what is being attacked ought to be due to the unique character of spiritual science, then they are not doing enough if they just refute everything sentence by sentence. Stating and refuting can achieve much, sometimes everything, but very often it is not a case of what is being said. The reasons may lie somewhere quite different. If somebody tenders a piece of writing to the philosophic anthroposophic press, and it has to be rejected, and the person concerned becomes an antagonist, then the original causes are not to be sought in the articles proffered by that individual, but elsewhere. One doesn't discover the truth if the most important aspect, the actual reasons, retreat into the background. If a person concocts some attack or other based on specious esoteric effects, their foolishness is unmistakable to anyone who is not blind, and you would be going astray if you failed to trace utter fabrications back to their factual context. It could be that someone is behind them, say someone who went in town, who suddenly hatches the idea of becoming a prominent figure. First, they might seek to become important by writing to Frau Dr. Steiner and asking how they should transcend their narrow, small-town circumstances. Should they marry into a business or effect upward mobility by other means? When it is then indicated that we cannot concern ourselves with decisions about marriage and so forth, they are still not put off. They come and take part in some events, perhaps introducing themselves in a large meeting and in full voice declaiming a Schiller poem without having the slightest idea about speech. After might follow. Their ambition is insulted. Later they wish to be a great painter, and they pursue this idea to some extent. Everything is done to support them in their learning, and they are welcomed. The person concerned wants only to become an artist, but finds learning uncomfortable. They don't actually want to become an artist, they want to be one. And if others can do no more conviction than offer learning advice, that's construed as insulting. They are, after all, a genius, and it is a cheek to suggest that they need to train. Others do what they can to support this person's learning, but that in itself is insulting. Further scenarios along these lines could be cited. Such are the true reasons why someone would feel they have to become an enemy of such an awful society. All sorts of material is then written. What is written is almost beside the point. Much else could, of course, be written because the real causes lie elsewhere. And so it may continue, and it probably will, and may take on quite different dimensions. All such things have, in fact, not the slightest to do with spiritual science itself. But they can develop with great intensity from out of a society attempting to establish itself not upon the objective basis, which spiritual science itself can provide, but within which all manner of cliquish, personal social relationships are sought. As you see, I am merely alluding to a tendency. It may be possible to say more in the coming days, yet all this does not originate in spiritual science itself, but can be traced back to prevailing notions about what should happen in the society. It is precisely those who have been most cared for who most often do the rounds in spreading denigration and sheer fabrication. It is for reasons such as these, my dear friends, that I need to reach for incisive measures. I beg you at least really to name both two parts of this present reprimand, so that no further aspersions nor betrayals arise, as might happen were only one part to be passed on. If a reproach such as this is hard for some to take, then please remember that it is as hard for me as for those concerned, and that I am just as pained that it is necessary. So please don't turn to me, but to those who have caused this reprimand. Look in that direction for causes, but also look for what has to happen in future, by recognizing, when looking in that direction, the source of such disloyalty. It is most frequent where personal issues come into play. Certainly I have stood by everyone requesting personal advice. As regards esoteric matters, personal information tended on the whole to be somewhat superfluous. As for esoteric issues, I will always take care that a good alternative is available. But because personal issues have led to this point, it is essential that from now on everything takes place in full public light. I will take care that each can come into their own esoterically, but I will no longer be receiving on behalf of the society those seeking so-called private esoteric consultations. I will, without exception, have to end these private meetings, so that they do not become a source of denigratory material. If that is difficult for anyone, this measure has become necessary for two reasons. Firstly, because consultations are not essential for the pursuit of esoteric life. I will bring proof of this very soon. You will shortly have a full replacement for the discontinued meetings, which so often resulted in members bringing issues that had nothing to do with esoteric life. Secondly, because in so doing I am recording that the claim that people's inner lives are not being cared for is one drawn out of thin air. Just read title Knowledge of Higher Worlds. How is it achieved? It is not required for anyone to achieve a personal goal within a certain period of time. The second aspect inherent in this measure, one which I beg you not to forget, is that I absolve everyone who has hitherto had private consultations of any undertaking or promise, something anyway never given, of any obligation not to speak about their private consultations. As far as I'm concerned, anyone can say as much as they like about what I discussed with them, as I have nothing to hide. Whoever so wishes can share everything. Everything from the past can also be placed in the full glare of the public domain. This is the way in which we will best achieve a distinction between lies and truth. It will be the best means of creating a benchmark against which the level of duplicity within our movement can be assessed. But these two measures belong together. I will say it yet again. Those only sharing the first part of this reprimand are not presenting it in its true light. They belong together. I would still like to mention one more thing, my dear friends. If this is difficult for some, then please turn to those local places you will most easily find. Turn to those who have made these measures necessary. It is not acceptable that what the spiritual scientific movement ought to be for the world should be made impossible by cliquishness within the Anthroposophical Society. Because precisely in this way is the living element at the very core of spiritual science exposed to the misunderstandings of the world at large. Do you really think that all the tasks that need to be undertaken in the context of the society are accomplished for my personal satisfaction? I have been accused of deriving from the society some benefit for this or that project, because, for instance, building work in Dornach had to be undertaken. Do you believe that I could personally have had more concern invested in the Dornach building than any other member who takes our work seriously? Or that I could have been personally ambitious in seeing it built? Had the building not become possible, I would have been the very last person not to subscribe to its necessity. What the Dornach building was required for vital reasons to represent could not be embodied in any other way than that dictated by inherent lawfulness. The drastic measures just mentioned must ultimately be adhered to because, though I have been talking about this for decades, the seriousness of my words has never been taken to heart. Perhaps now that these measures are in place, they will be. Other societies exist in which behavior of the sort occurring in this society has not occurred. This, my dear friends, had to be said for the sake of our friendship, and could not be allowed to remain unsaid. Whoever is serious about the Anthroposophical movement will find their way, even if in face of the seriousness of the situation, measures such as these become necessary. For the movement as such is too sacred to be allowed to be extinguished just on account of assorted personal aspirations, in which direction more than enough has been going on. Those of our dear members, and there are very many such, who work out of devotion and sacrifice in the movement and in the society will be the last to complain about the measures imposed and will consider them all important. I don't think I'll be misunderstood, particularly by those who are genuinely and seriously concerned for our movement. They will concede that I am justified. There will also be those who will say, I am wrong. I will be content to accept that judgment. Time has moved on. I will continue tomorrow with the reflections I have instigated, and perhaps add to what I have had to say about aspects of the society. It has often been very hard to watch some of this. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to Well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 174A by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures entitled Europe Between East and West in Cosmic and Human History, translated by Christiana Bryan. This is Lecture 8, given on the 20th of May, 1917 in Munich. From yesterday's talk, you could see how in our times human beings find themselves in the midst of humanity's overall evolution. It was shown to some extent by human evolution itself and by what comes toward individual personalities, how this evolution has increasingly awakened a drive to fire the inner soul, to awaken it, because humans have become ever less able to make progress in external terms without drawing on their inner resources. That is the gist of what spiritual science intends: to lead human individuals toward the possibility of striding ahead, whereas in ancient times, simply because each human was born into humanity, they had a given number of experiences that endowed them with a certain level of maturity. You will feel that knowledge of such a fact, as outlined yesterday, is of immense importance and fundamentally illuminates what is needed by human beings of our time. One can only enter into this properly, in the sense of a spiritual scientist, by looking with wide open eyes at the ways in which present humans relate to human evolution as a whole. Infinitely significant discoveries can be made here. But these discoveries have to be made in such a way that one is in a position to evaluate the facts. There are people today who feel it necessary to extend their soul beyond its boundaries, in other words, beyond the age of 27. But the courage and energy which today creates such wonders in the external world, that courage and energy to really unfold inner soul forces, are not found so frequently today. That is how it comes about that we meet people who in their own ways strive to find something other than what exists in the surrounding culture and tasks of the times. Yet they lack the courage to approach the working methods, attitudes, and ethos that long for something genuinely new, that is, for spiritual science. We find that such people do not clearly say to themselves, but instead they feel, in times gone by the surrounding world bequeathed more to humans, so we ought to look for what the world once gave humanity. We need to regain access to those ancient gifts once more. That is the reason why those more inclined to long for the Spirit take refuge, I'd say due to a lack of strength, in all sorts of long superseded, long surpassed stages of human evolution. Examples of this abound. One such is very typical, the writer Maurice Barres, who with youthful impetuosity wanted, one could say, to storm the spiritual heavens, then sought to join some new spiritual movement or other, but lacking the requisite courage, found his affiliation with Catholicism, as do so many today. Yet it is an odd attitude that seeks their path in a backward instead of a forward direction. The words in which Barres describes his striving toward Catholicism are the predictable testimony of someone lacking all courageous drive or energy of soul, who, because they can muster no will to seek anything new, clutch at what is old. How he clutches is what is typical. Just take the words of a spirit such as Barres, a product of today's education, who stands fully within it, and from it has evolved his inclination toward Catholicism. Quote, "Seeking what is yonder is a waste of effort. Maybe it doesn't even exist." Close quote. Just think, after aligning himself with Catholicism, he speaks of yonder worlds in terms such as these. Quote, "Seeking what is yonder is a waste of effort. Maybe it doesn't even exist. However much we grab hold of it, we cannot experience anything of it. Let's leave occultism to the enlightened and the street entertainers. Whichever form mysticism may assume, it contradicts reason. So let us just give ourselves to the Church." Close quote. Just think about that. Quote, "Firstly, because it is indissolubly bound up with France's tradition. Further, because it has been formulated with the authority of centuries. It has great practical experience of the ethical rules it must teach people and children. And, lastly, because far from supplying us with mysticism, it directly defends us against it, commanding the voices of the mysterious groves to silence, setting out the Gospels and sacrificing the magnanimous anarchism of the Redeemer to the needs of modern society." Close quote. Here you see the motivation of someone typical of the present, driven to search for the Spirit in their own particular way, grasping for what humanity, without human effort, once possessed. He just takes it without making any demands on the real sense of what he is taking. One might call this cynical or frivolous, were there not considerable seriousness and striving behind it. And that is just what is so ominous and disastrous. The serious nature of the striving itself becomes frivolous because of its relation to time. Don't take such words lightly. The most damaging disservices to our time are rooted in the fact that human beings are always inclined to take things flippantly. Countless other examples, similar to that of Barres, could be cited. They would all demonstrate in their multifarious ways the attribute of our times just mentioned. We ask ourselves, what is the underlying reason for this? We ask this because it is important to recognize how we need to do things differently. We can only find our way properly forward if we have some insight into the present calamity, into what underlies an attitude such as this. We have to look back a little over human if we want to understand the present, and we do not need to understand it. We have to look back a little over human evolution if we want to understand the present, and we do need to understand it if we want to make headway. If we go back over the evolution of European humanity and associated Asiatic population, we need to go back as far as the first third of post-Atlantean times. We find what even external research confirms, that people could clearly differentiate between the three basic elements of the human constitution. That archaic, dimly dreamlike awareness arose, enabling them to distinguish between these three attributes. This is why I gave particular emphasis in my book titled Theosophy to the fact that these three fundamental constituents have to underlie the overall structure of the human being. Going back, we see that human beings viewed humankind as comprising body, soul, and spirit. Just think what confusion reigns today, even among those seeking clarity, in terms of an overview of the human constituents of body, soul, and spirit. You can scroll through philosophy after philosophy. You can study Wundt, who is not only well known in Germany, but studied worldwide, quote, with passionate resolution, close quote, and you will see that the man cannot differentiate between soul and spirit, despite that ability being amongst today's most basic requirements. When did it widely come to light that people were muddling up soul and spirit? As I said, you will find this everywhere. The human being is divided into body and soul, and mixed into the soul without any distinguishing features, also some spirit. This came to sharp expression in the year 869 at the Council of Constantinople, when the spirit was abolished, banished, forgive the harsh expression, because the teachings then formulated culminated largely in creating the doctrine that human beings contained a thinking soul and a spirit-like soul. The spirit was therefore dispatched, and a still-sensed fragment of it smuggled into the soul, whereby it was claimed that the soul has thinking capacity and some spiritual attributes. Then followed the Middle Ages with its, in many respects, admirable scholastic research. Yet this still existed under the vigorous constraints of that doctrine of 869. And any so-called trichotomy, or threefold stratification, was severely frowned upon. The spirit had to be omitted everywhere. This defines the way in which soul and spirit are considered, or rather not considered, by modern academicians, who according to their own statements carry out premise-free science. They simply don't acknowledge those premises, as set out in the resolutions of the Council of Constantinople in 869. The fact that the academics have no inkling upon what they actually depend is the reason they deem themselves to be unconditionally premise-free. Those are the facts of the matter. They need to be heard and energetically focused upon. There is no point shutting one's eyes to them. If anthroposophically oriented spiritual science is to become, for human beings, what it is intended to become, in accordance with the laws of human evolution, such things have to be kept in view, while an understanding of the threefold structure of the human being, as body, soul, and spirit, has to be restored to humanity. Just as, on the one hand, the body exists between birth or conception and death, and is the physical facilitator of consciousness, so must the spirit be recognized as the spiritual facilitator of higher consciousness, which human beings have to develop between death and a new birth. This is deeply allied with the momentous inner circumstances of life in modern humanity. Let's take something typical of our times. Thinking, about which we must say it has become an abstraction, though the occasional person may transcend this abstraction, is largely based in public life on three abstract ideas. Nowadays, in the world at large, we see these three abstract ideas being brought to bear against Central Europe. This central area of Europe will only take up its spiritual task if it accustoms itself to making the three abstract ideas into concrete ideas, ideas that are drenched in reality. These three concepts were driven into consciousness with great fervor at the end of the 18th century in the words fraternity, freedom, and equality. They almost remind us of three quite concrete concepts, which are only now understood in abstract terms, but which were embodied in human consciousness in terms conceived as appropriate to the reality of those times. They remind us of faith, hope, and love. But let's stay for a moment with fraternity, freedom, and equality. It is spectral, shadowy thinking that seeks to actualize these three concepts across the modern world. Everything of this ilk, in pursuit of which human souls make such efforts, rests upon the fact that people have no inclination to penetrate reality. They can do no more with these three great cardinal concepts than they do with the new policy of realignment, that each human being should be deployed in the position best befitting them. They announce nice ideas, create abstract concepts out of those ideas, but have no inclination to commit to reality. This reality consists of an understanding of spiritual science. In the same way as spirit and soul are intermingled in confusion, so are freedom, equality, and fraternity jumbled together. The idea of fraternity, of brotherliness, will only be capable of being rightly grasped by humanity once you are clear that human beings only fully exist on this physical plane with one of their constituent elements, in corporeal incarnation. We exist on a physical level, in physical embodiment, which connects us with all humankind through blood and other commonalities. Just think back to olden times about the way in which physical humans related to other physical humans. They did not just contain what they inherited from their parents, but also encompassed the immortal element which accompanied them through births and deaths, configuring itself into corporeality over the course of incarnations. In ancient times, as I outlined yesterday, human beings were capable of co-experiencing what was spiritual in the environment while eating, breathing, and digesting. It was one of their capacities. Due to this, they incorporated something largely instinctive, which we might call an agglomeration of feelings, sensations, concepts, and imagination, which govern their attitudes and behavior toward their fellow human beings. This was instinctive in them, and we see it decreasing over time. The terrible eruptions of hate which we now encounter can only be understood in terms of their real underlying cause, if we understand how the old instincts are on the wane. These hateful instincts are far more serious than is acknowledged today. Terrible things will be experienced as a result of this condition, and if what needed to be overcome in evolutionary terms was not conquered, the instinct to hate would become ever greater and greater. Even if individual people largely tend, in an age of freedom from authority and premise-free science, toward being led by the nose, sensations streaming up from their subconscious hinder this. Such people tend to look for all sorts of leaders. The more aberrantly and unconditionally they seek to follow such leaders, the more are they exposed to the danger of their apparent love degenerating into hatred. This is not something that can be overcome by criticizing, because it is deeply rooted in human evolution. And the more human love is just preached as an abstract idea, and abstract fraternity likewise, the more does mutual antagonism unfold. This is another truth, upon which we need to focus most seriously and deeply if we are to understand the present. What has to happen is that an outlook that accepts repeated earthly lives, that accepts reincarnation, has to be transformed into feelings, into perceptions. Just being a theoretical adherent of reincarnation doesn't amount to anything. Taking as a whole what we have attempted to draw together in order to extract from the laws of human evolution, as they pertain over time, what enables us to focus on concrete facts and not just abstract ideas. There exists in every human being an element that traverses births and deaths, and this transforms abstraction into experienced perceptions, not into instincts as they previously existed subconsciously, but into conscious instincts with which people can somehow be challenged. Nowadays, there is an all too strong desire to take up the idea of reincarnation in selfish terms. How often have we seen people desperate to know all about their own previous incarnations? This cannot be the practical outcome of the concept of repeated earth lives. A genuine outcome would entail learning increasingly to see every individual you meet as though they contained far more than could be lived within their single earthly life. What is often called a feeling of distance may arise, which in due proportion is a feeling for finding the right relationship toward the other person, not deifying them, yet seeking ever more deeply to find within them the element enduring through eternity. It is false mysticism to brood endlessly within oneself. The kind of mysticism we need is of the sort that guides us toward practical but emphatically human knowledge, so that we avoid judging any individual from the outset as being either sympathetic or antagonistic, but are instead conscious that every human soul is actually an infinite riddle. If this idea is seriously taken to heart, what streams from out of repeated earthly lives, what pours into our souls, is something which, if rightly understood in the context of modern humanity, ought to be experienced as brotherliness. This brotherly love will not in typical manner seek ever and again to help others in a form pleasing to ourselves, but it will want to commit to helping others in ways appropriate to them, so that they are helped in accordance with their own deepest self. A thought such as this will also prevent us from the cavalier criticism that so often erects barriers between us and others, and which hinders us from seeing impartially what lives in the other person. Only when the concept of repeated earthly incarnations is alive in our souls, practically and vigorously, will the idea of brotherliness assume the right form and represent what human beings have in common, what they mean for each other through being embodied. A second aspect of human evolution is that we not only acknowledge the physical nature of the human being, the only aspect to which materialism wishes to admit, but that we recognize the human soul, that we ascribe to each person a conscious soul. We are not ascribing a soul to someone whom we endeavor to subjugate to our own ethos. That is, if we are of the opinion that we really are respecting their soul while expecting them to share our way of thinking, we have to grant a soul freedom. It cannot merely be ascribed to its body. Freedom is the only salient feature between souls, the only quality that matters. And the root of freedom is freedom of thought. Once you properly understand this second element of humankind, a soul in addition to a body, you will no longer confuse freedom and fraternity, but will instead say, brotherliness is necessary because humans have to establish for themselves a social order defined by fraternity, a social structure defined by fraternity has to come about. But unless people are enthused by really practical ideas about brotherliness, they will find no state structures within which human beings can sensibly live together. If people fail to recognize within these state structures that human beings live not only as physical bodies, but also as soul entities, they will never be able to conceive of freedom in the right way. This is because freedom lies in soul-to-soul conduct, and not between bodies. The freedom required by bodies arises automatically as a necessary consequence of inter-soul freedom having become widespread. This, however, requires that we finally learn not to foist our own thoughts onto other people, but allow each soul its own valid direction of thought. Above all, we need to acquire a sense for reality, because in no other areas can one sin more than in those of science and religion. I can only ever refer, by way of example, to something that happened in a South German town. I was giving a lecture about wisdom in Christianity. Being southern Germany, there were 2 Catholic priests in the audience. Afterward they said to me, "According to what you said today, one cannot object, in terms of content, to what you claim. Yet one cannot agree with it." I asked why. "The main issue," they said, "is that you say all these things about Christianity, such as can be understood by those with a certain level of erudition and certain requirements and so on. However, we are looking for a manner of speaking that is accessible to all people. We shape our thoughts such that everyone can agree with them." I replied, "Your Grace, you know that the way you and I think about what humbles us all, what makes us all devout, comes to both of us. Both you and I can imagine this, and each one of us will, of course, be totally convinced that our image is the right one, unless we have developed a sense for reality. We would be peculiar old fogies were we to create ideas whose suitability for all humanity we were to doubt. But what you or I think suitable for all humankind, each according to our individual development, is not the point. That is ultimately irrelevant, and we need to transcend that through proper, active, practical self-knowledge. The decisive factor is to study reality, and to ask what dictates reality. What does time and its contents teach us as to what people need? What do people's longings teach us? From this another question arises from the one you posed, namely, does everyone go to your church nowadays? If you are to speak to all people, wouldn't they all flock to you? They couldn't avoid answering, admittedly, not everyone still goes to church. I then said, so, you see, among those in today's audience were mainly those who no longer go to church, but who also have a right to find their way to Christ, and it was to them that I was speaking. One should not, just on the basis of one's own opinion, conceive ideas as to what people need, but rather in accordance with what reality is telling us. It is less comfortable to study reality. You have to keep adjusting how you deploy your observational senses and have sufficient willpower to ask repeatedly, what are the real needs of the times? How do things stand? What are they asking of us? Unless this practical sense, which has to underlie freedom of thought, has infiltrated people's souls, we will not achieve corresponding soul-to-soul relationships. Just as the social fabric toward which humanity must aim is dependent on us arriving at truthful insights in the sense of spiritual science into corporeality and the idea of fraternity, in the same way do we have to grasp and make real concepts of soul and freedom of thought in the areas of science, education, and religious ethos. a third element is the spirit. If it is now possible to reinstate the spirit in its rightful place, and to reverse what the Council of Constantinople decreed in 869, then what may pertain practically for human life in future will also be valid for the spirit. Today we have two tendencies. One follows the same direction as the Council of Constantinople, which translates into banishing the spirit. A monistic worldview strives to banish the soul likewise. Those of the opinion that natural scientific monism contains so much tolerance, in today's sense of the word, that it could never bring itself to overturn a council and expel the soul, as well are mistaken in their thinking. The propensity mentioned is prepared not only to proscribe the spirit, but also the soul. Those who today are mini-monists will want to mushroom into great monists, and though they claim to disdain overturning that council, because they are, after all, free spirits, having freed themselves of all spirit, they will seek to allow certain usages and customs to become normalized. It will come about, do not take this to be a joke, that the soul will be eliminated. In addition to all the physical medicines that exist today, a whole raft of others will be added to treat those who talk of things as fantastical as spirits and souls. They will be remediated and will be medicated against all talk of spirits or souls. Spirit could just be discarded. Soul will only be driven out of people by medically treating the body. Though this may appear monstrous today, the thrust of certain objectives will arrive at the point of inventing medicines to vaccinate children with all sorts of agents, whereby their physical organism is so debilitated as to allow materialistic attitudes to thrive rather well in them, when it will no longer be a matter of treating the ancient idea of soul and spirit as anything other than something people once believed in olden days and which can be consigned to smug amusement. Saying things of this nature may seem like madness to some, but if we don't muster the courage to admit them to ourselves, we will never find the energy to unfold and kindle spiritual, scientific spirituality in our souls. This is why, in addition to the tendency just mentioned, which wishes to dispense with the soul, because it will be viewed as a pathology, there must be another, that of energetically resubstantiating that, in addition to a body, the human being bears within them both a soul and a spirit. To effect knowledge of the spirit, you will need to ensure that spiritual science becomes truly embedded, that people understand which elements actually belong to their being once they traverse the portal of death. Among the old folk maxims, which so often convey benign outlooks into the modern world, is this: in death all are equal. Becomes a spirit, and because the idea of equality is one which corresponds with spirit. Equality among spirits, equality to spirits. The three ideals of freedom, fraternity, and equality can no longer be mixed and muddled together, but one needs to know, in concrete terms of reality, what human beings are, and that they are to be free in their souls, fraternal as regards their bodies, and that people must be equal in the realm of their spirits. Because inequality among people does exist, a specialization occasioned by the spirit having to be specialized in body and soul. Pneumatology, spiritual doctrine, spiritual perspective or view, is the foundation of the concept of equality. Thus we have before us the remarkable phenomenon of chaotic expressions bursting forth across the world at the end of the 18th century, crying fraternity, freedom, and equality. However, we will eventually need to understand that the only means of realizing the ideals of brotherliness, freedom, and equality will be once we are in a condition to add to them knowledge of the threefold nature of the human being as body, soul, and spirit. This was the basis upon which I attempted so energetically in my title, Theosophy, to stratify the human being into body, soul, and spirit. This organization is a challenge for our times and for the near future. It is only by transforming these concepts into practice and in learning to perceive human beings practically in terms of body, soul, and spirit that one is able to evolve beyond the age of 27. Otherwise, one will remain stuck at the age of 27. Think of the prospects. A sixth and seventh cultural epoch will follow our fifth age. In the sixth epoch, humanity as a whole will attain the equivalent of what is individually reached between the ages of 14 and 21. In the external world, however clever the people leading education may be, you will not absorb any more than corresponds with what an individual attains by the age of 21. You will not grow more in maturity than 21, though you may live well beyond that. In the seventh post-Atlantean epoch, you will not mature beyond the individual equivalent of 14. If you fail to grow older by means of kindling inner fire, humankind will suffer an epidemic of youthful feeble-mindedness. Whoever has eyes to see and ears to hear, and whoever doesn't just live their life thoughtlessly, will, armed with knowledge such as this, be in a position to correctly evaluate phenomena already appearing today. To take just one area, where has our era progressed in terms of its view of Christ's impetus? How many people remain close to Barra's opinion that the generous world outlook of the Redeemer is best served by the Church? That this is precisely the reason one can so easily get along with the Church? Who makes the effort? Certainly individuals may still, but in general, who really exerts themselves to allow what is contained in the Gospels to be resurrected in them? How Christ contrasted what others stood for, and above all, the most meaningful, the most profound aspects of Christianity, how are they fathomed today? I will just remind you of a central tenet of Christianity, the coming of the kingdoms of heaven. Even Blavatsky mocked the prediction that the kingdoms of heaven would come, that in the time they were to have come, wheat had not grown more prolifically than before, grapes had not become larger. In short, the kingdom of heaven had not arrived on earth. People think themselves very clever, but such cleverness yields nothing more than opinions of this sort. Cleverness fails to ask, could Christ have meant something different? Christ is recognized today, but only to the extent to which people wish that their own ideas, and the way they themselves conceive of them, also live in Christ. The socialist makes of Christ a good socialist, the liberal an exemplary liberal, the Protestant unionist a representative of liberal unionism, and so on. A modern scholastic theologian, such as Professor Harnack, construes him one way, and people listen to how Professor Harnack speaks about the most important ideas around Christ Jesus. It so happened that I was to hold a lecture in an association, whose chairman was a man well versed in the Bible and theology. During the course of that lecture, I said that the good Professor Harnack actually had a remarkable grasp of the resurrection, because in his paper titled The Essence of Christianity, there appeared the extraordinary sentence, quote, "Whatever may have gone on in the Garden of Gethsemane can no longer be judged, because it transcends human knowledge, and because it also goes beyond the justified demands of belief. Yet the belief in resurrection originates in the Garden of Gethsemane, and this has proved especially valuable to humanity." Close quote. Whether it is true that Christ was somehow resurrected doesn't concern him. One should just believe that the belief in the resurrection originated in the Garden of Gethsemane. That is Harnack's doctrine. The man who was chairman of that association said, quote, "You must be mistaken, because that would virtually make Harnack a Catholic, close quote. The man in question felt himself to be a superior Protestant. Quote, that would be tantamount to Catholicism, which maintains that no matter where the scrap of material purported to be the cassock of Trier originates, nor whence comes the tiny bone they worship, what matters is only that faith has spread, and that they are tokens originating from a particular saint. That is Catholic. Close quote, opined that man, continue quote, and we can obviously not believe in that, close quote. And that made it all of no consequence. Whether Harnack thought it was neither here nor there, whether it was true that Christ was resurrected or not, but just that one believed the belief to have originated in the Garden of Gethsemane. So he told me that I was mistaken. I replied, quote, but you know, he wrote that entitled The Essence of Christianity, close quote. Quote, no, came the riposte. That cannot be so. Have you read it? Yes, often, I said. I will send you a postcard with chapter and verse from The Essence of Christianity, where that is stated, close quote. The man who was so well versed in theology and was so Bible knowledgeable was not able to read closely enough to know what that book is contained. But the book contains what I reported. That's the state of modern thinking. Modern thinking has a strange propensity in all areas, but especially where efforts have been made, to popularize things. It is not only theologians who prove to be sinful. Natural science. There is a booklet titled The Mechanics of Spiritual Life. I don't know if there's also a booklet on the iron qualities of wood. The author, whom I value, as I do all those whom I tackle, bears the name Verworn. In this booklet, he deals with dreams and states that while dreaming, brain activity is tuned down and numbed down, and is only partially active. If someone taps lightly on the window with a pin, says Verworn, we might dream that cannon are firing a volley of shots. That's a well-known dream, and he starts with that statement. Further claims intervene, and at the end of that page he states, dreams bear their strange nature because brain activity is tuned down. Just think of the ingenuity. When we are in possession of our full brain function, we hear the faint tapping of a pin on the window. When the brain is tuned down and less active, we hear cannon fire. This explanation is accepted and applauded, as is much of Freud, just because a few lines separate those statements. This sort of thing is fundamental in our time. The will to really follow up on the thoughts we encounter is very rare nowadays. It is therefore not hard to understand why one would not, without further ado, want to comprehend an imponderable, such as the coming of the, quotes, kingdom of heaven, because quite something is entailed. Until the time of the mystery of Golgotha, the kingdoms of heaven drew near to human beings in dreamlike manner. Before the Atlantean cataclysm, they were even absorbed during digestion. But now they had to descend. They did indeed descend, but in such a way that human beings had to exert their spirits to encompass the kingdoms of heaven. The grapes growing larger, the ears of wheat being more fulsome, is not what is meant, but instead that the kingdom exists in our very midst, and it is we who must fortify our own spirits in order to find it. What I have just sketched briefly is what underlies the magnificent conception of Christ Jesus. It is, however, a concept that requires our soul's energy if we wish to find our way into it. Many Christian concepts are like this. With them, Christ Jesus stood up to the Roman Empire, the Imperium Romanum, which had taken shape in a way completely divergent from that of Christianity. This Roman Empire, which had swelled into tyrannous Caesarism, had, in exercising its power, placed the ancient mysteries under its dominion. Augustus was the first Caesar who, on account of his external power, had to be initiated into the mysteries. His successors, Tiberius, Caligula, and others, were also initiated into the mysteries. They only applied their mystery knowledge to the kingdom of the outer world, and did not, in the way of Egyptian temple priests, take the kingdom of the Spirit out into the worldly realm. Commodus even had himself made an initiator, and when initiating an acolyte was meant to strike him symbolically, but did so with such force that he is said to have slain him. Here two mighty contradictions come face to face, the Roman Empire and Christianity. This antithesis had to find its resolution. To this day it has not yet found any such equilibrium. We have to become capable of recognizing the Spirit and also of bringing it into life. I will say only this much, because what entered us largely persists in our thinking as in our feelings, in the form of logic. The manner of thinking and feeling prevalent in the Roman Empire. Our grammar school students first learned Latin, and with it the mode of thinking inherited from the Roman Empire, which has been self-perpetuating. We no longer know how much has to be attributed to this inner root nerve, this innervating foundation of our lives, nor do we yet know how rightly to seek the Spirit path leading to Christ. Such a path can only be one that includes will for thinking, something that has degenerated in our times. In fact, one could actually call it intelligence. Our age has actually divested itself of intelligence because it dispenses with conscientiousness based on thinking. A widely read booklet on the subject of Christianity and the battle between present worldviews reproduces lectures given to thousands and thousands of people by a leading contemporary figure, who has obviously studied law, medicine, philosophy, and even, alas, theology. There, ideas are elaborated which could drive you to climb the walls. And at the end of it, you even have to traipse through the lovely words which Goethe is purporting. No created spirit penetrates into nature's inner core. Happy he to whom she even shows her outer shell. Close quote. These are the lengths to which we have to go in acknowledging such a thought. The lecturer knows his Goethe so well that he cites a Hallerian quotation as being one of Goethe's, even though Goethe had responded to that very verse by saying, quote, "I curse at it, but furtively. Nature has neither core nor shell. She is everything, all at once. Test yourself, as is mostly all you do, whether you be core or shell." Close quote. This is how people are fobbed off with a worldview purported to be that of Goethe, who himself retorted, quote, "I curse at it," close quote. Yet people listen only too willingly, and that reflects today. There is no point in looking aloft salaciously at certain ideas issuing from spiritual science. These ideas need to completely settle into your soul life. Then that other stream, the spiritual stream which prevents the present mode of thinking from engulfing humankind through allowing the individual to self-evolve, will enable what already exists to flow out into evolution as a whole. Much will have to happen before such things are rightly taken hold of in concrete terms. They are grasped so thoroughly that reality-supporting thinking can reach humanity. A good book is State as a Form of Life by Kellen, the well-known Swedish state sociologist. I only mention this because he has shown great goodwill toward our issue, toward my issue, such that you should not think I bear him any grudge or rancor. Just for this reason, I may use him as an example of certain ways of living. Kellen attempts to formulate which, due to their assorted errors, could well become widespread. He obviously comes back to the idea of the state as an organism. He is ahead of Wilson. Wilson, in his time, was sharply critical of people of Newton's time, who had not had independent ideas about the state, but had allowed themselves to be so influenced by the theory of gravity that they judged the various impulses in human thinking in abstract terms of gravity as an organism. In saying this, he failed to notice that people were thinking in Newtonian terms, while he was thinking like a Darwinian. Kellen also considers the state to be an organism, with individuals representing its cells. Well, certainly you can compare an signs of life with an organism and its cells. You can actually compare anything with anything if the ideas are unwilling to plunge down in. Ultimately, you can even compare a lizard with a penknife. Everything is comparable. Only when you have engendered a sense of reality does a comparison lead, of itself, to a correct inference. This comparison would have led Kellen to conceive of one state being an organism, and the second as bordering it adjacently. Whoever thinks in accordance with reality will find it impossible to think of human beings as cells. A valid comparison might involve thinking of a totality of states with single states as cells. However, the human being doesn't figure at all in this scenario of a state, in which case only the entirety of social life across the globe would be comparable with an organism. If one then wanted to add people, it would look like this. Let's imagine an organism. Cells would need to protrude from it, much like a strange sort of hedgehog. Only, were it to be an organism like this, one out of which living entities protruded, would it be an organism with which one could compare all social life on Earth? What this means is, it cannot be subsumed into the state. It must project outward into the spiritual, from what the state is able to encompass. That is something all too easily forgotten in all areas of practical life. You could bring in example after example to illustrate how one forgets this, and how one forgets, alongside all things external, as modeled upon the Roman Empire, the realm of the Spirit, which Christ sought to bring to the earth. We need to dignify that thought in all its seriousness. You know, whenever things start to become concrete, thinking does not usually reach far enough to plummet. Just think how everything has recently conspired to suppress the autonomy of academic education, so that everything dependent on centers of learning is forced into forms subservient to state policies. Today, in order for a doctor to become a doctor at all, they are first required to have passed the state's civil service exam, after which they are entitled to use the title doctor almost as a kind of decoration. The autonomy of spiritual or intellectual institutions as such has been completely set back and suppressed. We could cite many examples of instances of enthusiasm for moving in that direction. People cannot do enough to make all titles state compliant. Engineer was synonymous with ingenium or talent. And now people no longer aim to be one such, but just aim for the diploma. If it states on the diploma that you are an engineer, then you are allowed to call yourself one. Otherwise, no amount of ingenium will come to your aid. All this detracts from a spiritual conception of the world. But people don't think about that. Quite the opposite. They are enthused by this battle across the board against all things spiritual. To bring this to our notice, because people are so fond of wordage, one ought perhaps to invent a new word and say, people are not enthused, but embodied about de-spiritualization. Then perhaps the odd individual might start to take notice of the direction of travel being pursued. Not taking notice is proof of the thoughtlessness of life, of the hatred leveled against any will to think. So you see how necessary it is to introduce spiritual science into the most everyday details of daily life. Spiritual science is a serious matter. That is why, in addition to the remarkable figures of yesterday, aspects of the immediate present had to be mentioned, because the nature of spiritual science cannot be compromised by being made Philistine or cliquish, nor can harden our attitude. People such as this may change, may further lose their inner stability, or they may change their stories later in the way we have seen, intending to harm a sacred matter, to relegate it to the rubbish heap. to betray or to denigrate it. If what I said yesterday is unfounded, basically that what I say is heeded little, then this would be within the rights of an individual. I spoke of some non-members speaking ill of adherents and their blind faith. One doesn't need blind faith for any teaching because it can be tested. Only for matters pertaining to arrangements is trust sometimes required. The opposite of what I intended often happens precisely in such cases. That's why what I said yesterday about the imposition of necessary measures could be felt as unfair. Yet these measures will be upheld, and so, on the other hand, will care be taken by those genuinely undertaking robust esoteric development. Let us give this time. Who knows what will come about through activities in the Anthroposophical Society, what may transpire through misunderstanding or through betrayal to the world. People who know full well how much time has been devoted to matters will convince themselves that books have appeared or are about to appear once these measures have been in place for a certain amount of time. At that time, I was forced to approve the publication of cycles over which I had no control. It was not my will, but that of other people who wanted to read them. Certainly, one is not obliged to resist others' will, and I gave way. But you can read the accusations that were made. It was thought to be a trick. The lecture cycles were in a style inviting criticism. Ultimately, everything can be construed as wrong through ill will. But my dear friends, if spiritual science is to be rightly related to the Anthroposophical Society, then the society must feel itself to be bound to the life of spiritual science itself. And yet how many only feel bound up with their own personal lives? In the Anthroposophical Society there really are, and there have always been, numerous people who have expressed in one form or another that they only join the Anthroposophical Society in order to discuss some esoteric matter or other with me, and who refuse to extend any trust toward people whom I myself trust. This is a particularly distressing experience. It is to no avail that I extend trust toward one friend or another in the society. Those people are not welcomed, and people try to circumvent them. Well, such things originate in so much of a personal nature being brought into the Anthroposophical Society. Do you know which word I most frequently encountered in those so-called esoteric consultations? Don't imagine I heard most frequently about issues such as freedom, equality, human evolution, and so on. The word I heard most often from every single person was I, capital. People would arrive with their most personal concerns. I would have gladly made allowance for this had it progressed beyond that point, but it simply never does so, for the reasons given yesterday, and that needs to be understood. I know that this will best be understood primarily by those who work with real devotion toward anthroposophy's progress, by those who are able to see in developing anthroposophy a task concerning humanity as a whole. Those same people who do not merely seek an easing of their family situations, or whatever other personal issues, in their joining the Anthroposophical Society, and this includes all those who seek a legally permitted little medical back door, because they would continually retreat were it a case of publicly combating materialistic medicine. People looking for a handy little back door to being cured without standing up to materialistic medicine. It is in no other way possible to continue dealing with everything that harms society from also harming the Anthroposophical Society, except by imposing the measures of which I spoke yesterday, and from which, at least in the near future, there will be no deviating. Only in this way will it be possible to eradicate what has so terribly nested in our midst. In doing this, the Anthroposophical Society will be able to thrive ever better. Likewise, esoteric life, I will take care that this happens, will be able to thrive. The fabrications mentioned yesterday, much depends on this. may to some extent have the rug pulled from under their feet once the two-part measures mentioned yesterday are energetically put in place. Do understand this, because in doing so you are signaling your agreement with the unique nature of the task of the anthroposophical movement. There are enough people in the world at large who do not feel they are capable of fighting anthroposophy, in the sense it is here intended. It is too uncomfortable and entails getting to know something about anthroposophy, a discomfort to some wishing to oppose it. But turning a blind eye to betrayal and denigration, even spreading it, provides a means of opposing anthroposophy without understanding it. Our contemporaries are very susceptible to betrayal and vilification. Nothing is more newsworthy. Let us seriously take hold of anthroposophy's task. Let us take to heart the seriousness of the situation, and then all will be well with regard to those measures. This is the mood in which we wish to close. I hope that we continue in deploying our forces appropriately to work together. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 174A by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures entitled Europe Between East and West in Cosmic and Human History. This is Lecture 9, translated by Christiana Bryan, given on the 14th of February, 1918, in Munich. Before I move on to address the main subject of today's considerations, I have a heartfelt need to express, both personally and in the name of our Diam, that in the space in which we are meeting today, here in Munich, we serve a common goal, common work, and intentions, which promise to be exceptionally blessed in their fulfillment, which have already begun, and of which we must believe that they are capable of sending vital impulses into the spiritual life of the present time. Now, moving on to the subject of our deliberations, I would not like to fail in taking this opportunity, particularly at this time, to mention those close to us who are taking a heartfelt interest in our anthroposophically oriented spiritual science during these times of humanity's hardest trials, and to reflect on the connection between the fact that from this point, early in the 20th century, this spiritual scientific movement has been trying to embed its stimuli into human evolution, to connect this with the other fact that present humanity, precisely through its other pursuits, has, admittedly, led humankind into many catastrophic events. Just how catastrophic is humanity's situation is beyond the sufficiently serious and concerned comprehension of large numbers of people. The wish to live without spirit is widely accepted. This implies living superficially, which in turn involves sleeping surrounding us and affecting us so incisively. It has to be said that people nowadays are extremely prone to sleeping through many events. It is a minority who seek an adequate idea of the difficulty and poignancy of present events. Most people living from one day to the next. And if one makes so bold as to speak of times that could come in future, people, often those very people on whom much depends, reject it in the strongest terms. A spiritual science is to achieve one thing among its many tasks. It will be to stir souls to be a bit more energetic, to encourage them to be slightly more wakeful. Then it will have done something fundamentally important for our times. Spiritual scientific ideas demand greater exertion in thinking, greater intensity in feeling and sensing than do other conceptual areas, particularly than the ways of thought actually governing today, Most especially, it is not unimportant that you familiarize yourselves with the ideas garnered from spiritual science, which can both direct and lead you to an understanding of the present in its widest sense. Today I would like to take you through some fundamental ideas, upon which we can build at the next meeting of this branch. Ideas which are useful for the purpose of shining a light on some crucial facets of the present. Today I will start from more general thoughts, from ideas involving more of a personal human angle, but which, from a certain point of view, can offer us a basis for our later spiritual scientific considerations. Over the course of spiritual scientific considerations, it has to be again how our lives undergo changes of consciousness between birth or conception and death, by alternating between waking and sleeping. People know about sleeping and waking in broad terms. Their true, more delicate nuances can only be appreciated when brought before the soul by a spiritual scientific outlook. Normally, we think that we just sleep between falling asleep and waking up, and one is awake between waking up and falling asleep again. This is only the crudest understanding. In truth, the border we demarcate between sleeping and waking is a false one. The condition of dull consciousness, which in many respects is no real consciousness at all, and is one we undergo during sleep, extends into our daytime life, and we remain within it with a portion of our being, even between waking and falling asleep. Between waking and falling asleep, we are by no means awake with our entire being, but are only awake with part of it, while another part continues to sleep even when we consider ourselves awake. In one respect, we are permanently sleeping beings. We are only really awake in respect of our perceiving and imagining. In that we perceive the outer world through our senses, in that we see and hear and so on. We are awake during that seeing and hearing. In short, in our perceptions. In this we are completely awake. We are also awake, though to a lesser degree, in that we imagine. When we form thoughts, when concepts elapse within us, when memories are dredged up from the dark substrata of our souls, then we are awake in respect of the processes we are experiencing, that is, in relation to the processes of having perceived, of perception, and of imagining. You know, however, that our life of soul also contains feeling and willing apart from perceiving and imagining. Regarding feeling, we are not awake, even when we think ourselves to be. What we know of all that goes on in our feelings is no more than we know about dreaming while asleep. The degree and intensity of consciousness of which we are aware while feeling equals the degree and intensity of consciousness while we are dreaming. Just as dreams arise as images from unconscious soul depths, so do forces of feeling arise as feelings. We are no more wakeful in feeling than we are in dreaming, only that we bring dreams into our normal waking imaginative consciousness, and after sleep distinguish dream from waking, in that we can remember the dream, whilst feeling is instantaneous. Feeling itself is dreamt by us, but we accompany our feeling with concepts. In conceptualizing, we are devoid of feeling, but regard feeling from the perspective of concepts, in the same way as we look at a dream after waking. It is just that in feeling we are doing this simultaneously, which is why we are not conscious of the fact that we retain in our consciousness only the concept of feeling. Feeling is down in dream regions, just as dreams themselves are. You can recognize will purely externally. Do you know what actually happens when you decide to take hold of a book and your hand then grasps it? Do you know what takes place between the concept you alone have in your consciousness? I want to take hold of that book. and all the mysterious processes that unfold within your entire organism? We know what we think about willing, but for our normal consciousness, we know nothing about willing itself. Whilst we dream through feeling, we sleep away the actual content of willing. Inasmuch as we are perceptive beings who imagine, we are awake. Inasmuch as we feel and will during waking, we are actually dreaming and sleeping respectively. Thus, in feeling and willing does a state of sleep extend into our waking consciousness. We therefore need to say, the condition in which we exist between falling asleep and waking up in terms of our entire being, with regard to feeling and willing while we are awake. Through perceiving and imagining, we learn to recognize a world around us which we designate a physical sense world. Yet through feeling and willing, we do not learn to recognize the world in which we exist as feeling and willing beings. We are continually in a supra-sensible world. Our feeling and willing, as regards their forces, originate in this extra-sensory world, just as our perceiving and imagining originate in the physical sense world. We have no organs for feeling and willing, but for perceiving and conceptualizing we do have organs. That some physiologists believe we have organs for feeling and willing, some more thoughtful physiologists do not, however, is only a result of not knowing what they are talking about, talking anyway about something they'd like to know a bit about and yet do not. What I have just described is by and large the state we legitimately inhabit between birth and death. We wake in terms of our conceiving or imagining. We sleep in relation to our feeling and our willing. It is a different matter between death and a new birth. In a certain sense, it is the reverse. There we begin to awaken in our feeling and willing, and there our perceptions and imagination fall asleep, although sleep is a different condition in the world in which our souls then live. But from you will be able to appreciate that the so-called dead can almost only be distinguished from the so-called living, in that the so-called living sleep through that in which the so-called dead actually exist. Those supposedly alive sleep through the feeling and willing perpetually streaming through their being. The deceased exist within that very feeling and willing. It will not be hard for you to understand that in the same world in which we exist as so-called living people, the dead are also present. We are separated from them in no other way than that we do not perceive the world in which they live and weave. Those beings who have died are continually around us, living and weaving without entering into physical incarnation. We just do not perceive them. You only need to imagine a person asleep in a room. Objects surround them, yet they do not perceive them. That something is not perceived is no proof that it isn't there, and says absolutely nothing as to whether it is around us or not. In actual fact, as regards the realm of the dead, we are in the same position as we are in relation to physical beings when we are asleep. We live in the same world as do the dead, the same world in which the exalted beings of the higher hierarchies also exist. They are here among us, and it is only our means of perceiving that separates us from them. And yet the issue is such that human beings only perceive part of that reality, only conceive of a fragment of the reality in which they are actually living. Were they to encompass the whole reality, then their knowledge would obviously look quite different from the way it is presently configured. Within that knowing there would coexist not only the forces issuing from the realms of nature well known to us, but this knowledge would also encompass the forces of higher spiritual beings, as well as those from the realm of the so-called dead. For the large majority of today's humanity, this remains an outlandish prospect. For even greater numbers, especially for those who interest themselves in the evolution and onward progress of human life, it needs to become a subject infused with thoughtful reason. Because in times that still extend into the present, human beings have been led by relatively dark and unknown forces in relation to what they cannot perceive in their surroundings. This being led by dark and unknown forces, about which we will speak again in future branch meetings, has now largely ceased. Human beings now have to place themselves into conscious affiliation with realms that project into ours, realms in which the so-called dead also tarry, bringing to humankind a level of consciousness, a consciousness open to accepting what is true and real, instead of the fantastical inadequacies swirling about and shaping life so catastrophically, will not be without its difficulties. To this effect, I will mention just one point by way of introducing you to the subject. Amongst many a topic presented as, in quotes, scientific, are some historical themes. History, for instance, is taught and learned in schools. Yet what is this history? A science of history is, as the expert knows, not much older than a century. Whoever is familiar with older literature knows that what is now termed historical science or science of history is not much older. I don't intend to go into this further. However, what now constitutes history will be considered by people, established by people, with the same conceptions, with the same definitions as those conventionally used in external life, with those same notions that can be used in observing nature. Yet nobody asks themselves whether it is appropriate to set about observing historical life in the same way as external nature is observed. It is clearly not applicable. For in the historical life of humanity reign stimuli that cannot be encompassed with the concepts we have in our waking consciousness. But whoever can really observe history knows that in history we are governed by such impulsions as are only accessible for normal consciousness in dream states, at most in a state of dreaming. What flows by as history is dreamed by humanity. In just the same way as humanity dreams away its life of feeling, does it likewise dream through what are historical forces of impetus. Should one wish to observe human historical life with the same conceptual tools as are well suited to observing nature, it cannot be captured. It only allows of being observed on a superficial level. What is being taught and learned in schools as history, it is no more related to real actual history than were you to describe a living human by demonstrating this on a corpse. Today's conventional history consists in observing corpses. History needs to be most radically transformed, and what actually holds sway in history will in future only be encompassed through inspiration, through inspired concepts. That will result in true history. Then you will know what holds sway in humanity, and you will also know what works into social life from out of history. What I am saying here is of profound importance. People think they understand socio-historical life. They do not understand it, because they only wish to conceive of it within the conventional, conceptual parameters of their waking life. This is not apparent in written history, because there nothing much depends on it being correct. Many an obvious example would illustrate that very little depends on accuracy, and I will bring one such here. You will normally learn in conventional history books that America was discovered in 1492. That is the case. From what literature states, you educe that before that date America was, however far back you search. But that is not so. America was only unknown for a few centuries. In the 12th and 13th centuries there was still lively traffic between Iceland, Ireland, and America. Particularly remedial herbs and such like were traded into Europe. For reasons connected with the inner karma of Europe, and with the role Ireland had played in earlier ages, it turns out that Rome did everything possible to close Europe off from America and to render America forgotten. What took place at the instigation of Rome was not actually unfavorable to European relations. It was well-intentioned toward Europe. With this example, I just wish to show that a fact need not necessarily be an historical fact, that one can still remain quite ignorant of important historical matters. Now, on the other hand, whether you are historically knowledgeable or ignorant is important as regards the social and societal life of humanity in general. That is of moment. How often do we hear people today saying, "You need to think about this or that event in such and such a way because history teaches us this or that"? Just look at today's exoteric publications, and you will see how often the phrase crops up. History teaches us this or that. People partially sleep through historical events they have experienced, yet they still form judgments or allow themselves to be inoculated with opinions about those events. You will frequently hear that phrase, history teaches us. Men of consequence at the start of this war told us what history had taught them. It was at the time the honest conviction of seemingly clever people that this war would last at most 4 to 6 months, in line with general social and economic conditions across the globe. Many predicted that it would only last 4 to 6 months. This turned out exactly as did the other predictions of a far greater person who declared them historical prophecy. Yet these were only based on the ordinary concepts of ordinary consciousness, which cannot capture history, because history is usually slept through, which can at most be dreamt and only grasped within the widest terms of reference. Schiller, on taking up his Jena professorship, held his renowned speech on studying history. It dates to shortly before the outbreak of the French Revolution. Schiller, truly no insignificant figure, drawing on his deeply researched view, a view deeply researched only with ordinary historical concepts, says, not literally, but something along the lines of, history teaches us that in days of yore there was much strife and warfare among people. From all that contributed to this we can deduce that in future Europeans may have disharmony among their number, yet they will always feel themselves to be members of a large family, and will not therefore mutually tear each other to pieces. That, according to Friedrich Schiller. There followed the French Revolution, and all that overwhelmed the family of peoples in the 19th century, and all this demolished Schiller's so-called historical assessment. History will only teach us when we can penetrate it with inspired concepts. Because it is not only the living who play into humanity's historical life, but the souls of the so-called dead, the spirits, with whom the so-called dead live, much as we live with the beings of the animal, plant, and mineral kingdoms. Today, this is largely construed as a mere saying. But humanity will have to break radically from its habit of according no more verity to sayings than it presently does. We will only succeed in this once we have acquired concepts or ideas that are truly drenched in reality. One such particularly important idea is that which tells our awareness that we are separated from the so-called dead by nothing but our own consciousness. This consciousness, as regards the world in which the dead are around us, is sleep consciousness, as far as our feeling and willing are concerned, in just the same way as sleep consciousness relates to objects in our vicinity while we are asleep. Clairvoyant consciousness corroborates in every detail what I have just characterized more generally. The question might, however, arise: how can human beings know so little about the world in which they are immersed, the world through which they wander with every step they take? Well, you see, it is precisely the ways and means by which clairvoyant consciousness explains in concrete terms what we must call interrelating with the so-called dead, which form living proof of the fact that for everyday consciousness, the realm in which the dead live must initially remain unknown. I need only outline a few traits of such intercommunicating with the apparently dead, admittedly at a somewhat enhanced level of clairvoyance of sighted consciousness, and you will see why in normal life one knows nothing of the interchange with those who have died. It is entirely possible, though it can have dubious aspects, that people awaken their consciousness to a point where the realm of the dead is open to them, that they are able to perceive this realm of the so-called dead, and are in a position to, as it were, commune with departed individuals. In order to understand the dead reliably, they need to learn to behave quite differently in their consciousness. This needs to be quite different from that in everyday use in the physical world. Let me give you a couple of features. You see, when you communicate with another person in the physical world, you rely on certain habits. When I talk with someone, I am used, when asking them questions or conveying something, to speaking, being conscious that speech issues from my soul via my organs of speech to the other person. I am conscious that I am speaking, conscious also as regards outer perception. In answering or telling me something, the words of the other person, here on the physical plane, resonate toward me. It is not like this in fully conscious converse with the dead, though in semi-conscious converse it again varies. It is the exact opposite. If I can express it thus, in a realm such as this, it differs completely from expectation. When I face a deceased person, they speak in their soul what I am asking, or what I wish to tell them. I receive it as being said by the other. What they tell me sounds upward from my own soul. If the person can face their thoughts so objectively that they appear to swarm around them, the dead can understand those thoughts. People are connected with the dead in normal consciousness, but are unaware of this, because they are not in a position to discern the factual process just outlined. In order to gain focus on the fact that we have important states of consciousness other than sleeping, waking, and dreaming. We have two other extraordinarily vital states of consciousness, which we also ignore in normal life. We ignore them for a reason which will immediately make sense once I name them. We also experience the processes of falling asleep and waking up. They do not last long, but pass so swiftly that people do not notice them as to their content. At the very moments of falling asleep and waking up, the most important occurrences take place. If one learns to recognize their essential nature when falling asleep and awakening then, from a certain point of view, one is able to receive true ideas about the relationship of the human being with the world, a world in which the dead also exist alongside us. I said that human beings are continuously connected with the realm of the dead. This relationship is especially active at the moments of falling asleep and waking up. Clairvoyant sight confirms that the moment of falling asleep renders one particularly suited to asking questions of the deceased, to bringing them news, and so on. In short, turning to the dead. The moment of awakening equips one especially for receiving news and tidings from the dead. These tidings arrive swiftly, just before one is wide awake. What is so quickly delivered is immediately overlaid with tumultuous wakefulness. This was known and implicit among atavistic conditions and populations not so long ago, conditions that are being gradually lost to our materialistic culture, even among remoter ethnicities. Those having grown up among older people in remote agricultural areas know that a fundamental rule pertained, that one should remain quiet for a moment on waking up before looking out of brightly lit windows, because the lingering after echo of what was experienced in sleep was not to be drowned out by turbulent wakefulness. Indigenous folk appreciated lying for a spell in semi-darkness on waking, instead of focusing on bright daylight. Something else comes into consideration, though it is not too difficult to perceive that the moments of awaking and falling asleep contain something special. To be able to take proper note of such moments demands, if I may say, a certain alertness in thinking, a capacity which has never been in such short supply as now. Grotesque examples could be cited as to the present state of wakeful thought. Banal examples running throughout daily life can be found on every street corner. Here is one such banal example. A few days ago my eye fell on an announcement about an eighth of a newspaper page in size. I saw that it was a widely distributed advertisement extolling a famous method of memory training, Pullman, something like that. Among myriad adverts, this one claimed that one could not gain influence over other people without taking advantage of the Pullman method. I am not now commenting on the legality, rights or wrongs, of gaining influence over other people. That doesn't concern us here. But I'm only referring to what the advertisement claimed. It continued in this vein. Some people claim, by cultivating their personal magnetism and by strengthening who knows what other attributes in the human arsenal, to exert influence over other people. It's easy to prove to such people that they are not telling the truth, because it only takes one person to come clean as to whether they have attained the personal wealth of a Rothschild, or that some other wealthy person has left them millions. As this has patently not happened, despite it having been tried, there is ample proof that this method does not make you capable of influencing others, because influence is only attained through science and education. Then the Pullman method is described. We know that a whole number of people will be convinced by it. Other chaps don't have the option to influence others, because it's quite clear, isn't it, that they have no such influence as compels, say, a Rothschild to part with millions. Ask yourself, how many who read this advertisement will query, might Pullman really have so many students who have relieved millionaires of their cash? Just ask yourself, how many will make this thought association? That's a trivial example, but it shows how thought processes are not awake to what has been read. I chose it firstly because of its everyday character, and secondly, because there are obviously none here present who would not have had the thought that Pullman himself did not succeed in making millions. Obviously, all those who were gullible enough to be taken in by the advertisement are elsewhere, and out of politeness, I am not using an example into which those present might have fallen. What I do wish to say is that from morning till night people read assertions of this kind. They claim not to take any notice of them. They don't notice them. I once read in a speech a sentence like this, quote, "Our connection with a certain empire is the key that must in future give direction to our politics," close quote. Just imagine thinking constructed in this way. A connection is a key, which will become a direction. Someone who thinks like this is in a position to take action and to do all manner of things in life. We just don't notice how many correlations there are between such stunted thinking and public life. Today we do need to respond to the non-wakefulness of thinking that is such a feature of our times, and to beware of this non-wakeful thinking. Executable thoughts are a first requirement for anyone wanting to be capable of taking note of the revelations at the moment of falling asleep and waking up. I once took part in a lecture by a very famous literary historian. It was his inauguration speech, and he had put much effort into it. He had formulated all manner of literary, historical questions, at the end of which he said, "So, ladies and gentlemen, I've led you into a forest of question marks." At the time I imagined a forest of question marks. Just think, a forest of question marks. Whoever is used to putting into practice concepts formed within themselves, anyone developing wakefulness in their thinking, they alone are prepared to also notice moments such as those of awakening and falling asleep. What is not perceived is still present, though, including communion with the departed, which is particularly active at the moments of falling asleep and waking up. Basically, every person poses countless questions and conveys countless tidings to those loved ones who have died, also receiving messages and answers from the deceased at the moment of waking up. This communion with the dead can to some extent be cultivated. We have discussed various ways of nurturing this dialogue, but I'd like to say the following. There is a difference as to whether or not a thought, which has connected us with someone who has died, leads us to being able to turn to them when we fall asleep. It is a distinct difference. Anyone for whom life is not solely a matter of putting themselves first in an egotistical or sensual way will, due to their healthy sensibilities, feel a need not to interrupt a conversation with people with whom karma has brought them into contact, and who may have gone through the gate of death either recently or longer ago. They will often join thoughts with such personalities. It is entirely possible that the thoughts we connect with an image of a departed individual may give rise to proper exchanges, even if we do not personally know them, even if we to the processes unfolding at the moment of falling asleep. Some thoughts are more favorable for such exchanges, others less auspicious. Abstract thoughts, thoughts containing a certain indifference, perhaps thoughts we harbor only out of a sense of duty, are less conducive to moving toward a person on falling asleep. By contrast, thoughts and concepts issuing from a feeling of an especial interest, or which may have associated us with the person during life, are well suited to linking with the deceased. Let us remember the dead in such a way that we think of them not just in abstract thoughts or cold concepts, but by calling up a moment in our souls when we are warmed at their side, when what they said was not just factual, but something lovely, dearly remembered. Let us think back to moments we spent with the deceased when we shared in communal feelings and joint impulses of will. Let us remember when we undertook combined ventures or decided on something of value, something that led to shared work. In short, whatever made our hearts chime in unison. Let us enliven and bring to life this harmony of hearts. And it will color thoughts of the departed such that these thoughts can stream across to them when we next fall asleep. Whether you have those thoughts at 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, or 2 o'clock, the whole day offers us the time to have such thoughts. They remain, they persist, and flow across to the deceased of our falling asleep. At the moment of waking up, we may receive communications, news, or answers. These may not immediately surface in our souls at a time when we pay attention to them, but may arise throughout the course of the day, in the form of some inkling or notion, if we believe in such possibilities at all. Here again, some attitudes are more enabling than others, and the dead find certain conditions easier for speaking into our souls, so that it actually resounds in them. Other conditions are less favorable to this. Especially conducive are circumstances in which we have acquired a clear and strong image of the being of the deceased, generating lively interest in them, that their being arises in great reality before the eyes of our soul. You may ask, why is he saying that? If a person has been close to me, then of course I will have an impression of their being. My dear friends, I do not believe this to be so, especially nowadays. Today people pass each other by and know each other very, very little. This may not estrange you much here in the physical world. It does, however, estrange you greatly in the world which the dead are experiencing. You see, here and for this physical world, numerous unconscious or subconscious forces and impulsions bring human beings toward each other, even if they do not wish to get to know each other. It can happen in life, as some of you may have read, that one can have been married for decades and yet hardly have really got to know the other person. But there are other stimuli that bring people together, which do not depend on them being mutually acquainted. Life everywhere is saturated with unconscious and subconscious incitement. As just mentioned, these subconscious impactions bind us here, but they do not bind us to the beings who have gone ahead of us through death. For that we need to have really absorbed into our souls something whereby the other being can vitally dwell in us. The more spiritedly they can live in us, the more easily can they gain access to can they make themselves understood to us. This is what I wanted to characterize for you about communion of the so-called living with the so-called dead, which endures and is ever and ever again present. Each one of us communicates endlessly with the dead, and just because we do not realize it is only a result of not being to a sufficient degree alert in observing the moments of falling asleep and waking up. I say this to give you more concrete contours to coexisting with the supra-sensible world in which the dead live. It will become all the more firmly concrete if we bring a few other circumstances into consideration. Young people are dying, older people are dying, and yet the deaths of young people who pass on are, for those remaining behind, something different in nature when compared with the deaths of old people who expire. It is only really possible to talk about such issues if one is able to focus on individual concrete examples. What I am depicting definitely does not originate in general science, but I am just summarizing what has taken place in concrete individual instances. If one follows with visionary consciousness what happens when children leave their parents in death, when young people take leave of those to whom they belong and go through the gate of death, and when one learns to recognize how these souls live onward, then this knowledge presents itself in the following words, with which I wish to summarize it. One has to say, in the consciousness of those younger people who have traversed the portal of death, lives what can be outlined by saying, they are not actually lost to the living. They remain there. They stay in their vicinity. They endure within the very beings of those outliving them. As younger people, they are not separated from those left behind, but remain for long spells within their orbit, within their sphere. About older people dying, children, one has to say something different, something best said epigrammatically. Of older souls dying, it can be said that their souls do not, for their part, lose the souls of those they leave behind. So, while those left behind do not lose their younger, departed souls, the older people, having gone through the portal of death, do not lose their contact with the souls of those left behind, despite the latter remaining here. They, to some extent, draw with them what they want of us. They can more easily acquire everything from souls remaining here, something the younger souls can only obtain if they stay where they are. This is what younger souls do, remaining more or less within the sphere of those left behind. These relationships can be studied in a specific way, so that what I have just said can become a certainty. They need, of course, to be studied with visionary consciousness. With this seeing consciousness, one can observe the sorrow of mourning, the pain of separation. Grief and separation pain are actually two differing conditions. People don't know this, but if one observes the grief and pain over a departed child, it is quite different from the grief and pain observable over the death of an older person. Though people are unaware of this, they are two fundamentally differing states when determined within the soul as an inner condition. A remarkable aspect is this. When, let's say, parents mourn their early departed children, this is actually a grief, which, as far as its actual content and its deeper impetus are concerned, is only a reflex, a reflection of what the child remaining nearby radiates into the souls of those left behind. The child has lingered, and remaining nearby, it feels all manner of sensations, which percolate into the souls of those left behind, and there awaken a response. It is a pain of compassion, a feeling of shared pain in common, which is actually the pain or sorrow of the child itself. This is the pain one feels. One may naturally ascribe this pain to oneself, but it is a pain of co-empathy. You must not misunderstand me. We need to take these expressions sensibly and definitely, without any negative or extraneous connotations. One could say, when a younger loved one dies, one is beset with the pain of one's own soul life, if only obsessed to a normal degree, so that it does no harm. They live on in us, and what is interpreted as pain is their life continuing in us. It is another matter in relation to an older person who has departed from us. Pain is caused, but not now as a reflection of what lives in the deceased, because they can really receive upward what is in our soul. For their part, we are not lost to them. We cannot become obsessed, nor in any way beset by their feelings, because they have no longing to radiate into us what their feelings, and again, because they draw us along with them. They do not lose us. That is why this sort of mourning is an egotistical grief. That is not to apportion any blame, and is certainly justified, but we do need, quite fundamentally, to differentiate between these two sorts of grief. The matter becomes critical once one moves on to observe descriptions of pain or coexisting with the departed as regards the deceased themselves. Given that the relationship with a younger person who has died is quite different from that with an older departed person, it will be equally understandable that for the tending of remembrance and memories in relation to the departed in each of the two scenarios, it will have to differ. In relation to a young person, we will find the right service and memorial if we take account of the fact that the child or youth remains living with us, participating particularly in what we might have enabled the child to do had it remained here. Experience shows that what such children or youths particularly long for, in their hindsight memory, in all that we can bring toward them after their death, is to find universal human relationships. In the funeral service, too, this includes everything that offers more of generalized, universal focus than anything to do with specialized interests. For children and the early departed, the Catholic funeral service is more suitable, where rites are universal, where the service offers something to all in equal measure. A departed child longs for a ritual that is pan-human, one not especially for them individually, but one encompassing everyone. For an older person, a Protestant funeral service is preferable, one which goes into the life and specific circumstances of the deceased and includes a eulogy. If one wishes to care for their memory in remembrance of an older departed, it will be especially propitious to think about the details in their life, what was unique to them, all that was specific in their biography, and there to seek the thoughts with which one wants to celebrate the passing of one such older person. You see from this that, rightly viewed, spiritual science cannot remain mere theory. It can show us a great deal about world conditions and circumstances, from which we remain closed off only because we dream away our feelings and sleep through our impulses of will. Spiritual science speaks of worlds in which our feeling and willing are immersed. If we grasp spiritual scientific ideas with sufficient intensity and robust energy, they do not remain concepts, but work affectively upon feeling and willing. Just think how abundantly and effectively these spiritual scientific ideas can affect life. Priests performing funerals may find the right approach, the right insight, to lead these celebrations in a changed way, instead of adhering to mere abstract theology. All this is really no wonder, because the world of which spiritual science speaks is the real world, the genuine world in which our feelings and our incentives of will live. So that what that world is able to bequeath in turn plays into feeling and willing. It radiates into our feelings, as into all else, when we, for instance, nurture our feelings toward those who have died. But the spiritual world also rays into our impulses of will, something that we ought especially to take into consideration today. For if you were to pursue the promptings of will that spur people today, you would not come up against any profound depths in the human soul. It is a peculiarity of our times that human beings need to find spiritual incentives for their will. That is also its tragic aspect, that so far there has been no decision to seek them. Salvation or redemption will only emerge out of present confusion and trouble if people evince a widespread will to seek Spirit-inspired impetus for external life. As I have outlined this evening, this is still being rejected in the most widespread human circles. Yet they will have to learn about it, because this time, which has cut a swath through humankind itself, will be by far the greater teacher than it has hitherto been. Next Sunday morning, let us continue today's contribution, which explored some of the more personal aspects of the individual, and speak about present circumstances, but in an appropriately spiritual scientific way. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English, and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 147A, by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures, translated by Christiana Bryan, entitled Europe Between East and West in Cosmic and Human History. This is Lecture 10, given on the 17th of February, 1918 in Munich. Today it will be my task to move on from the fundamental principles of a spiritual method of observing, recently nurtured here, to spiritual processes, which in one sense lie immediately behind our times and speak so fatefully to our souls. As you can imagine, it is in the context of what spiritual science calls coexisting with forces streaming from the so-called dead into the realm in which we ourselves live during our incarnation. It is in this shared existence that we can observe in all its dynamism precisely what spiritually underlies these grueling times. However, present-day people barely look for the spiritual background to existence. This non-seeking for the spiritual background to existence is far more closely intertwined than you may think with the baleful cataclysm that has engulfed humanity. I have drawn attention to the time that can be designated the last third of the 19th century, during which, in contrast with earlier times spans, humankind as a whole underwent mighty, all-encompassing changes in its evolution. I have often referred to the end of the 1870s as a decisive incision into human evolution. You have to admit that only very few among present-day people realize how fundamentally different spiritual life has been since the end of the 1870s, compared with all that went before it. I'd like to say, humanity has secured far too little distance to be in a position to notice this. You can only really see something of this kind if you can discern its differences, its distinct differentiations, once you are not in the middle of it, but have gained a certain distance from it. If humanity is not to have even greater woes in prospect, that distance must be achieved as quickly as possible, because at present, seen spiritually, there is a remarkable and very active contradiction. In the way I am about to portray that contradiction, it may strike you as surprisingly bizarre. There have been no other times in historically traceable human evolution that are more spiritual than the times in which we have been living since the end of the 1870s. Observed historically, we live in the most spiritual times there have ever been. And yet we live in such a way, this is undeniable, that multitudes of people who certainly deem themselves spiritual believe the present to be extremely materialistic. You see, as far as life is concerned, our age is not materialistic. According to what many people believe, and in line with all that flows from that belief, our times are certainly materialistic. So what is actually meant by saying our time is spiritual? Well, firstly, a natural scientific worldview prevails. In face of this natural scientific worldview, all previous natural scientific worldviews were materialistic. You see, we have a natural scientific world outlook that has set itself up to be among the finest, most spiritually pervaded models. The person best able to perceive this is one who can see beyond immediate physical existence. As for most of today's concepts, which, spiritually speaking, are well-intentioned, the supposedly dead have exceptionally few. They have very few. Yet of present natural scientific concepts, when impartially reflected upon, they have extraordinarily many. It is also interesting that ostensibly materialistic Darwinism is grasped and applied in highly spiritual form, in the realm of the dead. Matters transpire in life quite differently from the way in which they transpire in the belief, the often very mistaken belief, that is a result of what people experience when physically embodied here. What do I actually mean by referring, first of all, to what is natural, scientifically spiritual? Well, you see, in order to form concepts such as these, in order to soar aloft to thoughts such as those presently held about evolution and so on, requires a spirituality that was not available in earlier times. It is much easier to see ghosts and think them to be spiritual than it is to form finely chiseled ideas about what appears to be merely material. This has had the effect that people form the most spiritually suffused ideas in their soul's life, and then deny or disown those same spiritually suffused ideas. They compact those spiritually suffused ideas together, so that they are allowed solely of materiality. The materialistic interpretation of our natural scientific world outlook is nothing other than a denial of the real nature of the natural scientific worldview. It originates in a bias that is basically cowardice. People cannot manage to make their living feelings and their delicate spiritually permeated ideas coexist. Nor can they take hold of spirituality itself in the rarefied dilution, if I may put it like that, in which it has to be grasped if one is to form pure concepts about nature. People do not dare to admit that they live in what is spiritual, in spirit itself, when they have such spiritually rarefied, dilute concepts, and so they lie to themselves, saying these ideas only represent what is material, something untrue and just self-delusion. It is also the case in other areas of life. One could mention, for example, as I did the day before yesterday, That, for instance, many an artistic creation has benefited from these refined spiritual sensitivities coming to light in the present, advantages that were not available to earlier epochs of art evolution. It is absolutely without doubt that today in the realm of artistic creativity, much is coming to light for which one would seek in vain in Raphael or Michelangelo's art. This about turn in spiritual life has been brought about by a specific spiritual event. It is this spiritual event that I would like to characterize for you from certain perspectives. Just before the middle of the 19th century, that is, at the start of the 1840s, a certain spiritual being, names do not add much, but so as to relate to a name, we can call this being by the name borrowed from Christian theology, the Archangel Michael. So, Michael was gradually preparing to become a time spirit, having been an archangel, aiming to attain an evolution of this kind so as to act in human life not only from the standpoint of the suprasensible, but directly from out of earthly life. The Archangel Michael was preparing to descend to earth, in a certain sense following the great deed of Christ Jesus himself, in a way reenacting that great event. He was preparing to take up his inaugural point on earth for his onward task, now from a terrestrial perspective. It was, therefore, necessary that from the 1840s forward till the 1870s, preparations were made by and on behalf of this spiritual being. One can therefore observe how the years between the 40s and the 70s of the 19th century represent a crucial battle in the supersensible region adjoining the earth. The spiritual being we can call the Archangel Michael fought a hard and mighty battle against certain opposing adversarial spirits. We need to look at these opposing spirits a bit if we are to understand what was actually taking place. The spiritual beings to be opposed by the being evolving from archangel to time spirit, the Archangel Michael, have always intervened in human life and evolution. In the millennia before the middle of the 19th century, those beings had the task of severing humanity from the spiritual world. Spiritual beings, proximate angels, cherished the aim, in a sense, of leading humanity back to being a single human group soul, to pour forth unity over all humankind. This would not have succeeded had they worked only on humanity. Humankind would have dissolved into something of an undifferentiable unit, would only have imagined as a single group, just as do the animals, only at a slightly higher level. The spiritual beings engaged in fighting Michaelic principles are those tasked with bringing differentiation into humankind, splitting a unified humanity into races, into peoples, into all manner of distinctions connected with blood, nerves, temperament, and so on. This had to take place. One can call the spiritual beings who had to effect such differentiation in humankind Ahrimanic beings. Call them this by all means. But you need to be quite clear that the intervention of the Ahrimanic principle was essential for the whole course of human evolution. Now, the time approached, an important moment in human evolution, with regard to what I have just related. The time beginning with the 1840s now arrived, and with it the ancient differentiations were to vanish. The time when differentiated humankind was to be amalgamated into a single unified humanity. Cosmopolitan views, some of which were certainly expanded into cosmopolitan phraseology in the 18th and the first half of the 19th centuries, are just a reflection of what was taking place in spiritual worlds. Human beings were already tending toward extinguishing the many and varied distinctions based around nervous disposition, blood, and temperament. It is in fact not an inclination of the spiritual world to further differentiate humankind, but the direction of travel, as it were, in spiritual worlds, is rather to cascade cosmopolitan values into humanity as a whole. However little understanding there is for this under the pressures of present catastrophic times, it is nevertheless so, and the verity of this fact has to be acknowledged. This fact, which is mirrored in earthly events, leads one to see, when viewed in their spiritual context, how the spirits of races, those folk spirits differentiating humankind, were being fought from the 1840s onward specifically by that spirit who was to become time spirit for the new age. What has always been depicted in the form of a momentous symbol was in fact being fulfilled, if at a different level. That symbol is also applicable to other stages of evolution, because events tend to be repeated on various levels, and what I am now talking about is just one such repetition at a specific stage of other spiritual events that have taken place. It is what is symbolically portrayed as Michael's conquest over the dragon. This victory over the dragon by Michael signifies that opposing forces have been banished from the realm inhabited by Michael. And this has been fulfilled in some areas since the beginning of the 1840s onward. Certain spiritual beings, whose task in spiritual worlds had until then been to separate humanity into peoples and races, they were, if I may express it like this, cast from heaven to earth. Those same spiritual beings, who until the 1840s had been differentiating humanity into groupings, no longer exert their power today in the realm adjoining the earth. They were thrust amongst humankind on earth, bringing with them all they could. This is what in spiritual science we know as the victory of the Archangel Michael over forces of opposition, which was established at the end of the 1870s, the casting down to earth of spirits combating him. What exists since the end of the 1870s is therefore twofold. On the one hand, for those of goodwill, here understood in a conditional sense, since 1879 there is the earthly sovereignty of the time spirit Michael, who enables us to grasp spiritualized concepts and to lead a spiritualized inner life. Also, to be found here on earth are the opposing forces, forces that tempt us to negate and deny the spirituality of the present. In fighting the materialism of our times, you always need to be aware that you should not fight what benefits our times, but should be fighting against the lie of our age. For it is essentially spirits of untruth that were cast out of heaven onto earth, which presently working as spirits of obstruction, hinder spirituality from being sought in time-compatible conceptions of existence. If you come to know people who descended from spiritual worlds into earthly incarnation after 1841, and who have since died, I would say that you can indeed see how things are thought of from yonder side. You are then able to correct much of what is so difficult to access with understanding from the physical world. It gradually began to emerge at the start of the 19th century how essential it was to point to the various realms of the spirit in life. Those who did so were essentially people who since 1848, or in fact since 1840, had joined the bitterly fought battle being led by the Archangel Michael in the spiritual world, the battle which culminated in 1879 in the antithetical spirits being cast down onto earth, where they continue to exist among human beings. Basically, all opposition to these beings, all attempts to expel them from the field, entails fighting on the side of the Archangel Michael. Now, my dear friends, there is a certain law. Implicit in this law is that every point of time in evolution can be pursued in both a forward and a backward direction. When focusing on any point in humanity's historical development, one can say, here is a point in time. This or that is taking place. Now, time flows onward, and one can observe subsequent events. One can also observe time in a retrograde direction. One can move from 1879 to 1878 to 1877, back to 1860, 1850, and so on further back in time. And one can then observe how in the spiritual world things can be followed in a reverse direction. The following can then be seen. One sees during such observation, embedded in the deeper structure of events and also during its progress, and as far as the background being repeated. Sometimes when something of enormity is said simply, it may sound trivial, yet I will just say it. If you focus on the point in time of 1879, you can go forward to 1880 or back to 1878. If you go ahead to 1880, you will notice in deeper spiritual structural layers that what happened in 1878, in a certain way, co-works in concert with it, works with it, such that behind the events of 1880, the event of 1878 co-reruns as a force. It is, the further back one goes, as if the line of time were to loop back on itself, so that the events lying further back relate to a given time point, and events ahead of it, by lying or running alongside them in the background. If you can grasp processes such as this, you will be understanding a great deal. Now I ask you to recall that I have been speaking about the year 1879 for many years, not just since 1914, when it became commonplace. That's important, my dear friends. And I'd ask you now to carry out a simple calculation. Work backward from 1879 to a year I have often designated as another threshold. I've always said that the battle of which I am now speaking began at the start of the 40s, around 1840 or 1841. Now calculate backward. 1879, 69, 59, 49, plus another 8 or 9 years, which makes 38 or 39 years. Now calculate forward. 1879, 89, 99, 1909, 1914, and onward until today, which gives us about the same. Were you to focus on the year 1917, you would come to a surprising conclusion. You would realize what deep significance is entailed when an occultist says, if you proceed from an incisive historical event, the preceding spiritual event finds a certain repetition in the subsequent. Behind the events of the present day, here on a physical level, stand those spiritual events which began in the 1840s, and which can be designated as the battle by the Archangel Michael against spirits of opposition. They form the backdrop. We see a recapitulation of what took place at the start of the 1840s. You can imagine how differently present events would be viewed were we to return to this lawful principle. Perhaps then what will otherwise pass tonelessly by the human ear, without reaching the human soul, will be more profoundly understood. It could then be reflected how the Archangel Michael's battle with antagonistic forces has in some respects returned to its point of origin. By and large, it is always difficult to speak of such profound connections with people of today, because they reject so vehemently just what would help them to understand their times rightly, and hence to take appropriate action. Our time really does make it essential to let go of old prejudices and preconceptions, makes it vital to make this understandable, to bring it to consciousness. Things sometimes happen here in the immediate physical, which are, in their way, far more spiritual than many another happening. This is actually connected with the descent of the Archangel Michael into our earthly realm. Many speak of this Michaelic descent into our earthly domain, But when this fact, in all the significance of its true background, actually comes to it, people don't want to align themselves with it. They just don't want to take it up. Yet it is enormously important that in ever-widening circles, a spiritual understanding of the most important impulses of our lifetimes takes hold. That is why what has been continuing in our branch meetings for years on end has been absolutely indispensable in drawing attention to the fact that the stream of events so strongly influenced by the Spirit in our times should not be slept through. This sleeping through events is such a feature of our times. People pass events by as if comatose. It could even be stated that the more trenchantly decisive the event on the physical plane, the deeper and greater its significance, the more soundly will people sleep through it. If I may just hint at something in concrete terms, March 1917 was one such momentous period as regards its potential, one that will have consequences of which humanity can barely dream today, and it is positively appalling how little people understand the imperative that almost every opinion and judgment be revised. Almost everything that people ever believed before 1914 needs to undergo complete revision. This may be the occasion to draw attention to the fact that in 1910 in Christiania, I held a series of lectures about European folk souls. In the first of these you can read that in the near future humanity would be called upon to have some understanding of the relationships between European folk souls. It was repeatedly emphasized in those lectures that our gaze ought to be directed toward the immediate East, that what emanates from that area is of importance for human evolution. How often was this said? Everyone present can attest to it. And again in the lecture cycle in Vienna in spring 1914, I dared to suggest that the social life of the present can, in a very real sense, be compared with a form of illness, with a carcinoma, and that a cancer-like sickness was creeping throughout social life. Obviously, such things cannot, under our present circumstances, be described any differently, but they must be understood. World events are not turning out to be that fabled progression of which historians dream, that the subsequent always evolves out of the previous, this from that, and so on. To assume that the subsequent will emerge as quietly as possible of its own accord, or at least that it ought to, can be left to people with less grasp of reality than the thinking anthroposophist ought to have developed. If I am to hint at something concrete, this assumption can largely be left to politicians of the old school, as indeed to those of the present, for as long as humanity wants to. In reality, it is a matter of something quite different. It is a case of the course of events being like the beam in full alternating tilt, where now this pan, now the other sinks downward. That is why one can characterize the period since the 1840s something like this. There would have been opportunities in the period between the years of 1840 and 1914, a time span bisected by the year 1879, had there been appropriate and timely attempts to prepare for the spiritualizing of humanity, which is the aim of the Archangel Michael. Had there been attempts on a larger scale to introduce spiritual concepts, spiritual ideas to humanity. If free human will neglects to do this, because freedom has to hold sway among modern human beings, then the scales will dip to the opposite side. Then what could have been achieved by spiritual means will be discharged through blood. It will then be discharged by what I'd like to call supra-physical means. What we are experiencing in these catastrophic times is only the rebalancing of the scales. Humanity, having refused spiritualization, will then be compelled into spiritualization. This may be achieved by means of physical catastrophes. You can confirm this idea for yourselves, if you are firmly grounded, as in what follows. We live here in this physical world, but we are awake only as far as our perceptions and conceptions are concerned, as I recently explained. Here we dream with our feelings, and are fast asleep as regards our will, something natural for human beings. However, if you find your way into yonder world through imagination, intuition, and inspiration, into the spiritual world surrounding us, just as air surrounds us here, and in which the seemingly dead and their incentives of will exist in community with us, then you will perceive how our lives in the physical are interwoven with those of the apparently deceased. Those dead can absorb from our human hearts only the spiritual element among our conceptual images. Remember what I said 3 days ago. Seen spiritually, when a younger person dies, they have not taken leave of those belonging to them. They remain. They are in reality there. Yet for the deceased it is quite different from just being there. I beg you to take this very seriously. For the deceased it is a matter of bearing that existence, being able to encompass it. If the deceased is present in a family which is materialistically minded and not given to spiritual ideas, though they remain within that family, the deceased will be continuously burdened and oppressed. The family is for them like a nightmare, where excessively inhaling air can cause nightmares. Can banish these nightmares for the deceased and make coexisting with those near to whom they remain bearably possible. I also said to you earlier, when an older person is torn from those belonging to them, they to some extent take the souls of their adherents with them. They draw them along with themselves. They draw them in train. And here too, if people are not suffused with spiritual ideas, it is like a nightmare for the deceased. Let us now consider something else. You can learn an enormous amount if you observe when a person dies very suddenly, whether caused by external agency or abnormal inner states. Let us imagine that a person is hit or shot. A death such as this is quite different from one ending a long illness or other natural processes. Imagine someone aged 35 is shot, their life annihilated by external agency. Had the bullet not hit them, this is certainly connected with their karma, but the following nevertheless applies. The person concerned may well have lived a further 35 years according to their constitution. You see, their constitution might have granted them a further 35 years, and this has a specific effect. While they still contain markedly vigorous life forces, they experience a tremendous amount at that very moment. Compressed into one moment, they experience what would otherwise have stretched ahead over a long time span. What they might have experienced over that further period of, say, 35 years, whatever life would have been apportioned to them over that time, is compressed into a single moment. This is because the most important realization one comes to in the hour of death is to view one's corporeality from outside, how it makes the transition from being ruled by forces it previously possessed, when their soul still inhabited their body, to the present situation, where their soul becomes a being of nature and is given over to the forces of nature, to external physical forces. That is the most tremendously significant aspect of the moment of dying, when the human being looks back on how their organism is delivered up to physical forces of nature. When someone undergoes a violent death, they are not only surrendered to normal natural forces, but due, for instance, to the sudden bullet wound, are treated like an inorganic and inert object, totally transposed into the realm of the inorganic. There is a huge difference whether one sickens and dies, or whether one experiences death by being abruptly dispatched, in which case the universe intervenes externally in the organism, be it in the form of a bullet or other means. Then what happens is an instant illumination, a blaze of infinite spirituality. It is the flaring over of a spiritual aura that takes place. The person who has gone through the gate of death looks back at this flaring up, at a blazing forth that is very similar to what only comes about when human beings devote themselves in thought to spiritual concepts. These phenomena are mutually interchangeable. From the other side, from the perspective of the deceased, it is incredibly interesting to see how similar are the thoughts, those feeling, felt, sentient thoughts, of someone looking at, enjoying, or creating a work of art or a painting that is born out of spiritual insight, with those experienced when, without it going via human consciousness, let's say an arm is injured or pain arises in a person. There is an extraordinary kinship between both these phenomena, such that each can stand in for the other. Now, you will understand the karmic connection existing between two events. As the 1840s approached, of course, a large number of people knew what I might call the, quote, state of the stars, close quote, which is just a technical term among occultists wishing to denote an event such as the battle of the Archangel Michael with the dragon, with the expression, quote, that is the state of the stars, close quote. Anyway, there were a whole number of people who knew at that time that a process as vital as this was taking place. There were also people who cared, who wanted to take positive, preemptive measures. It was just that the pans of the scales, as it were, had been too heavily weighted against them. That is, the materialistic bent of people. Instead, people reached for the most false sources possible at the time. It was realized that spiritual life needed to enter human existence. Had this spiritual life entered humanity in the early 1840s, humankind would have been spared many disasters. Despite this, what took place would anyway have come about, just in a different manner. Because whatever is karmically necessary will take place, but can do so by a variety of means. You must always bear this firmly in mind. I will express myself even more clearly if a person today thinks about what should happen in the social arena, or indeed anywhere else. They can do this in one of two ways. They can set up a program, create programmatic concepts, think up ways the world ought to work in a given field. All this can be turned into a pleasant-sounding wordage. You can swear by this wordage as if it were dogma, but nothing, absolutely nothing, will result. You can have the nicest ideas about how things should work out. Nothing can result. Nothing actually needs to come of many a nice idea. Thought out, thought up programs are the very most useless things in life. Alternatively, you can do something else, and some people clairvoyance. You can ask yourself quite naively, with just an intuitive grasp of the conditions of the time, quote, what will in any event happen in the next 20 or 30 years? What exists in our time that longs to be actualized? Once you have identified this, you will be able to tell what will anyway happen. Now you have a choice. Either you will use reason to direct progress in the direction it will anyway take, then things will turn out well. Or you ignore this and fail to do anything, letting the matter depend on what presently exists. You sleep, you do not awake, and the issue is resolved through catastrophes or revolutions, cataclysms, disasters, or similar will then follow. No statistics, no pre-fabricated program, however cleverly thought out, will then be of any use. The only thing of value will be observing what lies in the lap of the times. This is what has to be taken up, what needs to be fathomed. This is what must govern the intentions of the present. In the 1840s, most people were of the programming ilk, and outweighed those who understood what I have just described. Because of this, all sorts of measures were used to spiritualize humanity. For instance, spiritualism, which is just an attempt to spiritualize people by improper means, to reform them by materialism, by trying to manifest the spiritual world in lifelike forms. One can be very materialistic in one's thinking. One is materialistic if one maintains this or that section of humanity is in the right. So why doesn't the spiritual world step in on the side of righteousness? How often have we heard that nowadays? Why don't these spiritual powers intervene? I replied in slightly abstract Maine recently. Humanity is grounded in freedom today. Those who continue to ask why spiritual powers don't intervene proceed from the belief that ghosts ought to run politics instead of human beings. It would indeed make for easy progress were ghosts instead of humans to bring in reforms. That would make a real difference. They cannot, of course, do this because people are grounded in freedom. Waiting for ghosts is what confuses people most, and it diverts them from what actually needs to happen. So it is precisely the time for people, in accordance with their lives, to work their way into the refined spiritual ideas that live so clearly in some. Yet, on the other hand, it is also a time in which people are susceptible to the most powerful materialistic temptations. People simply cannot distinguish between refined spiritual concepts and the tempting impressions that approach them, undermining their perception of the spirituality they contain, of what has been spiritualized, of what itself constitutes genuine spirituality. Because, at the crucial time, people failed to grasp how evolution had to progress, it has necessarily resulted in the catastrophically bitter age in which we now find ourselves. In the absence of this terribly disastrous present, humanity would have sunk even deeper into disbelief in itself. All the more would it have reached a point where spirituality would, albeit, have developed but been all the more strongly rejected. Such is some background to history in the making. I would so much like to throw light on what lies in the foreground, but for reasons easily understood, that cannot be done, particularly at the moment. It must be left to each individual to illuminate the foreground, what is living in their immediate present, on the basis of these backgrounds. That somnolence, that sleeping through events, which I described earlier, conditions us to prefer to overlook life's sharper corners and contours, and this includes inwardly. Ignoring life's sharp corners and contours involves compromise. Now, there can be times when compromise is called for. What went on in the 40s of the 19th century was one such instance to which compromise would have been well suited. But our present time is not. It sets us the task of seeing things as they really are, complete with their sharpest corners and contours. Yet it also implants in human nature the urge to close our eyes sleepily to the sharp corners and contours that exist in life. Particularly in face of the greatest, most significant events in human evolution can what I have just described be observed. In face of the greatest event in world history, human evolution has brought humanity to these harsh corners and contours, especially the very greatest event in world history, the mystery of Golgotha. We know what theological developments of the 19th century have contributed. From the time when Lessing spoke about the mystery of Golgotha to that of the philosopher Drews, all sorts of perspectives have been discussed. One could say, the whole theological debate of the 19th century offers the most fulsome proof that we have totally unlearned even the most initial understanding of the mystery of Golgotha. Yet there are some very interesting publications about Christ Jesus. For instance, a Danish one, written completely from the standpoint of a modern natural scientific thinker. This person says of his point of view, "I am a psychologist. a physiologist, a psychiatrist, and I view the Gospels from this perspective. What did he conclude? In line with current psychiatric thinking and constructs, the man concluded, the image which the Gospels create of Christ Jesus is one of pathology. One can only encompass Christ Jesus in terms of a being constituted of mania, epilepsy, pathological visions, and so forth. All the symptoms of an acutely mentally ill person are present. When I read out parts of this book recently, people were horrified. That is understandable. If people are faced with what they hold sacred being described in terms of pathological symptoms, they are outraged. But what is this actually? What is being presented is that, among large numbers of disingenuous concession granters, one has raised their head above the parapet who stands full square within the natural scientific mode of thinking. One who no longer makes compromises, but instead says, I am utterly a natural scientist. And because that is what I am, I have to say things as I do, because it is a fact. Were people to be honest enough to put themselves into the standpoint occupied by natural science, they would have to acquire perspectives such as these. Here there are sharp corners and contours, and one cannot do otherwise. Nor can one do other than either vacate the natural scientific standpoint and migrate to spiritual science. One would then be remaining honest. Or one can remain honestly within the natural scientific mindset, in which case one must be uncompromising and only view things as does this hidebound man who is honest in his field. He is at least thoroughly hidebound and does not whitewash his bigotry, is narrow-minded but consistently so. You have to put yourself in their position. Were people nowadays to appreciate what certain nuances necessitate when they arise illuminatingly, only then would they begin to see life without compromise. An interesting pamphlet was recently passed to me. I knew about the book mentioned in it, but do not have it with me, so I can only read the leaflet. It was slipped to me to illustrate what is possible today. Quote, whoever has burdened the benches of a grammar school will be unable to forget the hours spent enjoying, in quotes, the Platonic conversations between Socrates and his friends. Unforgettable for the fabulous boredom those discussions engendered. Maybe one remembers that one found those Socratic conversations wholeheartedly stupid. But of course one never dared to express that view, because after all the man in question was, quote, the greatest philosopher, close quote, Socrates. Close quote. With his quite unjustified overestimation of the worthy Athenian, the book titled Socrates the Idiot by Alexander Motzkowski is quite properly tidied up and rounded off. In this small and entertaining work, the polyhistor Motzkowski undertakes nothing less than stripping Socrates almost entirely of his philosophic virtue. The title, Socrates the Idiot, is intended literally. You will not go astray in assuming that scientific debate will ensue in connection with this book. You may find it awful that things of this sort are written. Isn't that so? But I don't find it awful at all. I think it obvious and honest of Motzkowski. Because according to his concepts and percepts, he can, if he is consistent, call Socrates an idiot. That is clear. In doing so, he is more honest than countless others who ought, in line with their views, also to call Socrates an idiot, but who do not do so out of sheer equivocation. Needless to say, I trust that it would not be spread abroad, through the porous walls of the Munich branch, that I have declared myself in agreement with Motzkowski when he calls Socrates an idiot. I would hope you understand what I actually mean. However, I must also acknowledge that nowadays some opinions only percolate into human sensitivities because dishonest compromises are made. One cannot simultaneously think about mental illness in the way modern psychiatry thinks, and not write a book such as the Dane wrote about Christ Jesus. It cannot be done. One either fails to reject such concepts and replace them with spiritual concepts, or aligns oneself squarely with the view that Christ Jesus was mentally ill. Nor can one, knowing all this, if one knows Alexander Moskowski's idiosyncratic views on radiation or quantum theory, one just has to be conversant with such people and remain abreast of their views on remote concepts, on the entire fabric of the universe. Avoid calling Socrates and Plato idiots. That is, if one is to be thoroughly consistent and consequential. Motivation exceptionally useful to humankind includes above all this, that we reject compromise, that we do not make compromises, at least and for a start, not in our minds. It is important, extremely important, to see this as an obligation of our time. Because it is among the most vital impulses of the time spirit, Michael, to cascade clarity, unconditional clarity, into human souls. If one wants to follow the Archangel Michael, then it is essential to inundate human souls with clarity, with lucidity, in order to overcome all sleepiness. Drowsiness can arise in other fields too, but it is an absolutely prime requirement to make clear the consequences of any given issue. This was different in times gone by. In previous ages, before the age of Michael, when European humanity was essentially governed by Gabriel, it was the case that what people here considered compromise was already being weakened by spiritual worlds. Michael is the spirit who, in the most preeminent sense, works with human freedom. Michael, therefore, does what is right. You must not believe that Michael does not do what is right. He absolutely does do what is right. In the unconscious regions of every human soul today, those sharp corners and contours of spiritual life can be found. They are already there. Even those individuals who have the slightest, and be it only the very slightest, facility to raise to surface consciousness what exists in the subterranean recesses of soul life by way of latent vision, know how much discrepancy and disparate non-cohesion prevails there. They know that a materialistic psychiatry that does not shy away from seeing in them epileptics, even from diagnosing Christ Jesus as such, can coexist cheek by jowl in souls. They know that. If things rise to consciousness even a little, if someone only has a slight ability to raise things to consciousness, then they will be aware how matters stand. It would be interesting to see how a modern painter with a sense of present predicaments might paint, quote, Christ from the perspective of a psychiatrist, close quote. How what is happening today might be brought to expression. It would be really interesting if a painter had some understanding of what presently goes on in those subterranean recesses of soul life. You see, you have to dig deep in our times to understand what is taking place on the surface of existence. On the other hand, people are recognizably overcome by a certain cowardice, a lack of courage, when trying to approach what has just been described. And that is the other quality required in the present: courage, even a degree of audacity in one's outlook, in one's way of thinking, the sort of audacity that doesn't blunt concepts but instead tends to make them as pointedly acute as possible. I have said all this so that, inasmuch as they are spiritually accessible, anyone can themselves observe them. It is quite possible to observe these traits yourself if you really wish to examine spiritual life in the present. Everything that has had to be said today can be confirmed by outer events. The spiritual researcher will merely present it more precisely, because they can see its corresponding spiritual background. And if you receive from the spiritual researcher background facts such as these, you will be all the more able to see the veracity proved of what has, for example, been indicated today. A few people asked me today what they should actually do. what they ought to do lies immediately to hand. One would like to say, just open your eyes, albeit your spiritual eyes. The will for action will follow from opening your eyes. Will often depends on the location in which you are placed. It's not always possible to do what is right in accordance with your karma in the place in which you find yourself, but you should try to open your eyes spiritually. Nowadays, it is often the case that when trying to introduce something in the form of words, something essential for the present, people tend to rapidly close their eyes before equally rapidly turning away from the thrust of what is being said. Such is just the weighting of the scales toward the other extremity. Speaking in this way could easily be taken as criticism of the times. That is never my intention. What I intend is to draw wakeful attention to the impulses flowing from the spiritual world into human souls, to what has to flow into human feelings if we want to emerge from the catastrophic times in which we find ourselves. As I said, it is unfortunately not possible to go into concrete details. Everyone can do this for themselves. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 174A by Rudolf Steiner, 12 lectures, entitled Europe Between East and West in Cosmic and Human History, translated by Christiana Bryan. This is Lecture 11, given on the 2nd of May, 1918, in Munich. Today, on the first day of our branch reflections, and as befits conditions of the time, we will set out to consider what light can be thrown by the intentions and efforts of our spiritual on all that confronts and interrogates people at present, filling each person with the challenge to fulfill at least such tasks as the spirit of the times most urgently sets them. It is upon each individual recognizing their task that the destiny of humanity may potentially depend. Starting with something that may be close to us, you will have noticed that for some time now there has been a change in the attitude of the world at large toward our anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, a change of mood that amounts to it being viewed in some places with greater antipathy. Only someone unfamiliar with the history of spiritual movements and who doesn't accord them due respect can be surprised at such a change of attitude and mood having set in. This will occur more intensely in future. As long as a movement such as this contains within its core aims any sectarian modalities, as long as, in this town or that, a few people get together in their front or back rooms to hold sect-like meetings, any striving movement will be regarded with a certain benign indulgence, but with an attitude that can easily turn into something quite different. Things may continue for the moment, while people do not consider us worth serious investigation, because movements such as these usually vanish again, and those front or back rooms revert to more domestic use. Attitudes of this kind have been prevalent for many years in relation to our movement, and what there was of antipathy only arose in isolated cases. Things have improved slightly, because in some quarters at least, there have been increased efforts to slough off any sectarian elements. Yet, particularly from among the ranks of our society itself, there has been repeated opposition to ridding ourselves of every vestige of sectarianism, opposition to uniting with contemporary culture. Strenuous efforts have to be made to challenge such opposition, to challenge such obstinacy, and to align ourselves with the aims of present culture. We will not be able to continue reading lectures in cozy comfort and so forth, though that can of course be a pleasantly familiar undertaking, as it will be essential to engage with what people long for in their various locations, so that precisely through mutual exchange with potentially differing or opposing movements in the world at large, we find out what is presently needed, and also what is found in anthroposophically oriented spiritual science. It will be our friends' most important task to unfold the requisite mobility of spirit entailed in taking leave of comfortable, safe, warm familiarity. It is essential, but its inevitability is not yet being felt everywhere. This leads directly to us asking ourselves, how will anyone in future, based on what originates in our spiritual movement, be able to get to grips with old inherited or new issues, even if they be armed with the belief that ours is indeed something new? How will what issues from us converse in mutual exchange with other movements? How will this interchange take shape? Well, above all, and despite apparent agreement arising sporadically, opposition will become particularly virulent from the quarter of official representatives of religious denominational world outlooks. Of these representatives of religious or confessional views, among whose ranks exemplary people who agree with our movement will certainly be found, the majority will nevertheless always insist on what they can read up in terms of their own inherited assets. Though populations profess not to believe in authority, they acquiesce to every authority, and with what religious representatives claim will find widespread resonance among the population. It will become especially difficult to introduce spiritual scientific content to one particular attitude, and this attitude rests in the exceptionally convenient manner to which human souls have become accustomed, on finding its relationship with spiritual worlds. How many people are there at present who say, "Oh, here comes one of those spiritual researchers who construct an entire stratified world of hierarchies"? First, one has to go up through hierarchies of angeloi, archangeloi, and so on to the highest divinity. People find all this too intellectual to accompany, and they point to what they call the only simple, naive relationship through which the soul can attain to God or Christ or such like, through strong inner experience. That is what one hears again and again from those of better intention: direct experience of the highest divinity. Why would a person need so and so many strata of hierarchical intermediaries in order to attain spiritual knowledge, when they can, with childlike simplicity, have an experience of union with the loftiest divinity? We do, however, need to ask ourselves, what takes place in the souls of those who, with a real, if comfortable, degree of honesty, describe their striving as being one of experiencing the divine? There are indeed people who have experienced a certain landslide or sea change in their life of soul, such that everything they call divine or spiritual now appears differently to them from the way in which it appeared previously. Some call this evangelization. Others use different terms. But that is neither here nor there. It is their belief that they have found by naive, childlike to the highest divinity. People imagine quite simply that they have experienced Christ inwardly. What are they really experiencing? Now, my starting point is the assumption that the experiences in question here are honest and genuine, and that people really have experienced a change in their soul lives. I am also proceeding from a completely honest conviction and a certain judgment-free open-mindedness as regards inherited denominational directions of faith. What these people experience is at most the closest experience a person can have with what is spiritual. And what is this closest spiritual that is experienced? The closest spiritual experience is of a being from the hierarchy of the angeloi, a being assigned to each human being for their guidance, a being one can call whatever one will: Christ, the highest Godhead, It matters not what we call this. It matters only what it really is, to which the soul draws near when experiencing this honestly, when it is a real experience. It is an angel, an angelos, and we see this being only as the highest God. We are too comfortable to stride onward to something else, and the first closest being one encounters, one calls God, and one constructs for oneself. Yes, what does one actually construct? The most egotistical religion it is possible to construct. The fact that all people are in agreement in uniformly naming their encounter is not the crucial factor, because as long as people only want to experience what has been indicated, each one only experiences their angel. Each one prays exclusively to their angel. And though legions of preachers may speak of the one and only God, of the seemingly monotheistic God, in truth they are only speaking of millions of angels to whom people pray and whom they give the same name, thus herding people into the confused idea that these millions of angel beings are all one being. That is the reality. It points to the illusion to which one submits if one wants to unite with the egotistical God. There is even an external indicator of what I've just described. Try to take refuge in the learned resources used in cases when something exceptional is experienced. Turn to the most enlightened of those helpful aids and try to find out the origin of a most useful, most used word. You will find just one word, of which all scholars within German-speaking regions will say, the origin of this word cannot be fathomed. That is the word God, and its adjective, divine. Look in any German dictionary, and the word spirit is also described very unsatisfactorily, but still slightly better than the word God. You only get as far as knowing that the word God is of unknown origin. There are all manner of hypotheses, but it remains unknown. Is one still going to be shocked in face of such a learned result, and the assertion that so many people speak of God and the divine and have no idea what they are talking about? Of course, because they are using a word of unknown origin to describe, well, whatever they happen to wish to describe. The matter is more serious than they want to admit. But people don't want their usages to die out and don't know how strongly they live by phrases, know how happy they feel to be able to live in those phrases. That is one thing. But others can also be found. If one tackles what is real in what people experience today when they, even transcending their denominations, speak of their God, the God they experience inwardly, whether they name it mystically or theosophically, one finds in countless instances that people say, everything depends only on experiencing God within, on becoming one with God. With what is one actually becoming one? If one investigates what it is with which people become one, albeit without realizing it, it is nothing but their own soul, as it was before it entered physical existence prenatally, or rather before conception. How this soul lived between its last death and its present birth. Today people pray, even if they want to be upstandingly religious, either to their angel or to their own I, capital, as it was before their birth or conception. They call it God, designating it with a word of unknown origin. Yet what they feel looming upward from their unconscious is actually their own self. And the curious aspect that comes to light for anyone who can see through to reality is that from every pulpit there is endless talk of predestination. But since this is unthinkable without repeated earthly lives, this is, in fact, talk of earthly life, that is, of one's own self, which goes through this life, while denying the fact of repeated earthly lives. In truth, there is talk of nothing other than what anthroposophy wants to bring to conscious human knowledge. Now, people find it necessary to give this a name of unknown origin. They are actually talking about something that looms upward out of their unconscious and can be experienced mystically. They call it the union of man with God. In reality, it is the union of man with themselves, with their own self, as it was before their birth. In calling it God, people are being challenged to worship themselves. What is celebrated as religion nowadays is largely idolatry, idolatrous worship of the self. It is important to address this today, because it represents the entire seriousness of reality. Yet it is simultaneously uncomfortable, because it points to the enormous, deep-running deception pervading our lives. What led to this deceitful lie about life is something to which I have often referred, that in the year 869, at the General Ecumenical Council of Constantinople, the spirit was abolished. I also mentioned that those philosophically judgment-free people basing themselves on prejudice-free science today speak of human beings consisting of body and soul,